Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We have a very busy day of significant severe weather ahead, guys. We are expecting a full-blown tornado outbreak across the Midwest and the Mississippi River Valley, and we are already starting off with our first tornado warning of the day, and this one includes about 1 million people. This is the one of the higher population areas that you are going to see in this tornado threat today. This is going to be for St. Louis, literally the entire area of St. Louis. About 1.6 million people, a little over that, are included in this tornado warning. This is a very dangerous supercell that is currently moving into Clayton, St. Louis, Florissant, Collinsville, and Edwardsville. You've got to be taking shelter right now. This is a supercell that is rapidly organizing along an outflow boundary, and there is a good chance that this is going to try to produce a tornado over the next few minutes as it moves into St. Louis, Missouri. Again, very dangerous situation here. This is a supercell that's been organizing over the last several minutes. You can see the hook echo here on radar. It is very definitive. That's the outflow boundary. So it's basically latching onto this outflow boundary and is actively trying to produce a tornado just south of the St. Louis Lambert International Airport. If there is a tornado, it's over Creve Coeur right now, and it's going to be heading directly into Clayton and then tracking directly into the downtown area of St. Louis, just to the south of Interstate 270 right now, moving towards Granite City in Illinois and then towards Collinsville. Once again, very dangerous supercell that we're looking at here. We have a lot of other storms that are trying to do the same exact thing. They're basically setting up as a train right now, so we are going to have a train of supercells developing around and west of St. Louis over the next few hours, and this is a live shot currently inside of our tornado warning. So it looks like the wall cloud's right beyond the building there, and so this is live. You can see there's a lot of people out here right now. It's obviously 12:30 right now. A lot of people are driving, people are at work, people are going to school, whatever it might be, and you can clearly see right now it is very dark out there. And again, 1.7 million people live in this tornado warning. So if you live in St. Louis, you've got to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is moving directly into St. Louis. All those cameras on the bottom of your screen are going to be live there in St. Louis, Missouri. The latest update from the National Weather Service, they just condensed the tornado warning a little bit. So no longer includes Kurtwood. But if you live in Clayton, if you live in Jennings, if you live in St. Louis or Ferguson, you need to continue to heed this warning and take shelter now. If a tornado does develop, it could easily be strong in this sort of situation right now. On radar, the velocities are not super strong. If you look at velocities here, you can see the greens are not really mixing with the reds, but if this does latch to the outflow boundary, it will likely be producing a pretty significant tornado really at any moment. Again, rotation right now near US Highway 67, right along 310. It's going to be going directly into Clayton here in about a few minutes, and then going directly into St. Louis, Missouri. This is a very dangerous supercell that we are tracking right now that is going to be quickly moving to the east. I do want to zoom us out just a little bit real quickly. Obviously, a lot of you guys are going to be tuning in from St. Louis, but I don't want to give you guys a heads up. We do have a large line of thunderstorms that is setting up right now across central Illinois back into western Indiana. This will be producing the risk of damaging winds and even an isolated tornado threat down the line. So we are keeping an eye on that. But the main environment that we are going to be monitoring is this large area here where discrete supercells are going to be firing off. And this is just the first of many discrete supercells to come this afternoon and evening. We are expecting, again, a big tornado outbreak. As our new radar scan comes in, this is a live shot right now from St. Louis. This is at Dorset at 270. So this is in St. Louis. It is starting to get very dark out there on the horizon. And you can even see there's school buses out here, guys. I mean, like, you know, it's the middle of the day, but there might be field trips happening, whatever it might be. There's obviously a moderate risk of severe weather here. So, you know, there's a lot of people out there right now. There's also another live shot here. It looks like, again, that wall cloud's off there to the left. It's out in the distance. This is a camera from I-70 at Cary looking, I believe this might be going eastbound, but on the left side of your screen there, that's the area of interest. It's basically going right into the city of St. Louis as we speak. But yeah, again, a lot of people are out on the roadways right now. It's quite wild to see how many people are driving out there with this tornado warning. But granted, again, it is pretty much lunchtime right now. Some people are probably driving to McDonald's or Wendy's or going to their favorite little restaurant for lunch right now over here in St. Louis while there's a tornado warning. Right now, the latest scan still showing a very definitive hook echo right now directly over the northwest side of Clayton. So if we have a tornado, that's where it's going to be located, all right? It's going to be on the northwest side of Clayton, Missouri. And in just a moment, it's going to be tracking into Olivette. It's going to go into Pagedale, University City. It's approaching the Hawthorne Children's Psychiatric Hospital, going towards Hillsdale, Wellston, and also going towards the Mark Twain I-70 industrial area. So it's quickly moving into those areas. And then after that, it'll be approaching the north side of St. Louis, closer to Kingsway West and the central west end. So if there's a tornado right now, it's over a very populated area near Missouri 340, and then it's going to track right towards Granite City. So you really got to be taking shelter right now if you're in this tornado warning. This is a very, very dangerous supercell. Got a lot of storm chasers that are en route for the storm as well. I mean, this is going to be the environment, guys, where we're talking about really significant severe weather. Definitely could see a pretty significant tornado threat as well with any storms that go up. We are starting to see a lot of storms firing directly to the west of St. Louis, right along a boundary. And any of these storms that develop right along our boundary are going to have a very favorable potential of producing tornadoes. I do want to quickly touch on this, but we do have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for today. So it is a fairly elevated risk of significant severe weather that is in place today. So this includes areas in southeastern Missouri, most of central and western Illinois is included in this. They actually shifted the moderate risk of severe weather into the Mississippi Valley. So it now includes western Kentucky and extreme northwestern Tennessee. So if you guys live in the red, this is where we are expecting several strong and possibly intense to violent tornadoes this afternoon and evening. If we go over to our tornado threat for today, it is a 15% tornado risk, and there is a SIG 2 outline, which means that EF3 plus tornadoes are possible. That means intense to possibly even violent tornadoes are on the table today. We're going to talk more about it once we get past this St. Louis tornado warning. But for right now, St. Louis, Missouri, you are included in a tornado warning right now. This includes a lot of people. There are a little over 1.6 million people inside of this tornado warning. And if there is a tornado right now, it's going to be located just barely northwest of Clayton. So we'll have a new radar scan here in just a second. I know we have Storm Chaser Carmen Parmello coming into this. He's on I-44, so we should have a live view of this in a second. But right now, this is our latest radar scan that's coming in. If we have a tornado, it's going to be located directly over Clayton, Missouri. We got the outflow boundary right here. That's where the supercell is trying to latch onto. And on this latest scan, the velocities, I'm going to see what they look like here. I don't see a tornado on the ground as of right now. Wow, look at this shot, guys. Holy moly, it's dark. This is a live shot in St. Louis. Look at the wall cloud right there. That's the wall cloud. It is really dark in St. Louis. So this is looking directly at that lowering. It is incredibly dark. And look, again, look at how many people are out there. Hopefully a tornado doesn't drop. Obviously, it's a very populated area here. Wow. That would be your wall cloud there on the left. That is a wild shot right now. So what we're looking at there on the left is that rotating wall cloud, and we would be looking for a tornado right here. That's what we're looking at for a possible tornado. So be watching there just to the left of that large skyscraper. I mean, again, look at how many people are out there. Again, it's the middle of the day. I'm not sure if schools cancel it all around here, but yeah, honestly, schools canceling would probably be the move. I don't know if they did cancel here near St. Louis, but I wouldn't be surprised. That's that rotating wall cloud right now. I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view. We also have Storm Chaser Carmen Parmello, who is entering into the, he's in the tornado warning right now, so we're going to be keeping an eye on him. This supercell right now is moving into St. Louis. On radar, the rotation is not super tight right now, but we are waiting to see if this little outflow boundary is going to end up getting latched onto by our supercell. That's kind of the question mark right now. It hasn't done so yet. With that said, the hook is actually reaching to the outflow boundary, and if it does latch on, it will be capable of producing the risk of a tornado here. As you can see on this live shot, this is that wall cloud. That's where we're looking for a possible tornado. It's going to be underneath that little skinny wall cloud there in the middle. It's going directly over this highway right now, just north of Interstate 64, and is coming up into the west side of St. Louis. Very populated area. If a tornado drops, we're going to pretty clearly see it right on this camera. I mean, this is a skyline view looking directly at the area of interest right now. And it is quite literally crazy how many, again, people are out there. I mean, hopefully, hopefully this thing does not drop. The warning, the initial warning included almost 2 million people. So a lot of people are obviously here in this area. See that wall cloud there again on the middle left? It's getting a little bit more raggedy. That's where we're looking for a possible tornado. Thank you, SG, for the super chat. This person just said school got out at 11 in Bowling Green, Missouri. Anybody else have school out right now? I don't know if St. Louis is out of school. There's school buses that were just driving around a second ago. I'm not sure if they were getting early dismissal or if there was a field trip going on or something like that. And where we're looking for the tornadoes right there in the middle of your screen. This is a live downtown shot here from Interstate 64, looking directly at that area of rotation. This is your outflow boundary right here, and your hook echo directly over. It's just southeast now of the St. Louis International Airport, and this is going to be moving directly into St. Louis and also Collinsville here in a second. So if you live over in Collinsville, you should be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. If you live anywhere in the pink polygon, you need to be taking shelter now in case this thing does end up producing a tornado. In this environment, a strong tornado is very, very possible. This is the population that is in the warning right now. They have condensed it a little bit, but there's still a little over 1.1 million people that are included in this tornado warning right now. So that includes Granite City, St. Louis, Signal Hill, O'Fallon. Again, this can be rolling right into western portions of Illinois here shortly. What's going to be very interesting to see is not just this supercell, but other supercells that also develop down here to the south, because we do have an outflow boundary that is basically setting up here, and any storms that develop right along this boundary are going to be capable of tornadoes. So St. Louis, this might not be your only storm. There actually might be more behind it that also produce the risk of tornadoes down the line too. Also, Nick Gorman right now is en route for this storm. He's over near I-70, just to the southeast there of Edwardsville. Storm chaser Carmen Parmello is now in St. Louis. It's not super dark where he's at right now. He is down here near Webster Groves, and he is just south here of that outflow boundary. And so if we did have a tornado, which again, I don't think we have one right now, but if we did have one, it'd be located just off to the south of Ferguson near Jennings. We have a live shot here on this I-64 camera, which is starting to get a little bit wet. Rain's coming down a bit heavier now, but on the right side of your screen, kind of at the top right, is where that lowering currently is. And that's the area of rotation that is trying to drop a tornado right now. How many people are right now tuning in from St. Louis? Out of curiosity, I bet we got a lot of people tuning in from St. Louis. Some people are saying it's dark over in Ferguson. I bet it is. It looked really dark a second ago. Here's another live shot. This is from I-70 at Cary, and that's also looking at that ominous lowering. I got a lot of people in the chat. I mean, probably an entire town's worth of people are tuning in right now from St. Louis or surrounding areas. This is Storm Chaser Carmen Parmello. He is live here in St. Louis, Missouri. He's just south of where the tornado will be located. He has a little bit of a view of that base. It's behind the trees. He's going northbound now. So he's going to be coming up on this. He's actually located now just west of St. Louis. That's where his location is. So he's getting out in front of this. Again, if we had a tornado, it's going to be coming up right into Jennings here in a second. This is a very good live shot. This is another traffic camera that we're looking at with the lowering going directly over I-64 at Bellevue. This is mile marker 33 with the lunchtime rush hour. So low clouds, again, no tornado from what we can see right now, but if there were to be a tornado, it is going to be just southeast of the St. Louis International Airport. It's going to be moving directly into Jennings and Granite City here in a few minutes. So you really got to be taking shelter. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, very dangerous supercell, and there's going to be plenty more from that came from down the line. We also have some severe thunderstorm warnings just to the south of Urbana near Marshall, mainly producing a damaging wind threat. We have a boatload of lightning with these storms currently in southeastern Illinois, moving their way into Indiana. These are very dangerous storms here that will be capable of producing damaging winds and even tornadoes within this line of thunderstorms. So if you live over here near Paris, Charleston, we definitely got to get ready for this. Indianapolis, those storms are coming right at you. We also got a lot of storms going up in southwest Indiana and western Kentucky, mainly looking at a damaging wind threat, but also the risk of large to very large hail is on the table. And this is another live shot from St. Louis. It is dark in some spots. This is another live traffic camera on I-64. This is at Hampton. So this is going to be mile marker 35. And it's quite wild looking at these different camera shots. All of them look different. This one's really dark. So the lowering will be at the top of your screen there. Thank you, Tina and Jasmine, for becoming members. For those that are asking about your location, we're going to go way more in detail about the forecast whenever this storm is not producing a tornado front. All right, well, we'll go way more in detail for you guys. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of a very highly populated area for a tornado warning. There's still about 1 million people here. This is also another live shot on I-64. Looks like a large shelf right there. Kind of just over the highway, left side of your screen, about a third of the way from the right. That's where the wall cloud would be. I'm not seeing a wall cloud. The rotation on radar actually is trying to pick up, it looks like, again. It's been pretty weak since we went live, but the latest scan does show a little bit, maybe more rotation now near Normandy. So we might have something trying to develop now. It's becoming a much more disorganized storm, but if there were to be a tornado, it is just southeast of Normandy going directly into Granite City. So Granite City, Illinois, we got to be taking shelter. Even if you live in St. Louis, we should still be taking shelter as well, even in the downtown area, because we have had situations in the past where a tornado does drop and it sometimes takes a sharp turn. And, you know, I don't want to rule it out here. In case actually something does drop, you do not want to be caught off guard. You got to be taking shelter right now if you're in this warning. This is still a very dangerous storm here. Storm chaser Carmen Permel is right here, bottom left side of your screen. He's, you know, not far from where that tornado would be located. It is very dark out here. We got a large shelf blanketing the sky. Middle left side of your screen is the area that I think a tornado will be located. This on I-64. Could also be to the right, far right, behind the little tower building there on the far right side of your screen. That's the area where the rotation is on radar. We missed you, Max. How'd you miss me? I've only been gone for like 12 hours. This is a crazy outbreak stretch. It's going to be such a busy stretch, even tomorrow too. Today I think is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, again, we're probably going to see multiple tornadoes. I think today will easily be a very significant day of severe weather. We will have probably a ton of tornadoes, and then tomorrow just got upgraded to an enhanced risk of severe weather. So we now have a risk tomorrow too that's even more elevated. So the craziness of this severe weather stretch is going nowhere. In case you thought it was over anytime soon, it really isn't. It's going to be very, very dangerous. We also just got a new tornado watch in Illinois and as well as Missouri. We'll talk about that here in a moment. We do have a video coming out from a viewer over in Rennick, Missouri. There was some tornado damage here this morning. This is just sent in from one of our viewers of tornado damage over in Rennick, Missouri. We had a lot of really significant storms this morning. Look at the damage here, guys. Wow. There's music on. I gotta mute that. But that is a look there. A lot of the damage here. Thank you, Alex, for sending this in. And you can see it looks like a fire. So we've had at least a tornado or two this morning. We had a very significant line of thunderstorms produce lots of damage this morning across Illinois and Missouri. And that line of storms is still trucking along. I mean, it's still going towards Indiana right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place for most of central and southwestern Indiana, mainly for the risk of damaging winds and large hail. There is a risk, though, of tornadoes with that line of thunderstorms. And now we have a tornado watch for almost all of southern Missouri, central Missouri, back into southern Illinois. This is exactly where we're expecting the most significant threat of tornadoes today. And this is a pretty strongly worded tornado watch here. It does go until 9 o'clock Central Time, where they have said several tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail to the size of tennis balls is likely. And then scattered damaging wind gusts or widespread damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. So St. Louis, Farmington, West Plains, Branson, Springfield, back into Carbondale, Centralia, as well as over near Effingham. You guys are all included in this high-level tornado watch. There's an 80% chance of at least 2 tornadoes in this region. I bet we'll have 2 tornadoes. And also a 60% chance of an EF2 plus tornado. But several tornadoes are likely in this area. Goes until 9 o'clock Central Time. We have our first supercell of the day that is currently near St. Louis. Our area of rotation right now is near Granite City. It is going to be tracking into Granite City here in about 2 minutes. And then after that, it is going to be going into Glen Carbon, Collinsville, and then going towards Edwardsville. So you need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. It is dark out there. This is a live shot from downtown St. Louis. This is on I-64. Off to the right is the area of interest. That's where the lowering the wall cloud is currently located. So this is on mile marker 36. Look at all the people driving out there. Thank you, Anto, for the super chat. How do you share videos? If you guys have photos and videos, go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. So you can share some stuff. Thank you, Tina, for the $100 super chat. Thank you, Max and team, for your dedication and keeping us safe. It is going to be a busy day, guys. Once again, we're going to talk all about it once we get this thing out of here. But for right now, We're looking at the, again, lowering. It's going to be on the far right side of your screen here. That's the area of interest. It's far right. You're the skyscraper. You can see it actually lowering a little bit right now. You can see it getting a little bit lower to the ground. That's a little bowl that's trying to form right there. So this is happening live again on the north side of St. Louis. This is coming into Granite City right now. And it's going to go into Collinsville and Glen Carbon in a moment. So you need to be taking shelter now if you've not already for whatever reason. The tornado warning right now goes until 1:15 Central Time. By the way, for all those that were complaining about it, which we had to fix this for a while, the time is correct now. All right, it's no longer CST, it is CDT. You're welcome. That took way too long. I completely forgot about it a while ago, but we have fixed the time, so it works now. But yeah, where I'm pointing right here, that's the area of interest. So that's what we're looking at. It's getting kind of behind the skyscraper right now. It is very dark out there. And what we're looking at in velocities, that basically correlates with where any rotation would be located. It's right along the outflow boundary. It is just north of I-70. It's going right into Granite City right now. And then it's going to track into Platoon Beach, Mullenbrooks, and then Cedar Park in about 3 or 4 minutes. So this is still a pretty dangerous storm here that is moving directly towards Edwardsville. Let's get unless we get another traffic cam, I'm putting Nick Gorman in slot 2. Nick Gorman, bottom middle of your screen. He is just outside of the tornado warning. He's pushing to the west right now towards this storm. We do have to watch these other storms back off to the west of St. Louis, guys. There are some other storms that are trying to latch to outflow boundaries. And in the case one of these does latch to an outflow boundary, there will be a higher risk of a tornado. And you can see there's already a hook developing near Union City. The only issue with this storm is that it's a little bit north of our main boundary. But rotation is beginning to intensify here. This might be something to keep an eye out for. Yeah, we're starting to see rotation here. So we might get another tornado warning going towards Wildwood here soon, just off to the west here, St. Louis. So yeah, we're definitely not done in St. Louis. I want to remind you guys, if you live in St. Louis, you got to stay tuned because this is not it. It's a weird situation here, but we got basically a train of supercells that's developing right now, right along this boundary. And so we got another one that's about to do the same exact thing here and going right towards St. Louis. And we'll see if it does produce a tornado or not. But if it does manage to stay along a boundary here, there is going to be a risk of a tornado. So we got to watch this. If you live near Wildwood, Union, Pacific, this is kind of the general area that needs to be staying alert right now for the next 15 to 20 minutes. Over in St. Louis, the latest radar scan shows any rotation now just off to the north of St. Louis. So this is now tracking into far southwestern Illinois, going towards Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, and the Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville. Those are some of the main locations that are in the path of this. Let me go ahead and... This is back over to that camera. This is over here in St. Louis. So we were just looking at this a second ago. But the wall cloud and that lowering has now passed off to the east of this live camera. So we can no longer see it clearly. But there was a very good live shot of this just a few minutes ago. But it's off to the east now. We also have Storm Chaser Carmen Parmello. He is currently located here in the east side of St. Louis. So he's coming up on this storm right now. We're going to keep an eye on him. He might have a view of this storm here in a second, too. I think he might be going off to the north towards that area of interest. We're going to see if he has anything. That bottom right camera also has a live shot on I-270, so we're keeping an eye on that camera as well. While we kind of wait for another radar scan, again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be just north of St. Louis, but I do want to touch on our risk of severe weather for today. In case you've not heard, we now have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather, which the bullseye is going to be just south of St. Louis. The outlook was updated a little bit. This is our latest outlook. So the moderate risk of severe weather includes St. Louis, just south of Springfield, Illinois, just east of Springfield, Missouri, goes down into the Mississippi River Valley, even areas near Mayfield, Kentucky, near Paducah. You guys are basically on the cusp of that moderate risk of severe weather. But if you live anywhere in the green, yellow, orange, or red, doesn't really matter where you live here. You got to have ways to receive warnings. You got to stay weather aware today. It is going to be a very dangerous day of severe weather. This is the first tornado warning that we've had so far, out of our live stream today, but there's been over a dozen tornado warnings this morning. We had a bunch of tornado warnings before we went live. There's going to be a dozen plus tornado warnings within the next 3 to 4 hours. We're going to have a lot of tornadoes, we think, today. This is setting up to be a very dangerous tornado outbreak, but really some of the bigger concerns are damaging winds. They're going to be widespread. You need to protect your trampolines. You got to protect any loose lawn items. If you guys live in the pink or the red, you need to make sure you're protecting all sorts of things that could go flying from the damaging wind threat today. There is also an elevated risk of large to very large hail. So that includes St. Louis, Springfield, Little Rock, Memphis, all these areas. We could be talking about baseball plus sized hail out of the most intense supercells. There's also a risk of intense to possibly violent tornadoes. I'm not trying to scare you with this, but there is a SIG 2 tornado threat, which basically means that there is a risk here of EF3 plus tornadoes from Springfield, Illinois, back into Memphis. This does include St. Louis. For those that are tuning in from St. Louis right now, yes, you have a tornado warning right now. No, you're not clear after this tornado warning. There are more supercells developing off to your west right now. So this environment, anywhere from that boundary and southbound, has a very favorable environment for strong to intense to possibly even violent tornadoes. We have a risk of tornadoes, though, anywhere from Minnesota and Wisconsin back into Shreveport and Dallas. So if you live anywhere in this area, you need to make sure you have a lot of ways to receive weather warnings, have a tornado action plan ready to go, subscribe to our channel, and stay tuned because it is going to be a very busy day of significant severe weather. We'll have a new radar scan here in just a second. The latest scan is showing our area of strongest rotation now just north of Granite City. So we're going to see what that looks like here in a second. Is there a tornado on the ground? There is not. Nothing confirmed as of right now. We've not had any confirmed tornado with this storm. Again, tornado warnings don't always mean there's a confirmed tornado. In this case, though, our strongest area of rotation right now is located just barely to the north of Granite City. So this is just passed by Granite City. It's going directly towards Oki, I think is how you say it. And then it's going towards Glen Carbon. This is what it looks like right now from Storm Chaser Carmen Parmello. He is going directly north towards that rotation. It has gotten a little bit stronger on the latest scan. He's approaching the Mullenbrooks area near Horseshoe Lake. And you'd see the dark skies out on the horizon. If we get it clearing off to the left, we might see it. Well, we're going to have a very good live view of this storm, I think, in about 2 or 3 minutes from him. Shout out to Kale with the $10 super chat. Kankakee, Illinois. Should be mostly a damaging wind threat, but we'll be waiting to see if discrete supercells get going over there. Yeah, the latest scan, I mean, I don't know if this is really legit rotation at this point, but this would be where a tornado is located. So it's kind of off-centered from where we had that hook echo, but it's going up towards I-270 right now. And it's going to go right into Mitchell, Cedar Park, Glen Carbon, and Edwardsville. Edwardsville's pretty populated near the Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. So if you guys live there, you got to be taking shelter right now. This is, again, a very dangerous storm, very strong rotation that we're seeing. If that is a tornado, though, that'll be heading right over I-270 here in a second, just east of St. Charles. You can see the conditions are rapidly deteriorating in St. Louis. This is near I-270. So this is just north of St. Louis near the Bellefontaine Neighbors. A lot of people are driving out there. Roadways are getting slick. Definitely take it slow on the roadways if you are out there. Garmin's getting a lot closer to the area of rotation. Should previously affected areas like Lake Village, Indiana, be worried about tornadoes again today? Yeah, it doesn't really matter where you live, guys, today. You know, there's one round of storms happening right now. There will be more rounds, and I'm going to talk about timing and stuff here soon, but it doesn't really matter where you live. You got to be staying alert, weather aware. We are going to have more than one round of thunderstorms, though, unfortunately. We do have some damage reports coming out of southwestern Illinois. A new one from, it looks like that is Taylorsville Airport. There is a tree downed across a roadway causing a semi rollover. That's as of 10:48 a.m. We also have another semi that was blown over onto a median, excuse me, over in Farmersville, Illinois. That was at 10:38 a.m. this morning. And then another one, some sort of wind damage report southwest of Springfield, not specified though. So we are getting some damage reports. We got a lot of storms going into Indiana now. Back over here in western Indiana, a very powerful line of thunderstorms is moving in, going towards Indianapolis. It is producing a significant damaging wind threat. There's also a risk of tornadoes with this as it continues to move directly into Indianapolis. So get ready for this if you're in Terre Haute. Damaging wind's the big concern. There is a risk, though, of tornadoes. This is a live shot of the storm here from St. Louis. You can see the shelf over there on the left. So we're starting to get a little bit more of a view of the storm now.
Maybe.
Our only active tornado warning right now includes the north side of St. Louis. Downtown St. Louis is no longer in this tornado warning. Back to in a second. The latest scan still showing our main area of any rotation located south of I-270 and just barely north of Granite City now. So this is starting to track into Glen Carbon and then going towards Edwardsville here in a second. which again, I'm not very confident that that is actually tornadic rotation, but they have a tornado warning here. So if there were a tornado, that's the area that we're looking at. It's going to be north of Granite City. Just going by what the warning shows. Anyway, KC for the sewer chat. I work for the company with the truck rollover in Farmersville. Hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully there's no injuries or anything like that. That's a view here of the storm here. This is right along some sort of lake here. This is over in Molenbrooks. This is also storm intermediate. You can actually see the leading edge of the shelf cloud. Pretty fascinating. But that like really sharp line between the bright skies and the leading edge of the clouds, that is actually your, you know, outflow boundary that is going through St. Louis right now, which is pretty cool.
Not too far away.
Also, storm chaser Nick Gorman, he's positioned only about maybe 5 miles east of this storm, so we're also keeping an eye on him. Also, that bottom right camera. Wait, actually, look at this, guys. This is looking at the shelf cloud too. This is also in St. Louis. I think that's a parking lot, by the way, underneath the overpass. I don't think we have shame here. Thank you, Grace, for becoming a member. I don't think we have shame here in St. Louis right now. We probably do somewhere, at least not on this camera, though. So very fascinating. So storm intermediate is located again just out to the on the west side of St. Louis. Got a lot of other storm chasers that are also en route for this storm right now. You got storm chaser Connor Croft and a few others that are currently going towards this. We're also watching storms that are going up right now west of St. Louis. These storms might become tornadic at some point down the line. These will be heading directly towards St. Louis, producing the potential maybe even for an isolated tornado threat. So we got to watch these two as they go directly into St. Louis, Clayton, and Chesterfield. Wildwood is also in the path of those storms. There's not a whole lot of rotation that we are seeing on radar with these storms right now, but I do think pretty soon we are going to start to see these try to latch onto our boundary that is located just south of St. Louis, and those could also lead to a tornado threat. There's a reason why we have a large tornado watch, and that would be one of the reasons why. But at this point, our main area of rotation, if there were to be a tornado, it is no longer near St. Louis. It is north of Granite City, and it's going to be heading directly towards Glen Carbon and Edwardsville. So if you guys live there, you got to be taking shelter in case this thing does decide it wants to produce a tornado at some point, which you never know. It could. We've had some crazy things happen in the past. Look at this shot. This is storm chaser Eric Fox. He has a wall cloud developing. It's over in Eureka, Missouri. This is just south of Wildwood. So this is a different storm that we are looking at. This is not the one in St. Louis. He's looking at a lowering right now just off to the west of St. Louis. So this is going to be a storm to the west of you. Has some sort of raggedy wall cloud literally developing right over Interstate 44, which is very interesting. Eric Fox right now, he's in Eureka. I believe he's heading back to the west. And for those that don't know who Eric Fox is, he is a storm chaser, but he also helps fly drones into tornadoes. So they're currently doing some of that stuff today. They did it yesterday, I'm pretty sure. I think they flew a drone into a tornado. You can see that lowering there on the left. It's not very organized right now, but this is definitely trying to do something. So we are going to be keeping an eye on this. Definitely a very interesting area of thunderstorms right now. Also, storm chaser Nick Gorman. He's a chaser on the ground right now here in Troy, Illinois. That's the large shelf cloud from St. Louis.
Yeah, our winds are backed right here at the surface.
With a possibility for a tornado. If there were to be a tornado near, it would be near Cedar Park now.
This is trying to be a tightening boundary.
So that is your large boundary, that large dark area. That is basically the outflow boundary, and that's where these tornadoes are going to try to form this afternoon near St. Louis. Good shout to Sharon with the 5 gifted memberships. Help, Eric Fox is in my town. It's usually not a good thing when a chaser is near your town. I'm guessing a lot of you tuning in right now probably live in this general area, and yeah, there's a lot of chasers here. Definitely not something you want to see. I think one of the scariest things when it comes to weather is when a chaser is literally in your neighborhood or in your town. There's a lot of chasers probably next to you, near your town right now, here near St. Louis. There's about 3 or 4 million people that live in this general area. And there's about 12 storm chasers live on Radar Omega right now on this exact area. There are not very many in other areas right now. It doesn't mean we're not going to see severe storms everywhere else, but we definitely will. But they definitely think the highest tornado potential is going to be in this area, at least within the next few hours. And you can see all the storms here that are firing to the west of St. Louis. It's going to get close here, guys. I think we're going to get a tornado threat here soon, just west of Pacific. I think there's a legit chance we could get a tornado here soon. Storm chaser Rob McBay, he's looking at this right now. There's a lowering developing near Pacific. Look at that lowering right there, guys. This might become tornadic here in a few minutes. That is it looks like a large wall cloud there that is developing. So we are going to keep an eye here on this storm here. This is a hook that is developing right along an outflow boundary, and this could also lead to a tornado risk going towards Pacific. This is getting very interesting right now. The storm north of St. Louis, I think, has a much lower chance of producing right now, but this one off to the west is really trying to organize right along a boundary. I'm gonna keep Rob on the bottom left there. Thank you, Jordan, for the super chat. Where are all the other storms coming from that we need to worry about in St. Louis? Right here. We are going to have a train of supercells off of these little outflow boundaries over the next couple of hours. And this is going to continue to lead to probably at least a few tornadoes. You know, another thing to point out here is that the traffic is probably going to be pretty terrible over here in St. Louis with all the chasers here. I'm not sure how many chasers are actually out there today. I don't, you know, for today being a moderate risk, I don't think nearly as many chasers are on these storms compared to what we had yesterday. You can see all the green dots here. Those are storm chasers. Most of them are near St. Louis right now. There are some further south, but a lot of them are near St. Louis. And so that's definitely not what you want to see if you live near St. Louis. But I would say our next storm that we need to be watching for outside of the one near Collinsville is going to be this one right here that's trying to latch on to this outflow boundary right now. That's going right into Gray Summit. Storm chaser Rob McBay is going through the jungle right now, but you can see the very dark skies off to the left. There is a wall cloud from what we can see from the ground level. So there is some sort of lowering here near Augusta. And so I do think this is going to try to produce a tornado at some point here soon as it goes into Gray Summit. Shout out to Brian with the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. And also Emmy with the super chat. Will St. Louis County South get hit today? It's possible. Yeah, but you could get hit literally anywhere near St. Louis. The Supercell is still trying to latch to our outflow boundary. We do have storm chaser Nick Gorman there. Carmen Parmello is also here. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Let me put Carmen on the bottom right side of your screen in case you can see anything. Actually, that's a pretty good shot of this storm right here. If he has connection, which I don't think he does. Back to him in a second. Nick Gorman has the view of that shelf cloud rolling in right now. The storm is still tornado warned right now, just to the east of St. Louis. If you are in downtown St. Louis, you are not in a tornado warning right now. However, we are watching this storm off to your west for that next tornado risk. A lot of storm chasers are kind of sitting here, just kind of waiting for this storm right now. And so this storm is going to be heading basically directly towards you guys here over the next few minutes. All of our storm chasers are losing connection right now. This is back to Rob McBay. This is what that storm looks like right now, west of St. Louis, near Villa Ridge. Look at all the people outside here. There's people outside watching the storm coming in right now.
Take down.
Yep.
They're just watching the storm. I guess this is what you do out here in Missouri. You watch the storms from your front yard, from your driveway.
Don't need to fix that.
Hey, I'm for the super chat. Sign up for Max Alert today. She's about an hour northwest of St. Louis. Hopefully she stays safe. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this storm. Once again, there is a little hook developing near Gray Summit. It is north of our main boundary, but it is still possible that it can produce a tornado here. We got a lot of storms that are trying to go up in this general area. A little update for those that are back over along the Kentucky and Indiana border. We do have a damaging wind and hail threat that is evolving right now. These storms are all mainly producing damaging winds and large hail. There is a risk even of some giant hail with these storms, especially near Dale, Indiana, moving into Huntingburg. That storm's likely producing $1.25 to $1.5 sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger than that, going towards Ferdinand and near Jasper. There's also another storm right now near Washington that is moving towards Bedford. These are not going to be the kind of storms that produce much of a tornado risk. They'll be mostly producing the risk of large hail and damaging winds. I'm not ruling out tornadoes with them. It's just a lower chance right now with these storms. There will be more supercells that develop this afternoon in this general vicinity in southern Indiana and western Kentucky that also lead to the risk of tornadoes. But one of the reasons why today's tornado environment is just so favorable for tornadoes is because of how much wind shear we have and how strong our low pressure system is. There's a lot of reasons, but those are a couple of them. And if we look at our significant tornado parameter values for today, this gives us a pretty good idea of where our highest tornado risk is going to wind up being. You can actually see where that boundary is set up right now in Missouri and as well as Illinois. So this area right here, that's a boundary. That right there is where there's a very high likelihood of us at least seeing a few tornadoes and even some strong tornadoes within the next hour or two. And then once we approach 1 to 2 o'clock, notice how those numbers and those colors get brighter. So this is going to lead to a higher tornado potential. I think the highest tornado threat for today will be from 2 until 10. I know it's a large window, but that's the time frame that we have a much higher risk of seeing tornadoes. And then by 3 to 4 o'clock, we're going to have really high values even near St. Louis. The STP values are near 6, 6.5. This is a scale of 0 to 10. Anytime you get over 5, you can easily see intense to violent tornadoes. So today's environment going to get really favorable. We'll have a very favorable corridor here setting up from St. Louis and southbound all afternoon. Yes, there's a risk of tornadoes everywhere else. That's going to be the main risk areas here. There will be a risk of strong and even maybe an isolated and intense tornado down in Arkansas and even Tennessee and Mississippi later today. And this is going to continue into the evening hours. And even by 7 to 8 o'clock, look how high these numbers get in a much larger area. So from southern Illinois back into northeast Texas, we got values all over 4 or 5, which means strong tornadoes are 100% going to be on the table here this afternoon. We could even have some 7s. Some 7s are possible after about 8 or 9 o'clock there in far southeastern Missouri, just south of Cape Girardeau. There is a reason why today is a moderate risk of tornadoes here across the Midwest. Our latest radar scan definitely looks very contaminated here on the supercell that's moving into Glen Carbon. We have a lot of storm chasers that are on this right now, and none of them seem to have any sort of definitive lowering on this tornado warning. I think that's the tornado siren that you can hear there. You can faintly hear the tornado sirens here near Edwardsville. That's the shelf cloud that's going right overhead right now.
Inflow notch. If there's a tornado, it'd be right next to me somewhere. I'm not seeing really any rotation. There was a little bit on the.
We're playing a drinking game. We're watching your stream. Every time you say we have a lowering or Riley says this meets the criteria for blank, we drink. Hey, Jamie, for the $20 super chat. Sounds like a terrible idea, but thank you. Thanks for your participation. This is also what the storm looks like from storm chaser Nick Gorman here on the northeast side of St. Louis. Large shelf cloud blanketing the skies.
He's almost here, so let's see.
I gotta say though, with that,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
With that drinking game, you are going to be hammered within the next 2 hours. We have a new tornado warning on this same supercell. That is going to be for those that are in Edwardsville, just north of Collinsville. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter, getting away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. All right, so Edwardsville, just north of Collinsville. It's the same supercell that we've had tornado warning here for a little while. It's going to go right towards Marine, Highland, and Grant Fork in Illinois. So we need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Nate Jill for the super chat. We still need to be watching this storm over here, just west of St. Louis. This is right along a boundary. If it can latch onto the boundary, this will probably be the next tornado-producing storm here near St. Louis. That's the storm that Rob McBay is on the bottom left side of your screen.
Yeah, they just extended it.
This is the tornado warning that just got issued here. This is where storm chaser Nick Gorman is located.
Chasers.
He's located near Maryville right now.
Pretty good spot right now.
Yeah. I'm not going to get too much of the camera.
Oh, you're good.
This is for those in Madison County, Illinois. Good shout out to BML for the $100 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Ben, for the super chat. Ben for the drinking game.
A tornado the other day.
I saw the video.
Appreciate the super chat. So that's a live view of the storm right now. Carmen Parmel has been driving kind of underneath the shelf cloud for a while. On radar, the rotation again does appear to be really strong, and there is definitely a risk of a tornado. I'm just not sure it's latching to the boundary. This is our boundary right here. And what needs to happen for this to produce a tornado is that the hook echo needs to reach out to this outflow boundary. That's that little line that I just drew. This right here. That flat line. That little light green area. That's what we see on radar sometimes. It's an outflow boundary. So there is a chance that this could produce a tornado. The rotation looks really strong, but I'm not entirely sure that is actually fully legitimate. I'm kind of waiting to see if, I mean, again, there's chasers on this. We're looking at them. Don't see anything yet, but if we see something, we're going to let you know. Huge shout out to Snowman with the $50 super chat. Where's the Helinator at? Guys, we have an update on the Helinator. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's on the way. He has a new windshield too. He got a new windshield somehow within like 4 hours. If you guys were watching yesterday's stream, his windshield got absolutely demolished. Bro has a brand new windshield though. He was sitting under a tennis ball plus sized hailstorm yesterday. This is video from yesterday. Yeah, he drove through it too. So his windshield got absolutely demolished, but the Helinator is back in action. I guess this is live. This is a live stream. Congratulations. Thank you, Hanso, for the super chat. You see the pictures of that storm just outside of Edwardsville? I have not. We have chasers on it that we're looking at. If you guys do have photos and videos, you can send it in to us.
Yeah, it's happened to my mirror.
Reports.maxvelocitywx.com.
I was looking at the main
Storm chaser Nick Gorman
I'm like, that's not supposed to be there.
is just south of Edwardsville right now.
That's a satellite.
Wow, look at this, guys. John McKinney has a crazy view of the shelf cloud. The tornado will be back on the left. This is near Collinsville. This is on I-40 or I-255. Look off to the left there. That's the area of interest. It is very dark out there. That's Safe Life sponsorship. We do not have a Safe Life sponsorship. I wish. That'd be awesome. We get all of our storm chasers like a windshield repair sponsorship, and they can drive into hailstorms all they want. That's what we need. Thank you, Patrick, for becoming a member. I think that's a pretty big liability, but I mean, hey, if there's a hail repair company that wants to sponsor these chasers windshields, reach out to us. That'd be kind of crazy. That'd be crazy cool. Hey, Brett, for the super chat. Curious if Springfield, Republic, Missouri area has to be on high alert this afternoon. Guys, if you live anywhere in the yellow, orange, or red, you gotta be on high alert. I don't really care where you are in this area. Like, we could have strong, long-tracked, intense tornadoes literally anywhere here. We could have very large hail. We could have damaging winds. All those threats are in play in this area. So if you live in these areas, you need to be alert. Go to maxvelocitywx.com/severe weather to see your exact location and see if you're in that risk. But I really recommend staying on high alert. It doesn't matter where you are. This is going to be a tornado outbreak, we think, today. I'm very confident that we're going to have a tornado outbreak. We only have one tornado warning, but it's only 1 p.m. Peak daylight heating doesn't happen until 5 or 6, and we are going to probably see a lot more tornadoes here soon. This is Storm Chaser John McKinney looking at our tornado warning cell right now. The area of rotation is directly in the middle of his screen there. This is also Nick Gorman, who's a little bit closer to it. He's in Troy. He's just kind of waiting for this storm to come in. It looks like there's a little, I think that's just the outflow boundary right there on the right. That could be an inflow tail, though.
It's hard to tell if that's velocity or sideways.
This is now over Glen Carbon in Illinois.
We need another scan to really know. If it is velocity, we're doing pretty well. What's that?
Hey, Lou Bell for the $20 super chat. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. I don't have any numbers on that. We don't track.
Last scan.
I mean, none of our chasers have ever gotten injured, I don't think, storm chasing.
Guys, we'll see. We're gonna head.
At least, like, actually injured. This is John McKinney. What that is above his head. I think it's just the shelf cloud rolling by. He's inside of the tornado warning right now near Collinsville, Illinois.
Man, that was a gust.
The only storm chaser that I know of that has been injured, I saw it in person. Connor Croft. He tore his ACL I think he got like some sort of meniscus injury too, playing pickup game of basketball at Chaser Summit back in February. I was there. I wasn't involved. I was out of breath, I'm pretty sure, on the bench. But he ended up getting an ACL tear, and he's still chasing. He's still out there chasing. You know, he's just west there of St. Louis, so he's still out there. He's bottom. There you go. This is Connor. He's chasing with the torn ACL. But he has some people helping him. What was that weird looking thing on the left there? You guys see that for a second? I don't know what that was. Go back to live radar here. Storm Chaser John McKinney. Actually, look at this. This is Carmen Permello. He's located just south of Edwardsville. This is the very low clouds here. There's a hook echo again over Maryville. I'm not seeing very strong rotation, but if there is a tornado, be over Glen Carbon. This is live. A little lightning strike there off to the right too. This is inside of the tornado warning right now, live. Hey, Carmen for the super chat. Today gonna be the worst day of the week. Very easily could. Today does have the potential to be the worst day of the week. Again, it's kind of subjective though, in a way. Like there are situations and there are events that happen, like the Enid tornado, for example, like that. You could consider the worst day of the week, even if today had 40, 50 tornadoes. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's all subjective. Some people have different opinions on stuff like that. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman is looking at that large shelf that's coming in right now. No definitive wall cloud from what I'm seeing. It's a giant shelf cloud. But if there were to be a tornado, it would be located basically right over Glen Carbon, Illinois right now.
We have an area of clockwise rotation here. Swap cameras.
Talking about clockwise rotation. Clockwise rotation only happens with 2% of tornadoes. Apparently there's clockwise rotation somewhere. I don't see it on radar.
Area of clockwise rotation here. So that means that it'll be just a little bit to our left.
This is inside of the tornado warning. Also, Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill is looking at the storm in Gray Summit, Missouri. This storm is trying to become tornadic. It is directly west of St. Louis right now. And this one's going to be basically beelining it towards St. Louis and Concord and Oakville and Arnold. And Clayton's also going to be in the path of this storm. If it can latch onto the boundary, it's going to be producing a tornado threat here very soon. So if you live over in St. Louis, we definitely got to be staying weather aware right now, as this storm does continue to track to the east. Very ominous skies right now. This is the storm that I'm talking about here on radar. It is going to go right towards St. Louis. It is a very early stage supercell that's trying to develop, but we got the outflow boundary over Pacific, right over I-44, and that's going to go directly up towards Wildwood here soon. Got some live radar mega cameras here too, looking at this area of activity. Clouds are very low to the ground. Look how dark it is out here. Just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. Good shot to Laugh with the $20 super chat. Is there a chance for Princeton, Indiana to get large hail today or tonight? There definitely is. Yeah, there's a risk of large hail for most places that are in the risk of severe weather. Not everybody, but most people are in the risk of large hail. Look at this incredible looking shelf cloud here.
Nice view of a tornado, and then bam, power line appears.
The Storm Chaser Nick Gorman on the tornado warning.
So this is our
You seen anything?
rotation right here.
See if Nick Gorman's seeing anything here. Looks like that would be the area of interest.
Just keep your head on a swivel.
I got left on red. You can see it spinning a little bit there on the right. That's the area of where the tornado would be located. Again, we don't have one right now, but that's where the tornado would be trying to drop here over Glen Carbon and Edwardsville.
All right, guys, right now we're just sitting, waiting. The storm is adjusting this boundary, so it's just trying to get a defined area of rotation right now.
We got a couple of areas that it's trying to latch on.
Yeah.
I got left on red, guys.
But once
I
it
talked to
does,
Nick Gorman, bro. Didn't even
it'll
respond. Let me
Hey,
see if he'll respond this
rapid
time.
sinking motion in front of us.
Hello.
Rapid
Yeah.
sinking motion. You see that?
Yeah.
I got left on red again. Bro, he's leaving me on red. He's leaving his boss on red.
Hey Max, just to give you an update, we're seeing some rotation. Looks like the storm's trying to get a defined base, but there's a few areas of rotation that we're watching right now.
All right. He
That would
responded.
be nice view of a tornado, and then bam, power line
Sheesh.
appears.
Thank you. Bro has responded
looks
to
like
us.
The storm's trying to get a defined base, but there's a few areas of rotation that we're watching right now.
We got this large area of just like, okay, there's a lot of spinning areas that we're looking at on this tornado, like this tornado warning cell. None of them are like condensing into one area. There's one on the right there. There might be one in the middle somewhere. I don't know. I didn't see the one in the middle. That's the more definitive one I see is having the curvature edge of this storm cell. Point it out right here.
Should we keep going
Right
on this
there
road?
is where I'm looking.
Which way? North?
Yeah.
Give it a little bit of time.
I think Gorman would make a great pilot, by the way. He kind of has that voice
At the
for
rate
it.
that is doing this, it may not need much time.
We're 10,000 feet in the air altitude.
The one's going this way.
We'll be arriving to Orlando, Florida in about 30 minutes.
So we have out. No, we'd be in the RFD here to see where it'd be wrapping. So the one's going the correct direction.
Our rotation right now is located right over I-70 and 270. We go right towards Marine and Highland. Does Max pay chasers? We do. Almost all these guys are paid full time. We have a lot of chasers. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now on radar. The storm has been struggling to latch this hook echo, but it's been trying. And so that's what Nick Gorman's been looking at. We also have storm chaser John McKinney, who's on the same storm too. I don't think he has connection, but he's also right along I-55, so we're keeping an eye on him as well. Third back off to the west, we are watching that storm that's trying to come into St. Louis right now, just north of Pacific. It's very hard to tell if it's really rotating right now or not, but it is going to go right into the St. Louis area here soon. So if you live in St. Louis, again, we are not done with severe weather. We really got to be watching this storm closely in case it does decide to produce a tornado as it continues to move east-northeast. Eric Fox is looking at the storm over here near Pacific, Missouri, which is the one that we're basically trying to watch and see, hey, is this thing going to produce something? Well, it's going right towards St. Louis, so we got to keep an eye on that one. Gas prices there are $3.79 in case you're going to get gas there. This is live from Nick Gorman.
It's like a beginning off right there.
Which again, very low clouds. We're looking at basically this base here for something to try to spin up. There have been cases too where we've seen quick tornadoes, on these outflow boundaries, and that almost feels like what might happen here is that we could get a quick hitting tornado that develops right underneath that very low cloud deck,
Farther it gets away from radar, we'll better view.
going directly towards Marine and Highland. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Is not sleeping part of being a meteorologist? Yes. Yeah, we don't sleep. Thank you, Natalie, for the $25 Venmo donation. Thanks for all of you folks, too. I appreciate you tuning in.
Turn right.
Max, you need to have your own t-shirts and coffee cups and stuff. I do have my own t-shirts and coffee cups. I just don't wear or use any of them. I wear the Hook Echo t-shirts.
Can we turn around?
Yeah, turn.
Maybe this is a curse in disguise. Maybe having a Hook Echo t-shirt
There's nobody
leads to more tornadoes.
We're still good in positioning.
What do we think?
All right, turn around here.
Yeah.
Give it 1 second. Holy crap.
Not seeing a tornado as of right now, but that's the area of interest.
Yep. Alright, car coming.
We're going to continue to keep an eye there on storm chaser Nick Gorman. And I think John McKinney has come back. He's currently, I think, at a gas station over here just to the south of that area of rotation. He's basically looking at the same thing. He's parked, probably getting gas or something like that. Might be getting a little snack at the gas station. But that's the area of interest right here that we are looking at for, again, a potential tornado threat. The rotation is right along the outflow boundary, going right over I-55, and it's going to be tracking the Marine, Highland, and then Pocahontas, Illinois. You guys are going to be in the path of this. So if you live in this tornado warning, again, we got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, because if a tornado drops, there is a risk also of a strong tornado. We got a lot more storms going up right now directly to the west of St. Louis. We're watching this one that is directly west of St. Louis near Pacific. No new updates right now, but it is trying to rotate. And if it does begin to rotate, there could be a more legit tornado risk. Got a few live cameras over here on the Radar Omega app west of St. Louis. The one that's loading, I think, would have the view of the storm, but it's getting windy out here over Merrimack Bluffs. There you go. So that's a live shot of the storm. I think the wall cloud are lowering, though. Would be off to the right. This is the leading edge of the shelf cloud that's basically south of the interstate. But a very beautiful live shot there. About 69 degrees right now in Merrimack Bluffs, and we are watching this little storm here near Wildwood for a possible risk of a tornado down the line. Again, not for certain, but it is possible that it could try to do something. So we got to continue to watch that one closely. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Also, thank you to Will for the super chat. Will Lynn, Missouri have bad weather later? You could have bad weather anywhere in this tornado watch. You could really have bad weather anywhere in the severe risk area. Again, I have a lot of people asking me, like, am I going to see bad weather? Am I going to see a tornado? Am I going to see Bigfoot today? Doesn't matter what it is. Like, I mean, guys, there's a risk anywhere here today of seeing significant severe weather all across the Midwest, all the way across the Mississippi Valley. If you live in the risk area, there's a risk of bad weather. And saying bad weather, that's subjective. Bad weather could be having 4 raindrops in your backyard. It could be having a EF4 tornado. Like it's so subjective. So, but bad weather's possible anywhere. If you're just talking about severe weather being bad, there's a risk everywhere today in the Midwest and also back to the Mississippi River Valley. And today's risk of severe weather is a moderate risk. This is a closer look at it. So St. Louis, Taylorville, Illinois, Mount Vernon, Marion, just west of Paducah, back into Poplar Bluff, also Rolla, Farmington, Jackson. This is where our highest tornado threat is going to be today. This is a tornado-driven moderate risk of severe weather that we have in place. So several tornadoes are going to be possible here. There's also a risk of, very large hail and damaging winds. All that's on the table. But one of the things I'm the most concerned about is that we have a legit risk here of EF3 plus tornadoes. So St. Louis, St. Charles, Farmington, Paducah, Paragould, Dyersburg, even down into Jonesboro, Arkansas. There's a risk of an intense EF3 plus tornado today. But zooming out a little bit, our tornado threat does go from Milwaukee and Rochester all the way back into Tyler and Shreveport. Though the tornado risk isn't as high, let's just say in Wisconsin, for example, there is still a risk of tornadoes. There's still a risk of damaging winds, and I don't think hail's really much of a risk up there, to be honest. And even down into Texas. Large, very large hail and damaging winds are also concerns. As a reminder, the 45% wind risk on its own does not classify as a moderate risk. So what we're looking at here is actually an enhanced risk of damaging winds, but this does indicate basically widespread damaging winds are likely this afternoon and evening in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and back into Missouri. So there's a 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. Hey, Anthony, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We have one tornado warning as of right now. The main area of rotation currently is located right over I-70. Going right towards Highland and Grant Fork and Pocahontas. We have several storm chasers on that storm right now, so we're still watching that one. We're also keeping an eye on the storm near Wildwood. Wow, look at this, guys. This kind of looks sketchy. This is the storm going, this is the one that's going to St. Louis right now. That looks sketchy. It's right behind the hill there. So there's one of the Radar Omega cyclone ports. You can watch these inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. This storm, again, could get tornadic as it goes towards St. Louis. That's kind of what we're watching to see what happens here, because the hook is going right here towards Kurtwood. We have Storm Chaser Tornado TRX, who's over on the west side of St. Louis, just north of Oakville. So we might be looking at it too. Even though it's behind the main boundary, it's trying to latch onto a separate boundary, which could produce a tornado threat. How much do one of those houses cost? Let me know because I need one. Bro, I'm not a real estate agent and I don't know. They do look nice though, I ain't gonna lie. This is in Merrimack Bluffs. This large like whale little thing here, that right there is the shelf cloud. Looking back in here to the left for something. Be like a lowering. Max Realty? Max Velocity does real estate. Yes. We're going to start our own real estate company. Absolutely. Specifically only for Tornado Alley. What we're going to advertise as real estate agents is that you live in Tornado Alley. So you probably shouldn't live here. Hey, Samantha, Samurai for the sewer chat. What's Dyersburg looking like today? We're looking at all hazards. The higher end tornado threat does exist down there too. So I think what's going to happen here in a few hours, if we go through the future radar, what's going to happen in a few hours is that we are going to have supercells developing right along the Mississippi River Valley. And these are going to be leading to significant tornadoes along with all the other storms over here in Missouri and Illinois that are also going to lead to that same hazard. There will also be increasing storm activity in the Midwest. That could also lead to damaging winds and tornadoes. There will be increasing storm activity near Dallas-Fort Worth. That'll lead to large hail, damaging winds and tornadoes. I mean, there's going to be storms everywhere. Like literally by 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, storms are going to be widespread. But over the next several hours, they will be scattered to numerous, and any supercells that are out there will have an elevated chance at producing tornadoes. And I think those supercells right along the Mississippi River Valley will get going within the next 90 to 120 minutes. And once these get going, we're also looking at an elevated risk of tornadoes. So this is kind of a separate threat, but this is also a threat. Like, I mean, there's several areas, but these are the two main tornado corridors that I'm looking at over the next 3 to 4 hours. The storm definitely looks sus right now. Here in Merrimack Bluffs, this is live, just west of St. Louis. Also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning there in Kansas and Missouri. Got a severe warning in Kansas. Kansas doesn't even have that much of a threat of severe weather today. It definitely looks sus. That is a lowering. It's not rotating much, but it is very low. It's right along the Southland boundary. When do you sleep, man? Never. Never sleep. How many chasers do you have in your team? We got 10 main chasers. We work with a lot more than that, but work with 10 chasers right now. We're probably gonna be adding 2 more here soon. It does look like it's spinning a little bit there on the back left. They just added a tornado possible for the severe warning, guys. That is an area of rotation that we are looking at in real time in the middle of your screen. This is going to be heading right towards St. Louis. They just added a tornado possible tag for this. And there's a pretty clear reason why. That is an area of rotation that's going right towards St. Louis. They just added a tornado possible severe warning west of St. Louis. So if you guys have friends or family in St. Louis and they're not for some reason tuning into our stream right now, share the stream with them. It's pretty important that they're aware of this. Some people right now in St. Louis might have no clue that there's a second storm coming that could have a tornado potential. This one also has one. Going directly into St. Louis here in about 10-15 minutes. It is broadly rotating. We got 2 different hooks that we're looking at, 2 different outflow boundaries, and they're kind of trying to latch onto them right now. We're also watching the tornadic storm over here near I-70. That one's been struggling. We're still watching it. Yeah, this camera, the Radar Omega Cyclone port here, has had a phenomenal view of the storm rolling in for the last several minutes. It does look like there's something developing right there, guys. You see that? Looks like a little wall cloud right there. And it is spinning. Like, you can see the motion. It definitely has more of an RFD surge, like a rear flank downdraft that's spinning it more than the inflow. The inflow's not strong enough yet, but if it gets more of an inflow, this thing's going to drop a tornado. Huge shout out to Dirty with the $100 super chat. I finally found time to say thank you, Max, for saving myself and many others after that tornado came through. Lena, Illinois, longtime follower and subscriber. I love Max Alert, and you saved many people that day last week. Well, I'm glad I could help, man. That was a pretty scary rain wrap tornado that happened. And this is live right now, just west of St. Louis. We got a rotating wall cloud. Rotation is not strong enough, in my opinion, on radar to prompt a tornado warning, but there is a convergence signature trying to come together here just east of Wildwood. That's going to go right towards St. Louis. Very, very suspicious. That looks sus. It is sus. This is a live camera from Merrimack Bluffs. If you guys want to watch this camera, you can go into the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description and look at it. Looks like they're actually zooming the camera in, so they're actually controlling it right here. Look at that. We got control. We got a camera control person doing it. That's the area of interest right there. Do it a little bit right and a little bit up, and it'll be perfect. Hey, Margaret, for becoming a member. Huge shout out to all the camera control people in the world. Doesn't matter where they're at. They make our lives easier here on these streams, being able to see stuff. We had an incredible camera control guy last night over in Missouri. Some random traffic cam guy controlled the camera and was able to show us people that were out there in the rain during like a baseball-sized hail warning. Is there any way to shift the camera up? I don't know if there is, but if there's a way to shift it up, that'd be perfect. So again, this is going right towards St. Louis. We got a little wall cloud there that we're looking at. So again, this is going right towards St. Louis. We got a new radar scan coming. I'm going to keep that camera on the bottom right side of your screen. Hey, Amber, for the $10 super chat. My husband and I have been watching you a lot recently, and you've helped keep us safe. Any idea when Bloomington normal might get hit? There will be another round, I think, in a few hours. It'll probably be sometime around, like, I'd guess, maybe 6 to 8 in that time frame. Here's the latest scan. The Hook Echo's gotten a little bit more defined near Kirkwood, waiting to see if the velocities match up with it. That is the storm rolling into St. Louis right now. Not tornado warned, but does have a tornado possible. The velocities are not super strong right now. They're still not converging very much, so it's definitely not strong rotation, but it is trying. The Supercell, the only issue it has really is it's not latched onto the outflow boundary. It's kind of the same issue that the other storm has near I-70. They have continued this as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, so they just continued it. Thank you, Jaxie, for becoming a member. Thank you, Humble, for becoming a member. Thank you, Hank, for the super chat. Huge shout out to John with the $200 super chat. Spam W's in the chat for John. He says, what do you think about Milwaukee, Wisconsin for issues later on? It should be mainly an isolated wind threat. There could be a brief tornado threat over there. I don't think it's a very significant one today with all the convection that's been out there this morning. Huge W's in the chat there for John. Really appreciate that. I'm going to continue to have that camera on the bottom right side of your screen so you guys can see it. Again, that is live right there west of St. Louis. This storm, it looks pretty nasty. Looks like a nasty, nasty storm that we're looking at here. So we're going to continue to watch this really closely. One thing I do want to point out is our significant tornado parameter values. This is the latest meso analysis. What this means is that this is real-time data that we are looking at where our highest tornado threat is currently located. And it is basically setting up, at least for the exact moment, in these contours here. So near St. Louis, off towards the south there of Kansas City, north of Joplin, back over here into Memphis, all the way down into Texas. So any storms that start firing up in this area will be capable of strong, intense, maybe even long-track tornadoes. Same thing with St. Louis right now. There isn't much right now over in Arkansas or even North Texas, but this area will start to get more favorable later today. It's just kind of a matter of time, really, until something happens there. It's wild that this camera can still see this storm here. This camera is still looking at the one here that's going into St. Louis. We've been looking at a lowering that's been just turning a little bit on the left. Looks like it's becoming a big shelf. Hey, Dirty, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that. Did the Hail Master get his windshield replaced? He did, guys. Mr. Ryan Schull, he has a new windshield. This is his new windshield. His windshield, the Hailinator, lost his windshield yesterday. He got a new one. I don't know how in the world he got a windshield that quickly, but that's pretty impressive. He was in Springfield last night. He got it first thing this morning. Got a brand new windshield. Maybe the guy knew him. I don't know, but yeah, he destroyed his windshield on our stream yesterday as he drove into a baseball-sized hailstorm. I don't know how many windshields he's gone through in his lifetime, but we definitely need a counter. We need like a counter of how many windshields he's gone through. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We actually got two. We have one that just came in for those in Indiana and Kentucky. This will be mainly near Louisville and back towards Indianapolis. Large hail and locally damaging wind threat will continue across west central and southwestern Indiana. Most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 110 miles per hour. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then up to golf ball sized hail is possible. And we also just got a new one, which is a lot higher end. So we'll talk about that here in a second. There's a high end mesoscale discussion that just came in, and we'll be talking about that here in a moment. Again, this is a live shot from Merrimack Bluffs, Missouri, looking at a tornado possible severe warning. There's an area of rotation on the far left, kind of where you see that little slanted shaft. The velocities on radar have remained broad, but this storm has kind of merged. So what we've seen over the last several minutes is that this storm here was 2 supercells. It's now merged into 1. So if this merges into 1, it could become more dangerous as it moves towards St. Louis and Collinsville. All right, this is a higher end one. We'll talk about it in a second. I guess Riley's going to come on. Never mind. Thank you, Riley, for the super chat. What do you think of eastern Iowa today? Will we see tornadoes? Eastern Iowa, I think the tornado risk is low because of the morning convection that came through. Just so I can draw on this camera. This is looking at the storm right now that's going into St. Louis. Got quite a bit of vertical motion. There's not a whole lot of horizontal motion. Hey, Judy and Holly for becoming members. Guys, Dalton with the Venmo donation. This is the best weather channel. Thank you for all you do. I really appreciate that, Dalton. Thank you. What about South County, St. Louis? What is South County, St. Louis? I've seen a couple people say that. Is that like right here or something? Really the one big problem that we have right now for like St. Louis and anywhere near this is that this boundary here that is set up, any storms that fire along it are going to be tornadic. I mean, we have a giant, wall that is developed here west of St. Louis. Like, this is the reason why we are concerned for the next really hour or two with the St. Louis area. Granted, again, it has not produced a tornado yet from what we've seen, but it has been rotating to some extent, not strong rotation, but it is organizing. And it just looks scary in general. Just looks sus. Not a whole lot else to it. Just looks suspicious. Thank you, Emmy, for the super chat. Oakville, yeah. So if you're down here, I mean, we gotta watch for any storms that form off to the west. That's mainly what we're looking for right now. We have this large boundary that is set up here, and so any storms that form along it, they're gonna try to hook to the outflow boundary and produce a more significant tornado threat. And a lot of storm chasers right now, like Connor Croft, for example, they're kind of south of it right now. And there's a reason why. I mean, most chasers are trying to stay south of that boundary. North of the boundary, there is still a risk of tornadoes and stuff. It's just not as high. Specifically St. Louis, though, like this storm's trying to latch to the boundary, and if it does, there could be a tornado risk. We got a large wall that's developed right here near Kirkwood. And that's what we're seeing right now in this camera, is that exact same thing. Carpenter for the super chat. Can you talk about how favorable the atmosphere is to support a derecho straight line wind threat? I'll talk about that in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so that the SPC did just update that mesoscale discussion. This includes places like Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, Paducah. This is a very high-end mesoscale discussion. We're talking about hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter and tornadoes up to 170 miles per hour in strength. This is probably going to be one of those upper-end watches. I'd not be surprised if we saw a 95, 80 watch or something like that, or maybe even a PDS tornado watch. This is basically the main area of interest today in terms of the supercell tornado threat. So if you are inside the circle yourself, the time to start preparing is now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So if you guys live right along the Mississippi River Valley, we ought to be getting ready for this. Most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 170 miles per hour. That is an EF4 type tornado that it could go up to basically in this area. So you got to have that tornado action plan ready to go. If you have friends or family here, share the stream. We'll be covering this all day for you guys. We have a new tornado warning here in Illinois. This one's going to be for Pocahontas, Greenville, west of Pleasant Mound. We got to be taking shelter right now. If you live in Old Ripley, Pocahontas, Grand Fork, the north side of Highland, and also Greenville. I'm honestly not sure why they've continued a tornado warning here, to be honest, but this has been tornado warned as far west as St. Louis from about an hour ago now, and is now moving towards Greenville and Pleasant Mound. So take shelter. It's right along an outflow boundary, and if we do get a hook echo along that outflow boundary, there will be a risk of a tornado. Right now in St. Louis, we are watching that large shelf roll into the town near Webster Groves. This is live, looking at that large shelf cloud and wall cloud. It's right there in the middle. It's getting kind of far away from the camera now, but this is going directly into St. Louis right now. It's quite the storm. And so we're continuing to keep an eye on this. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is also now coming up on this storm. He is live inside of the Radar Mega app. He's also now going to St. Louis, and you can see the leading edge of that shelf cloud here. Hey, Nico, for the super chat. I asked if I was going to be cooked yesterday driving through St. Louis. He said, yes, I can confirm I am cooked. I am just passing through St. Louis. I do remember your question. Thanks for the super chat. Bro is officially cooked. We really need a cooked meter. I do wonder if Jacob is going to keep up with this storm and go into St. Louis or not. See if I can get Jacob on here. Jacob is currently very close to this storm. He's bottom middle of your screen right now. The storm is trying to hook, and there's actually another storm that just went up over Pacific. Look at this right here. We'll have to watch this. It's a very new storm here, but that's also trying to develop a hook. That's going to go towards St. Louis too. We also have some new storms going up down over to the off to the north of Evansville. This has been going on for a while, but a large line of thunderstorms is still pushing through Indiana right now, moving in the direction of Louisville. Over near Mount Vernon, we have new storms going up. The risk of tornadoes with that activity is very low right now, but damaging winds and large hail, maybe an isolated tornado will continue. We do have a tornado possible severe warning for Sullivan, Cass, and Jasonville, Indiana. Tons and tons of lightning on this activity too. These are some pretty dangerous storms, but luckily it's been a weakening line, and hopefully it continues to do that. We are starting to see our first signs of convection in southeastern Missouri. Got a couple little cells that are trying to go up over near New Madrid and Waldron. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on these. Again, this is in that high-end mesoscale discussion that was just issued. We will get a new tornado watch probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour for this entire area. We are expecting a very significant tornado threat to develop right along the Mississippi River Valley today. It is vital that you are staying weather aware down there. A lot of our storm chasers are going that direction, which probably means something's happening down that direction here soon. Over in St. Louis, we got another storm rolling in right now. I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis, including areas like St. Louis and Collinsville for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Could even get a tornado possible tag on it. The storm has had a wall cloud, as we've seen from that camera on the bottom right side of your screen. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is currently live just south of that. If you live in St. Louis, what you do not want to do in a warning like this is park under an overpass. That's the last thing you should be doing. So it's a very, very dangerous storm still. See if we have any photos and videos. If you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Got some new photos actually from St. Louis and some other areas. Let's check it out. This is a new photo from this morning over in Johnson County, Kansas, of a giant tree that got snapped. We actually had a train that was flipped over on a railroad track over in Columbus, Kansas last night. That was the PDS tornado warning near Joplin, Missouri. So there was a train flipped over. That was probably from a tornado last night. That was in the side of that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is a photo from Clayton, Missouri. So right there near the Chipotle Mexican Grill with this explosive storm. Thank you, Hannah, for sending this in. This is right over there near St. Louis while a tornado warning was in effect. This is also in St. Louis, Missouri. Very ominous skies as the tornadic supercell rolled in about an hour ago. You got people standing outside literally watching from their car. It's absolutely... Bro, 2026 is so crazy. I feel like we're living in a simulation. People are just standing outside watching tornadic supercells now. It's wild. This is a photo from Columbia, Missouri of that whale's mouth that we were talking about, basically the undercarriage of a shelf cloud. Also, we just got a new severe warning for St. Louis. We'll talk about that in a second. This is also a photo from St. Louis of the scud rolling over the city. This is where a tornado was trying to organize over in St. Louis. Thank you, Coco, for saying that in. Here's a photo from Franklin County, Missouri. Over Highway 50 looking east. Great photo there. University City of Missouri. Another really dark looking photo. This is a shelf cloud over St. Louis from just a few minutes ago. Here's a video also from St. Louis. Big inflow tail right there. That's the area of interest. And then this is just everything else at the shelf. From Fenton specifically. Hey, Stephanie, for becoming a member. This is also in St. Louis. Who's in this tall of a tower? Like, we need to get a camera on one of these towers right here. If we can get a camera on one of these towers, let us know. if you live in one of the, if you live here or work on one of these towers, and we put a camera right in this window, let me know. This would like be a perfect view every time we get a tornado warning here. Reach out to me on our website. It's over in St. Louis, Missouri as well. Same thing. Hey, Al Kim, if you got a place to put a camera here, let me know. We put a live camera here, right here in St. Louis. That'll be so sick. Reach out to us. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis. If you live in St. Louis, we need to be taking shelter as we have 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible tag on this severe warning. It is right near an outflow boundary. It's going to go right into Swansea and as well as Collinsville here soon. So get ready for this storm. St. Louis has already been hit once. You're getting hit twice. Might even get hit a third time later, too. Huge shout out to Dirty with another $100 super chat. Will it be messy in Northwest Illinois later today? It will be messy. I wouldn't say it's going to be too significant, but it will definitely be messy. We have a new severe warning right along the Kansas and Missouri border. That is for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We will be monitoring an increasing tornado risk on this storm. If we go over to our meso analysis, which shows us where the greatest tornado threat basically is right now, we do have a growing tornado threat right in that exact area where that supercell is. So just south of Belton. The highest tornado threat right now is basically setting up along the Mississippi River Valley and then over here near St. Louis and just south and west of St. Louis. So it's a pretty large area that we're looking at right now. In case you missed this, we do have tornado damage from this morning sent in by Alex Pickman over on Twitter. This was tornado damage, we believe, over in Rennick, Missouri. Tons of trees down and as well as signs and billboards blown over around the area. Trees were very heavily damaged. If I had to guess, this was probably a tornado this morning. And there was also some sort of fire that happened here. Any Blue Eye and Bella for becoming members. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another Storm Prediction Center update. This is a mesoscale discussion for parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Severe potential is going to gradually increase over the area, and we're going to expect to watch for that area shortly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So if you live over here near Joplin, if you live over here near, you know, I think it's Columbus, Kansas, and just northeast of Tulsa. We need to have a tornado action plan ready to go. It's going to be a very active afternoon down there as well. We don't have any storms yet that have fired, but we are starting to see our first storms fire up in southeast Kansas and just south of Kansas City. Huge shout out to Zyflin for the $100 super chat. My name is not Vince, but he says, I appreciate the work and effort you put into chasing. Stay safe out there. Is that a troll? Not a chaser, man, but I appreciate the $100 super chat. I'm a digital chaser, I guess. Kind of, in a way. First said I'm a chaser. Chicago area outlook, mainly looking at a damaging wind threat. This is what it's going to look like here in a few hours. I'm going to show you guys a little future radar so you get an idea of what's going to be happening here. It's going to get crazy. Like, I know I would say we're a little early into today's event. It's only 2 o'clock. Like, we went live pretty early for a reason. There was a tornado warning in St. Louis, but like the threat is going to rapidly ramp up here soon. Like, this is what it's going to look like by 4 o'clock. We are going to have widespread supercells all up and down the Mississippi River Valley. And also a bunch of these going up over here in Missouri. So by 4, there will probably be upwards of a dozen tornado warnings. And it's going to get even worse by 5. They're going to be everywhere. This is 5 o'clock. If you look at these little ovals here, these are updraft helicity tracks, which means storms are rotating. There's going to be a lot of them over the next few hours. By 6 to 7, even 8 o'clock, they're everywhere. At some point, though, around 7 to 8 o'clock, this will congeal into a large line of thunderstorms, which will still lead to tornadoes. They could be strong and intense, but it'll also lead to a much more significant damaging wind threat. I had somebody ask, will there be a derecho today? I don't think so. Not in today's setup, but a very severe mesoscale convective system does appear likely. So I would expect a very significant damaging wind threat here from Indianapolis all the way back into Arkansas. A bunch of discrete supercells are on the table. It is going to be a very active afternoon and evening. There will be a boatload of tornadoes, I think. I mean, again, this environment is very favorable. Even right now, like this is right now, our STP values. They're pretty high right now near St. Louis, but they get a lot higher everywhere else late this afternoon into the evening. There's even an area here just west of Memphis around 11 o'clock that has significant tornado parameter values near 11. These are some crazy, crazy soundings. So we will see what happens. Back over in St. Louis, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now with the tornado possible tag. We got a little hook that's going right over St. Louis right now, but not really any sort of crazy rotation on this. We're still watching it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, they have issued a tornado warning again for St. Louis. So if you live in St. Louis, you need to take shelter. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is now the second time in the last hour and a half that we've had a tornado warning in St. Louis. So if you live in St. Louis, we got to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to get away from windows, and you got to get to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. If you are in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure, or you got to get into a ditch. This is a very dangerous supercell. It has already had a large wall cloud, and it is still trying to produce a tornado. You should have closed-toed shoes in case there is an actual tornado when it drops over St. Louis. Get those. But if you're like right in the downtown and heart of St. Louis, we should not be going and getting that right now. We should just be going to our safe place. If you live in Collinsville and Glen Carbon, you can real quickly get some closed-toed shoes and whatever you got to get, but you got to be running to your safe place otherwise. So again, downtown St. Louis, you are under another tornado warning. Our hook right now is located directly over the downtown area of St. Louis, Missouri. This is a live shot currently from St. Louis, looking at the lowering off the distance. And we will have, there's a lot of other live cameras here that we're keeping an eye on. Well, that's at least one view here from downtown St. Louis. Thank you, Amber, for the $10 super chat. Thank you also DD for becoming a maximum velocity member. Storm is already produced some pretty significant winds, and it might be trying to produce another tornado threat. I know Storm Chaser Ron McBay, he's bottom right of your screen. He's actually just south of St. Louis, so we're keeping an eye on him. In case this thing does decide to produce a tornado. We got 2 Storm Chasers near St. Louis right now. Also, the tornado warning over here near Greenville, that has been canceled. So this is the main supercell right now. If we have a tornado, it's going to go right into St. Louis here in a second. This is another live shot from downtown St. Louis. Huge shelf right there. We're looking for a tornado on the left side of your screen. Alexis for the super chat. I appreciate that. Latest scan, if there's a tornado, it would be near the Tower Grove South on the east side of St. Louis, just outside of the St. Louis University. And it's going to be heading into Washington Park, Illinois here in a moment. So the latest scan, that hook echo is right over now the heart basically of St. Louis. It's going to go towards the Cahokia Mounds State Historic Site. And then it'll go into Collinsville here in a second. Just got a new radar scan. We'll look at velocities here in a moment. Thank you, Parker, for the super chat. Velocities are still 4 minutes behind. We're waiting for a new update. If there is a tornado, though, that's where we're looking. There could even be a low tornado risk over here, too. There's 2 different hooks that are basically latching to these boundaries. And that one right there could end up being another area of interest right there, just northwest of O'Fallon. Here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing a really strong area of rotation. This storm has had a wall cloud, though, for a long period of time. If any of you guys do have any photos or videos, from one of those, places that we had people sending us photos and videos from, like the higher up buildings, feel free to send it in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We'll be keeping an eye on that in case we do have any views of anything here over the last few minutes. I know a lot of you guys are sending in photos and videos. This is moments ago from St. Louis. A shelf cloud rolling in. This is the same storm, by the way, that's tornado warned now. No chasers out. There's chasers, guys. Most of them are going south. There are a couple that are actually in St. Louis technically right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Troy and Warrenton for quarter-sized hail. And 60-mile-per-hour winds going right over I-70 right now. Waiting for another scan. If there is a tornado, it's going to be located right there. This is another live shot here in St. Louis. Trying to see. I can't really tell fully where there will be a tornado. Maybe left side of your screen. It's very difficult to tell, though. The wall cloud, though, is directly over, like, the naming of St. Louis. Like, it's over the... It's basically over the St. Louis University near downtown West. And it's going to cross into Illinois here in a moment. Near Washington Park. All right, we got a few more photos and videos. Let's see if we got anything here. Somebody was passed by the Dominator over in St. Louis a moment ago. There's tornado damage over in Lawrence, Kansas, or wind damage. Here's a photo from St. Louis, or a video just seconds ago here. This is over. Wow, look at this storm, guys. This is like just moments ago here in St. Louis. Look at all the scud there. It's not a whole lot of motion, but there's a lot of scud hanging down. Definitely a scary looking storm here. Stay safe, Keegan. Keegan's down here in St. Louis right now. And we just had this video sent in. Pretty scary looking storm. This is also in St. Louis. I saw this. I thought it was cool. What kind of cloud is this? That's probably a wall cloud, if I had to guess. I don't know for sure. I'm not sure. I'm guessing this is like literally just now. Probably a wall cloud, but if not, there's a shelf cloud there. Got big damage over there in Crown Point, Indiana. Lightning hit a tree, knocked out power and lines. Here's another video from St. Louis. This is, again, literally within the last few seconds. We have viewers right now in St. Louis that are sending us videos from St. Louis looking at this storm. And there's another view of the shelf cloud there. Can't tell where there's a wall cloud or a tornado if there is one, but it'll be, again, near downtown. This is from that university. Look at all the students outside. Look at all these people outside. Like, there's literally a tornado warning right now for this university. There are like dozens of people just outside walking around this fountain. Look at all these people. They don't even care. I mean, like, it's actually wild. I feel like we're living in a simulation. It's over in St. Louis as well, of the ominous skies. Wow, this is a scary one. This is also in St. Louis from somebody anonymous of that shelf rolling right into downtown right now. If you guys have any photos and videos from St. Louis, you can send it in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is probably the craziest one, though. We just got people walking outside. Iowa and Missouri people don't care, clearly. At least some people don't. Going back over to live radar, we still have a tornado warning right now. It does include St. Louis. The Hook Echo is now over near I-70, tracking directly towards Glen Carbon. And then Collinsville is going to be in the path of this. So you need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We got 2 storm chasers right now just off to the east of this that we are keeping an eye on for. Right now, our rotation is pretty weak on radar, but this has had a wall cloud. We had a wall cloud west of St. Louis about half an hour ago. And so this thing is definitely still trying to produce a tornado threat. We also have a new severe warning in Kansas near Garden City, just south of Kansas City for $half size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm is right now moving towards Creighton and Garden City, just west of Clinton. So if you are in this tornado warning, definitely be taking shelter. Or severe thunderstorm warning, definitely be taking shelter. Here's another live shot from downtown St. Louis. Can't see anything definitively in terms of a lowering from this camera, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Timothy, for the $20 super chat. Never grows old by saying thank you for your crew for saving lives. Can't do it without you guys. I'm not seeing a whole lot on velocities, but we still have a Hook Echo right over St. Louis. If there is a tornado, it is now just exiting outside of St. Louis, and it's going to go right into Collinsville and Glen Carbon, just south of the Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville. If you live over near Carlisle, Greenville, Vandalia, Salem, definitely be staying alert and have that tornado action plan ready to go, because this supercell is heading towards you guys right now. And it's going to be capable of producing a tornado. We have another severe warning in Kansas, just to the north of Fort Scott for quarter-size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Bourbon County in Kansas. We have some storms going up in that really high parameter space when it comes to tornadoes around the Mississippi River Valley. I would expect a tornado watch very soon. We got a couple cells that are trying to go up near Cape Girardeau and Bloomfield. Nothing severe. It's going to take a little bit of time for those to develop, but we're keeping an eye on those. These are some of the latest shots that we've had in St. Louis. A lot of you guys are sending in photos and videos right now from St. Louis, Missouri. It is very ominous out there. We got a large shelf cloud blanketing the skies, very low hanging scud features. Hey, Zyflon for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. You're good, man. Really appreciate that. All right, we got another new photo. This is from St. Louis as well. Very ominous skies. We got a new photo from somebody in Albuquerque, New Mexico, of the cat watching the stream. This is a photo from Newport, Illinois, which is very close to where this tornado will be located. Again, there are people literally standing outside in the middle of a tornado warning. Hey, I don't recommend it, right? But you do you. Got some people just standing outside in the middle of this tornado warning, just like nothing's happening. This is a video from St. Louis. Oh, there you go. That's the lowering right there. And there's a little bowl that formed there. Again, I don't think it's very tornadic, but it's all the scud hanging down. Great shot here from this anonymous person over here in downtown St. Louis just moments ago. Here's another view of the shelf. This is literally within the last few minutes. Hey, Core for the super chat. Been watching since 2021. Watching your channel grow as a subscriber has been a privilege. It's been a crazy growth. If you guys have photos and videos, feel free to send it in. QR code's on your screen. You are planning on taking photos. Take them safely. Not like the people that are walking outside like nothing's happening right now. John McKinney is currently coming up on this tornado warning cell. He is currently on I-64 near O'Fallon.
We don't want in here is
and so he is now entering into the, he's in the severe warning. He's just south of the tornado warning. Tornado warning still includes Collinsville and Glen Carbon, just south of Edwardsville.
Super political comments and all that.
See the very ominous skies here.
Definitely want to keep it. We want to keep it.
So we're going to continue to keep an eye on him. This tornado warning cell is going to be heading towards Edwardsville and Marine here soon, in Grant Fork and Highland. Thank you, Kay, for the $20 super chat. My son, soon to be 7 years old, Sierra, loves watching you and says she wants to be a meteorologist like you. Give her a shout out. Just did. That's pretty awesome. Samurai for the super chat just said, I just signed up for Max Alert, so I'll only get calls if storms are near my address. You'll only get a call if you are under a tornado warning or a severe warning for your exact location. But you have to program it, so it covers both. Like, it depends on how you program it. You can do whatever you want, though. But by default, we'll do tornado warnings. Latest radar scan, our strongest rotation, which, again, not very strong, is going into Mullenbrox, going right towards Maryville. It's basically deja vu to what we were looking at about 45 minutes ago. So if you live here, take shelter. One very interesting thing that I'm seeing on the meso analysis with our significant tornado parameter values is that it is rapidly going up west of St. Louis. The number is up to 7. This is a scale of 1 to 10. 10 is really, really significant. 0, it's actually a scale of 0 to 10. But 7's up there. You know, that's a very favorable tornado environment. So we got a pretty favorable tornado environment right now developing directly to the west of St. Louis. And it's starting to really ramp up, too, over there in southern Illinois and even southeastern Missouri. These areas are now nearing 4, 5, and 6 in some spots, which basically means there's a lot of wind shear. There's a lot of instability. Like, this environment, generally speaking, is getting a lot more favorable right now for tornadoes. It's just a matter of when those storms fire up. But you can see how the values have gone up a lot just within the last, like, half hour. Look at that. This is a half hour ago. This is now. Or this is only 15 minutes ago. So if a storm fires here west of St. Louis, it is going to be tornadic very easily. We're waiting to see if any convection bubbles up here north of Rolla. Got a new radar scan coming in. And our Hook Echo now is located just to the west of Collinsville. It's going to be tracking right into Glen Carbon here in a second. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is closing on this too. We got John McKinney with a live shot. He is just to the south of this, near O'Fallon.
Man, that guy.
So he's coming into this right now. We're going to keep an eye on him. And then Nick Gorman is also coming up on it with a large shelf out on the horizon. Very dark skies looking directly towards this tornadic supercell.
I wish we Americans had more of that wit.
Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is a new video from Mal, I think, in St. Louis. This is at 2:04 p.m. Sirens just went off. We had a lot of lightning strikes were seen at the time. Rain started immediately after. St. Louis, I feel like we covered literally every other week for tornado warnings. We've covered it twice in the same day now. More tree damage over here in Crown Point, Indiana from a lightning strike. And the second one fell due to wind. So we're in St. Louis as well from Mal of spooky skies. Spooky, spooky. This is St. Louis, Missouri from Katy. McKinley Bridge, looking at a large shelf cloud. Very low-hanging scud features, but again, not seeing any definitive area of rotation there. And then this is over in Missouri of the Dominator, fueling up next to the Dom. I've heard people have been falling around the Dom recently, and it's been getting really bad. Please do not follow around these storm chasers. It is so dangerous. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link in the description of the live stream as well. Nick Gorman's looking at the storm now. Wow, look at this guy. This is the one in St. Louis right now.
I don't like how elevated this looks.
So he's directly east of this.
To the left.
Left side of your screen is the area of interest for a tornado. And you can see there's a little bit of a kind of lowering there. It's not a big wall cloud or anything. That's the lowering. So it's looking directly at
Step 2.
the area of interest.
Too bad, Sasquatch. No helmet for you. Sometimes you have those days.
Yeah, that does look promising.
It's a wild-looking storm.
Off here, maybe.
That's not a bad idea. Maybe pass you just slow down right here at the sign.
I don't think I can cut across there.
Yeah, we got a nice big median right here.
Oh yeah, we do. And a lot of poles.
Well, a note to other chasers: when you pull off the road, pull completely off the road.
Yeah, or else Nick Gorman will almost hit you.
They're complaining about chasers not pulling off the road. That is a big problem too.
Perfect.
Bro, the chaser convergence the last several days has been so bad.
Just keep swinging.
It's the worst I've ever seen. There are so many like amateurs that are pretend to be storm chasers that have no clue what they're doing, and there's people that are really parking in the road and stuff, being crazy. Happened in Oklahoma. I don't think Missouri is as bad today. I don't think a lot of people are gonna be chasing here in Missouri other than professionals. And this is a day, guys, if you want to go into storm chasing,
What's
today's not the day. If you're trying to go into professional storm chasing, it's dangerous out there. Like, if you had any intentions of storm chasing at all, I just don't recommend. I mean, this is not the kind of environment that you want to be chasing in. There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of unpredictable storms that'll be going up today. You could get a significant tornado, and you might not even see it. It's not worth it. Stay home. It's really not worth it. I mean, the only people that are out there today, at least for us, they're all professionals. These guys are all professionals. They've been doing it for a while. They know what they're doing. Got a new radar scan coming in on our tornado warning here. Nick Gorman's on it. We also got a live shot bottom right. Again, no active tornado, just a lowering that we're seeing right now. Here's the latest scan. So if we had a tornado, it'd be located west of Collinsville, which we don't. We have plenty of live shots on this storm that we're looking at. That hook is going directly towards Highland right now. Got some storms starting to bubble up over here. Near Charleston and Cape Girardeau. We'll have a tornado watch here probably pretty soon. Nothing's organized quite yet, but it might begin to organize here soon. There's a few more storms going up off to the west of St. Louis. As of now, not tornadic, but if this storm takes a right turn, there is a possibility for a tornado down the line. So if you guys live over in St. Louis, I hate to say it, but there could be a third storm coming down the line. I don't think we're anywhere close to done. South of Kansas City, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Very large supercell developing here near Garden City, producing half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That'll track towards Creighton and U-Rich, and then after that going towards Warrensburg and Clinton. And there's also two more severe warnings in southeastern Kansas near Iola and Bronson, producing up to ping-pong ball-sized hail right now. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings over in Indiana. Big line of thunderstorms still going. Moving towards Bloomington. That'll be producing damaging winds, a lot of lightning. There is a low tornado potential with this line. And then Bedford is getting pounded by a quarter-sized hailstorm right now with frequent amounts of lightning. We're watching all those storms. The main concern currently is the tornadic supercells that keep going up right along this boundary. And right now we have a tornado warning still for Glen Carbon and Collinsville, Illinois. If you live in that tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter if you've not already. Do not be outside like some of these other crazy people. A lot of people outside for some reason. Got another photo here from St. Louis, looking towards the arch. Giant shelf cloud rolling in. Hey, Trevor for the super chat. As a born and raised Illinois, I have many childhood memories of watching tornadoes move across cornfields from the porch. It's a Midwesterner thing. It's valid. Let's say another photo from Madison, Illinois, of the storm rolling in. Some people are just at work right now. They're just trying to get their work done, and they're watching this tornadic supercell roll in. If you guys have any photos or videos from St. Louis or anywhere else, QR code's on your screen. Link is also on your screen. We are watching the storm roll in right now, going directly towards Highland. We also just got a new tornado possible label that is going to be south of Flora. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible tag that is going to be going right towards U.S. Highway 45 here in a moment. So if you live in this severe warning, definitely stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Shout out to Hearts with the super chat. My sister Elsa is near St. Louis. Just called her to make sure she is staying in her basement. Well, she can let that go here soon. Let it go. I'm so funny. Thank you for the super chat. Maybe one of the funniest people ever. People are saying, boo? Bruh, boo. That was funny. Hey, you know, Elsa doesn't have to be in her basement anymore, though. She's good. Some people call that an airball, but I thought that was pretty good. Nick Gorman is
we're going to be totally, if we don't, we're going to be totally screwed.
Inside the just outside of the tornado warning here near Collinsville. So doesn't look very tornadic right now.
Oh, there's tons of people do this. Okay, this is what the locals do. Or cops. I don't know. One of the
Steve Bar with the super chat says, is St. Charles supposed to get a serious wave after 4 p.m. and later. There is a chance. Yeah, St. Charles definitely has a risk of getting a pretty significant wave of severe weather here later. I mean, we're watching this storm off to your west right now. It's starting to take a bit of a right-hand turn. Looking at a big hail core going right over I-70 right now near Warrenton. So this is going to be producing some large hail here in a moment. There's also a risk of damaging winds. Nick Gorman actually has a really good view of the storm here near St. Louis. Now you can see that little scuddy feature off the left. That would be the area of interest, which again does not look very interesting, but pretty solid view of that just a second ago. But yeah, Warrenton and going towards Wentzville. This will be our next storm. So if you live in St. Louis, I would be staying tuned. If you want to leave though and come back in like 20 minutes for this storm, you feel free. You know, subscribe to the channel. That way you can come back. This storm is by no means. This area by no means is done. We got another storm coming directly at you. I hate to break it to you, but yeah, this is kind of the day it's going to be over here. A lot of models were showing that there would literally be overlapping storm after storm here in St. Louis. Like this is the HRRR. It just shows storm after storms, and it shows storms all the way through like 8 o'clock in St. Louis, which is pretty crazy. But within the next hour, we are expecting a lot of storms to go up right along the Mississippi River Valley and also back over here near St. Louis. We got 2 areas that we're looking at for significant severe weather, and it's going to be pretty widespread by 5 to 6 o'clock with a bunch of discrete supercells. So things are going to get going really, really quickly. Here's our satellite imagery right now across the Ohio Valley. See all the storms starting to go up back over to the south of Kansas City. Got a large cumulus field along the Mississippi River. Got storms going up near St. Louis. Pretty cool looking satellite. It's very milky all across Indiana, Ohio, and Illinois today. Which is going to help to suppress some of that tornado threat, at least in Indiana. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. That's going to be for Bloomington, Bloomfield. A large but broad area of rotation right now near Bloomfield. It's going directly towards Guthrie, just south of Bloomington. So take shelter if you're in this warning. They did not put a tornado possible on this. We're still keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Karen, for the $10 super chat. Shout out to the Pages family. Mom says stay in the basement from St. Charles. Yes, St. Charles does not have to be in the basement right now. You are okay. You're not under any warning. Anyone lighting for the super chat? I live in Rolla. Oh, it's Rolla. On a scale of 1 to cooked, where am I sitting? You're cooked. Congrats. We're about to have a big hailstorm here going right over this Interstate 70 near Jonesburg and Warrenton. If you are traveling right now along Interstate 70 between New Florence and Wentzville, Illinois, or Missouri, excuse me, I would be getting off the interstate here. And we got a big hail core that's going right over the interstate. That's probably at least around golf ball sized hail. And that's going to eventually go towards Moscow Mills and Troy. So this storm is definitely getting a lot stronger right now. Rotation's pretty broad. We'll be looking for the south flow boundary here with the hook to try to produce a tornado risk down the line. But for right now, it's at least low. Max must have gotten good sleep. He's extra funny today. I did not get any extra sleep. I don't know how much sleep I even got. I'm trying to think. I only got like 7 hours maybe, or 6 hours. It was not that much. It wasn't as much as I was hoping for. Because I went to bed at like 4. I got up at 10. And I went back to bed for like an hour. So I got up at like 12. But yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal sleep. This is our storms back over in Indiana right now. We got a giant shelf cloud here. This is the line of thunderstorms that's moving towards Bloomington and Bedford. Got a little blue tinge back in there. So those are water droplets that are basically reflecting off the sun and creating this blue color that you can see there. This line of storms has been going all morning. It had a bunch of tornado warnings in Illinois. Some of you might have woken up to them, or maybe were at school or work when they were issued. We had a bunch of tornado warnings, even including Champaign and Urbana and a few other locations. We weren't live. We were trying to get ready for this live stream here today, as this afternoon is going to be way more significant. We would have gone live if there was an actual tornado. We never saw one. The rotation was pretty broad too, but this line of thunderstorms right now is definitely something that we are going to be keeping tabs on, because it is going to have the capability of producing a pretty significant wind threat for the next hour or two as it continues to move to the south and east. The bathroom for the super chat. Currently taking shelter at my grandma's in Randolph County, Illinois, while I safely go back to Belleville around 10 tonight. I think storms will be done by 10 here, at least near St. Louis. They have canceled the tornado warning, so no longer a tornado warning here for Collinsville and Edwardsville. We are mainly looking at a lightning, large hail, and damaging wind threat. That's all heading right now towards Pocahontas, Greenville, and Pleasant Mound. The next storm for St. Louis is this one right here, guys. That's going to be the next one. And it's kind of going more to the north and east, but it definitely could take a turn. And if it does, it'll go more towards St. Louis. The storm's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so it's very fast. So it's kind of the general timeline. If it were to take an east turn, it'll arrive to St. Louis within the next hour. Hey, Joey, for the $50 super chat, my cats won't let me take them to the basement, so I've accepted it. I may die today. Well, I appreciate the super chat. Those poor cats. I don't think the cats understand the tornadoes and severe weather and all that. I don't know what would happen if my cat ended up having to, if I had to take shelter, my cat was just like hiding somewhere or whatever. I don't even know what would happen. I feel like my cat would just be shocked. Usually just goes and hides under a bed though. If I ran after and like I scared her, I think she would go hide under like a bed. I'm at school in Indiana. Fishers. Who's at like how many? Anybody know of schools that are closed today? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bond and Clinton counties, and as well as Madison counties in Illinois. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think it's safe to say the tornado threat on this storm is lower for the time being, unless it can catch up to the outflow boundary, which it might. At least for right now, it's not. Most of them in St. Louis are closed, is what I'm seeing. Finals week, no shot. Well, there's a shot. I mean, we got a moderate risk of severe weather. That's at least enough for a lot of places to have an early dismissal. So we got a moderate risk in Illinois and in Missouri. This is, again, a level 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, where a tornado outbreak is looking very likely this afternoon and evening. It even includes a small sliver of Kentucky. Mayfield is on the edge of that moderate risk. Paducah is too. This moderate risk was expanded to include the Mississippi River Valley. So it has grown. But the tornado risk is what this is driven by. We have a pretty large 15% tornado risk, which means there's a 15% chance within a 25-mile radius of strong and even long-track tornadoes. And then there's a double-hatched area. This right here is what we call a SIG-2 tornado threat. It's new to the Storm Prediction Center. What this means is that this is an area where they have confidence that EF3 plus tornadoes are going to happen today. So if you live in southern Illinois, if you live in western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and southeast Missouri, those are the areas that we really have to be staying alert today. You gotta be staying tuned to the stream. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. It's gonna be a very busy afternoon here. And I know there's no warnings right now, tornado warnings at least, but that does not matter. It does not take away from the fact that probably in about 2 hours, there's gonna be a lot of warnings. We're here early because things are gonna get going pretty quickly. And once they get going, there's no looking back. It's gonna be very, very active. There's also a very significant wind threat. We do have I have issued a flying trampoline basically warning here for the entire pink area. So your trampoline, if it's outside, it could go to another state today if it's not hatched down. So you should hatch down your trampolines if you live in the pink. So if you live in near Cape Girardeau, if you live near Jonesboro, Arkansas, Dyersburg, Tennessee, Clarksville, you're under a flying trampoline warning. I've issued it. The Max Velocity Weather Service has issued it. Not actually, but you know what I mean. There's gonna be flying trampolines out here. There's about 6 million people that are in that warning though. So get ready. Your trampoline could wind up in another state. We have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning west of St. Louis again. These never stop. We got another supercell here near Warrenton that's going to try to produce a risk of a tornado. Again, St. Louis, northern side of St. Louis near St. Charles, O'Fallon, Wentzville. We got to be really staying weather aware right now. This is going to be going directly towards you guys. They've upgraded this to a tornado possible tag. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in western Missouri, north of Clinton. That will be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going directly towards Missouri 13 near Windsor. We have another severe warning. That's in Iowa. Our first severe warning of the day. Tiny little storm up here producing quarter-sized hail. Just west of Forest City. What's the trampoline gauge today? It's at a high level. It's going to be real. We're talking high level threat of flying trampolines today. If I could put a risk for the flying trampoline meter, which I'm getting the flying trampoline meter out here, we're gonna show you. Problem is, I have way too many folders on this computer. Where is my stream folder? Is it weather forecasting? I have no clue where this is my computer anymore. My computer has way too many files. We've got to clean this computer out. Oh, I found it. All right, here's your flying trampoline meter risk for today. This is an actual meter that we've made. These are actual photos. They're not AI. These have happened. This happened from the Great Trampoline Outbreak in North Texas. I believe this was back in March of 2023, maybe 2024. So we have all sorts of people that submitted their flying trampolines, and I mean, today we're on extreme risk if you live in that pink. You need to hatch them down. You don't want your trampoline to end up like this tonight, on top of a power pole. Hey, Star, for the Zero Chat. I'm in school in Indiana Fishers. I read that. Thank you, Gail, for becoming a member. I did stream that day, I'm pretty sure. I streamed the flying trampoline outbreak. It was quite the outbreak. If your trampoline goes flying today, do not blame me. I've given you the warning. I've given you all you need to know. There's going to be a lot of flying trampolines. Here's a zoomed out view of our entire region right now. We got tornado watch in effect in the pink. That includes most of southern Illinois and Missouri. We will have a new tornado watch very soon for the Mississippi River Valley. We also have a couple of severe watches. We have one in Indiana, Kentucky, and very far eastern Illinois, and then another severe thunderstorm watch, which was just issued recently for northeastern Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, western Kansas, and also southeastern portions of Kansas. I think I said western Kansas, western Missouri, southeastern Kansas. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. That is for Chanute and Humboldt for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We had a lot of damaging storms here yesterday, so hopefully these are a lot less damaging. We have a update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I want to talk about what we're seeing with the sea field we have over in western or southwestern Missouri and northeastern Oklahoma. That's the area right here, and this is basically the part of the storms that are going to eventually move into the environment where it's a little bit more favorable for tornadoes. These storms are, or I guess these clouds are starting to get a little bit taller. They're looking a little bit more bubbly on satellite as of the last few satellite updates. So watch this area right here, as well as basically this whole area right here, to see if we see any of those get just a little bit bigger. If you guys look up here, that's sort of what it looks like when storms first start to initiate. And once we start seeing that further off to the south, that is when we know that it's go time for big tornadoes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, that's definitely an area that we'll be keeping an eye on. The STP value is not very high there, but that'll change very, very soon. So storms are starting to try to bubble up there. We're not seeing much on radar, but you can see the line here. That's your boundary that storms are going to try to go up on. Looks like something's maybe trying to start to develop there near Miami. So storm initiation looks like it's going to happen soon. Any storms that fire there will likely track in the direction of Springfield, Bentonville, and Fayetteville. So if you guys live in any of those three areas, definitely your time to start getting your tornado action plan ready to go and having ways to receive weather alerts. We got a pretty significant hailstorm about to cross over Missouri 7. This is producing at least golf ball sized hail. This is going to be a pretty damaging hailstorm here. So if you live over near Creighton, hopefully you're not driving here, but definitely get off the roadway here and avoid this area between Clinton and Garden City. That is a very dangerous hailstorm that has gone up over the last several minutes. The storm that is west of St. Louis continues to have my attention here. It's right along a boundary, and the hook is trying to latch onto the hook echo is trying to latch onto the boundary. And what's happening right now is that this supercell is starting to take a right turn. So once it takes that right turn, it might produce a tornado risk as it goes towards Wentzville, O'Fallon, and St. Charles. I'm going to kind of just outline this general area here, but if you live in this area, those are places that need to be staying very weather aware right now for an increasing wind and hail threat and also an increasing tornado threat. It would be really crazy. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it would be crazy if St. Louis was under 3 separate tornado warnings today, and this was the other one that did it. And there is a chance of storms in St. Louis all the way through like 7 tonight. So the next 4 hours, we could have severe weather pretty much. And you can see the velocities here. The green is getting much stronger. That is your rear flank downdraft. That's the wind from coming in the storm. It's getting stronger. It's a very large area of just wind, though. There isn't anything converging yet. But if this starts to converge, if we start to see the velocities kind of wrap around each other on radar, that's when we usually see the risk of a tornado increasing. So it hasn't happened yet, but it might be in the process of starting that here just west of St. Louis near Wright City. And they just issued a new severe warning for it. So there's a new tornado possible severe warning for Wentzville, Ellsbury, Troy. That one will go all the way until 3:45 Central Time. So quite the long warning. Got a lot of lightning on this storm too. The main concern currently is quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we are also monitoring the risk of a tornado. Thank you, Sabra, for the $10 super chat. I submitted 2 photos of the storms going through Bronson, Kansas. One is a large shelf, and the other one is just clouds. I'll definitely look at it. Let's go over to our latest photos and videos. We got some more that have just gotten submitted. Thank you, DW, for becoming a member. This is a new photo from Perion, Illinois, specifically from Peoria. A large shelf. By the way, guys, I want to remind you that this is an approval process for these photos and videos. Please stop sending us really random photos of your feet or whatever else. We got to stop, because it literally does not help at all. It's not ever going to end up on stream. We have a very strict process of how photos and videos get submitted. Like, stop it. It's literally stupid. Anyway, Landry for the super chat. The people that moderate this stuff are getting angry. Thank you, Landry, for the super chat. Sign up for Max Alert. Well, thank you for signing up. Yeah, if you guys need an extra way to receive weather alerts today, check out Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. Thank you, Light, for the $10 super chat. You're the professional. I'm not. So, in your professional opinion, should someone get a tattoo and a trailer in the middle of a field during this storm? Literally asking for a friend? There's no way that's true. Or if somebody's getting a tattoo in the middle of this, that's wild. Latest scan on the supercell west of St. Louis. The hail core is getting a little bit bigger. We got a little bit of white popping up now on radar. So definitely some large, possibly very large hail now coming down directly over the Fawn Lake Airport, just north of Wright City. That's going to be tracking towards Moscow Mills. The storm is trying to go a little bit more towards St. Louis. So we definitely got to watch this closely, in case this does want to produce the risk of a tornado. Got storm chaser Nick Gorman inside of the severe warning right now, back over here near Greenville, Illinois. You can see the wind starting to pick up at Casey's. They're getting out of their car to go get a snack in the middle of the severe warning. W. Got new flash flood warning in Monroe County, Missouri. We got a lot of flash flooding risks increasing too. That's another concern. Where's that camera on the bottom left? Is that looking at the storm near Wentzville? This definitely looks like it's trying to converge right now. Got a little bit more rotation, at least trying to form right now, directly west of St. Louis. I do want to remind you guys, if you live in St. Louis or any of the suburbs, we definitely need to have, we definitely got to stay tuned for sure. And the tornado threat, again, is definitely not super high right now, but this storm is still in an environment where it's favorable for tornadoes, and it might try to do something here soon. We're starting to see a little bit of rotation trying to develop there. This is live from Troy right now. Troy, Missouri is about to get hit pretty hard by some large hail and damaging winds, maybe even a tornado threat. Thank you, Javi, for the super chat from the Czech Republic. Love your streams, even though we barely have any tornadoes over here. It's valid. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. That one will be for Clay and Richland counties near Olney. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This is a very powerful line of thunderstorms right now. It is all tracking down to the south and east. If you live in any of these areas in Indiana or Illinois, we definitely got to be, getting ready for this very significant line of thunderstorms. Mostly should be wind and hail. The higher tornado threat will be out of anything that's discrete. We are starting to see some cells going up right now, back over here, right along the Mississippi River Valley. Nothing's at least grown to the point where it's severe, but I think that'll change here pretty soon. Hey, Kayla for the sewer chat. My family loves watching your streams. You're always a topic of conversation. Max is live. W. You please show some of the funny viewer submissions. Well, the problem is when we usually show the viewer submissions, it's in the middle of warnings and stuff like that. There you go. We got a new tornado watch for Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee. There are 6 different states that have just been issued into a PDS tornado watch. All right, guys, we have a PDS tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that was just issued. I'm gonna go to standing mode here. We're gonna have it on the map here in a second. This is the highest level tornado watch you can possibly get. So this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that was just issued. Let me go ahead and show you guys. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Kentucky, for Illinois, for Indiana, for Missouri, for Arkansas, Tennessee. Several strong tornadoes are likely in this area. There could be intense tornadoes. There could be long-tracked tornadoes. This is a very dangerous situation here. So if you live along the Mississippi River Valley, this is where you have got to be getting ready for a very significant tornado outbreak. Once again, this is the highest level tornado watch that can be issued. There's also a threat of scattered hail to the size of tennis balls. And also risk of scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So again, this is a very dangerous situation. If you guys have friends or family that live here, they got to be tuning into our stream. We're going to be live again all day. Commercial-free coverage. We don't run commercials while there's coverage other than, you know, when you click on the stream. That's it. That's the only time. Other than that, you can watch the stream. There's no commercials. So if you have friends or family in this area, share the stream with them. We'll have a bunch of chasers out here all day. It's going to be a very dangerous situation across this entire area. This goes until 11 p.m. Central Time, right along the Mississippi River Valley. We're expecting several discrete supercells. A little over 3.5 million people are in this PDS tornado watch. Once again, that is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch. The probabilities of at least 2 tornadoes is 80%, and at least a EF2 plus tornado is 80%. They've mentioned several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes are likely. That means EF3 plus tornadoes are on the table. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was going to go ahead and just read that whole entire watch graphic. Ignore this for now. The SPC's website is a little bit slow, so that warning or that watch will populate soon. But this tornado watch does include Northeast Arkansas, Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana, Western Kentucky, Southeast Missouri, Western Tennessee. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is the highest level of tornado watch that can be issued in terms of the level of the tornado watch. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes are likely. Once again, we are talking about EF3 tornadoes or stronger, and multiple of them as well. Scattered large hail and very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter are possible, and damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely. The summary from the Storm Prediction Center is that intense supercell development is expected to occur through late afternoon, with a multi-round severe storm outbreak occurring across much of the region this evening. As we see the environment continue to improve, this includes the potential for tornadoes, some of which are strong and intense. Once again, we're talking about EF2 to EF3 tornadoes or higher, as well as large winds or large hail and damaging winds. This is the highest level of tornado watch. It is a particularly dangerous situation, and this will be a very significant tornado outbreak getting underway shortly.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So again, it's really urgent, guys. If you live here in this tornado watch, you've got to be staying weather aware. This is not something that you want to mess around with. When we get a tornado watch like this, there are very few times that we've had a PDS tornado watch where we don't have significant or even long track tornadoes. It hardly ever happens. We almost always have a really significant outbreak that happens. So if you guys live in the pink here, we need to be staying very alert this afternoon and evening. Multiple strong long track tornadoes are going to be on the table. Nothing again has gotten tornadic yet, but we are only probably half an hour to 45 minutes away from starting to see our first severe storms fire in this area. That could easily produce the risk of all hazards, but the tornado threat, again, one of the more concerning things that we're looking out for.
A new tornado warning has
We do
been
have a new
issued.
tornado warning in Missouri. This one will be for Wentzville, O'Fallon. This is a storm that we've been talking about for a while. There is a convergence signature coming together on this. So if you live in this tornado warning near O'Fallon and Wentzville, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to be getting away from windows. This is a pretty dangerous supercell that's developing right now, just off to the northwest of St. Louis. And bro is showing off his salami on the bottom right. This is going to be going directly towards St. Charles and then eventually going towards O'Fallon as well. So you need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Got to get to a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure or get to a ditch. Mobile homes could be heavily damaged or destroyed by a tornado like this if there's one on the ground. Apparently, the National Weather Service of Paducah accidentally canceled the tornado watch. So I don't think that was definitely not intentional, but they accidentally did. All right, it's already back in effect. All right, well, that's interesting. So again, if you guys live in this tornado warning, got to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. Bro, the core's going private. Bro, I just looked to the bottom right. I'm like, bro, that's salami. That's so out of context. Hey, Yaha for the super chat. Thanks, Max, for all you do. Riley and the crew we are doing. I tune in even when I'm not in a warning or watch simply to learn. Didn't know PDS Tornado Watch existed. Yeah, PDS Tornado Watches do exist. I am definitely a little bit more concerned about this storm compared to the other ones that we've had near St. Louis today. This storm right now definitely has a more definitive area of rotation. We are starting to see a much stronger convergence signature compared to what we've seen previously around St. Louis. You'd see the velocities are getting a lot stronger right now around and just south of I-70. There's a hook echo, obviously, but we're definitely seeing more convergence. And what I was talking about is the winds were very straight. They looked like this. They were very straight. Now they're curving a little bit. They got a little bit of curvature. I can't really do it with my hands, but they're basically curving more on the velocities. And that means there's more rotation. And it's more of a convergence signature that's coming together. This is also a live shot over back in Indiana from Jennifer McMahon of a giant shelf cloud. This is a very significant line of thunderstorms near Lugu Tree, Indiana, that is producing damaging winds. They also just issued a new SPC Outlook. The SPC just issued a new outlook for today. It is it's still a moderate risk, obviously. I'll have updates on that here in a second once it fully comes out. If you're just tuning in, tornado warning in effect right now in Missouri, just outside of St. Louis. You need to be taking shelter now if you're in this tornado warning, putting as many walls between you from the outside. This is a dangerous supercell. In my opinion, this has a better chance of producing a tornado than what we've been looking at from earlier. There's a pretty clear convergence signature coming together on radar. And so if you live in O'Fallon, Lake St. Louis, St. Peter, St. Paul, like, we got to really take shelter here. This is a very dangerous storm. Queen with the $20 super chat says, I'm listening to the stream while at work here in Northeast Ohio. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. All right, here's our latest radar scan. See what the velocities look like. Joe, the sewer chat says, live in live in Denver and love you as a whole team. Shout out to Riley. Haven't missed a live stream since Lake City. Pretty impressive. That latest scan definitely looks a lot more organized. We might have a tornado dropping right now just outside of O'Fallon. A lot stronger of rotation coming together right now. You can see the velocities, they're really ramping up. This thing is definitely converging. We're getting a much stronger inflow going to the storm. That's that warm and moist air that is going into the supercell. and the rotation is now wrapping around it. So we now have our rear flank downdraft surging out, and that's why we have this like little hook that's been developing, and it's right along the outflow boundary. So this is going to have a potential of producing maybe even a strong tornado here in a few minutes as it moves into Lake St. Charles and as well as O'Fallon. You really need to take shelter right now. Wentzville, you do not want to wait any longer. You got to run to your safe place in case this does produce. Do not try to look outside for it. Got to be taking shelter here. I do want to remind you, if you're just tuning in, we do now have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This is the highest level tornado watch you can possibly get for those that are over here in Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, or Illinois. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that's in effect, where several strong tornadoes are likely. Scattered tennis ball sized hail and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely. We are beginning to see storms initiate now, and those are going to quickly become tornadic. So if you live in this area, now is your time to review your tornado action plan. If you plan on going somewhere tonight, if you're like, out here and you have a meeting tonight at like 6 o'clock, you should know what you're doing in any situation of there being a tornado warning for your exact location, whether you're driving, whether you're at that meeting place, maybe if you're going to, I don't know, a Cub Scouts meeting or something. I don't know what it is, whatever you're going to. If you're going somewhere and you know who runs it, ask them, what is the tornado shelter for my place if we're under a tornado warning tonight? That way you know ahead of time and are not caught off guard. Because if you're going somewhere tonight, like let's say your friend's house and they have a mobile home, like you don't want to be there tonight. That's not the place you want to be. If there's a tornado warning and you're in a mobile home, you might be screwed. All right, so you really need to figure out what you're doing ahead of time if you're in this area. And it goes for anybody in the tornado risk, but especially this area where several strong tornadoes are likely. We could easily have long track tornadoes as well. Hey, WGV for the super chat. Michigan City, Indiana, crazy winds right now. How bad is it supposed to get? It's going to be mostly wind for now. There will be another round of storms later tonight. We got a pretty large line of thunderstorms that's tracking down in the direction of Louisville and Evansville. This is going to be producing damaging winds for a while. A lot of lightning. Probably quite a bit of hail as well. It's going to be a pretty dangerous line. Waiting for another radar scan here on the storm near O'Fallon. This is still a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here. It is tornado warned. Could produce a tornado at any moment. You need to be taking shelter now if you live over here near Wentzville or O'Fallon, and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. The storm does have a potential of producing a tornado, and very easily could at any moment here. The storm development reminds me of the May 16th, 2025 outbreak. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana and Missouri. We'll talk about those in a second. Waiting for the velocities to update here. If there is a tornado with this storm near Wentzville, it's going to be located directly to the south of Wentzville. And in about 3 minutes, it'll move into Lake St. Charles, or sorry, St. Louis, Lake St. Louis, and then move towards O'Fallon in about probably 8 minutes. And then St. Peter's is probably about 10 to 15 minutes out from now. Latest scan, not as strong of rotation, but it's probably cycling, which is not a good thing if you live down the line here. If it is cycling, it's going to produce a higher tornado potential once it gets closer to St. Charles. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those that are in Columbia, Missouri, near Centralia. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana near Bloomington. This is mainly producing damaging winds and large hail. There's a little bit of rotation embedded in this, probably just contaminated, but we'll be keeping an eye on that near Guthrie. Lots of lightning with this line as well. Back over to our PDS tornado watch. We are beginning to see some convective initiation over here near Cape Girardeau. Again, nothing has actually scaled up into a supercell yet. This is very early stages, but when you see these little tiny showers pop up on radar, a lot of the time it doesn't take much for them to actually grow into a big supercell. There's probably a little dry layer or maybe a little cap in place right now that's preventing them from growing up. But within the next half hour to 45 minutes, we do think they are going to quickly become supercells and produce the risk of tornadoes. I'm not just saying that. I mean, if you look at any future radar model run, this is what it's going to look like by like 4 o'clock, for example. The HRRR has supercells all over the place here, right along the Mississippi River Valley. And has supercells in a lot of places also, over here in Missouri and Illinois. So it's going to get pretty wild here soon. Definitely got to stay aware. Got a video sent in. Where was this again? This was Indiana, right? Got a hail falling back over in Bloomington, Indiana. This was just moments ago. A lot of small hail coming down. And the wind was picking up here in this person's backyard. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We got a couple more photos and videos from you guys. This is a video here from Monroe County, Indiana, sent in by Chris of a hailstorm by Bloomington. I think this is the same hailstorm. Got a lot of hail coming down. Max, is this the same shirt you wore last night? No, I have several of these Nike t-shirts. These are... I have like 3 of each color. So if you see me wear the same one, that was actually not intentional. I think I was wearing a light gray one yesterday. I should have probably swapped to a different color. I have like 3 of the same shirts. Oh my goodness, guys. Flying trampolines. This is what we're talking about. We need, trampoline outbreak. It's possible today. This poor trampoline over in Benton County, Missouri. Condolences to the trampoline. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new precipitation discussion from the Weather Prediction Center. This is for flash flooding and flooding overall. I want to draw your attention to south central Illinois, where there is the potential for 3 to 5 inches of rain or more just north of that warm front. That would certainly cause substantial flooding, and this is probably going to become more of an issue to the north of the severe threat throughout the day as we see more rainfall in the same areas over and over again.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, definitely another concern. We got a lot of rain that has already come down near St. Louis, for example. Like St. Louis has already seen 2 different storms. We're out of actually 3, I think. This is gonna be like the 4th one. St. Louis has been hit pretty hard, and there's a lot of other places that have too. So we already have a lot of flash flood warnings out there. We got some in Illinois. We've had some already in Missouri, and I would expect more to come. Right now, we do have a tornado warning for O'Fallon and the Lake St. Louis area west of St. Charles. We still have a large hook echo and a pretty strong inflow going into the supercell. It is still trying to produce a tornado right now. If you do live in this tornado warning, you really need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. It is a pretty dangerous storm. Look at this giant shelf cloud here over in Logo Tree, Indiana right now. Beautiful live shot of this storm. Hey, Werewolf of the Super Chat. You should give names to each trampoline that has died. There's a lot of trampolines. That would be a lot of trampoline names. Thank you for the alert call twice this morning. How many people got a max alert call this morning? I bet a lot of you guys did. Who all got a max alert call this morning? There were a lot of warnings in Illinois today. Okay, this is a video I apparently have to watch. I need audio on for this. Put audio on. It's in Bloomington a second ago. What am I listening to? Just the thunder? That wasn't that crazy. Why not? I don't know. I was expecting like lightning to strike a tree. I'm not gonna lie. I had like high expectations for that clip. All right, well, Interesting. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in on this tornado warning. Anybody else have like really high expectations for that, or is that just me? I was told to have audio on. It kind of seemed like it'd be like a crazy video. Gaslighting to the fullest. Here comes the new radar scan on this tornado warning. Look at that hook echo. This thing's getting a lot more organized. Waiting for a new velocity update. If you live in O'Fallon, Missouri, you really got to be taking shelter right now. This is a very dangerous storm here. It's a very dangerous supercell. Waiting for velocities to update. That hook echo is reaching right to the outflow boundary now. And this definitely could drop a tornado really with any point. So if you live here, you got to really be taking shelter here. The latest scan's not actually that strong, but if it can latch that outflow boundary, this thing is going to be go time for a tornado. Looks like the velocities still aren't super strong despite it getting to that outflow boundary. But it's definitely trying. Hey, James with the $10 super chat. It's going to go right down I-70, so if you live right along Interstate 70, definitely got to be staying alert here. Going towards St. Charles, Florissant, and Old Jamestown. Back over in Indiana, we got a large line of thunderstorms that is crashing to the south. It will be going towards Louisville here soon. With how these storms are organized and training, they're kind of going from west to east in a way, and so this will lead to a more elevated flooding threat if you live from Olney, Illinois back towards Columbus over the next few hours. But we are looking at a lot of lightning right now. The damaging wind threat's pretty elevated. If you guys live in these severe thunderstorm warnings, you definitely got to be staying away from windows. There's a giant shelf cloud on this from what we've seen. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. This is your particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This, again, the highest level tornado watch that can be issued. This goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. They've mentioned several tornadoes with a few intense EF3 plus tornadoes are likely. So if you live here, you really need to have ways to receive alerts today. I honestly recommend, guys, if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, a lot of you guys probably have weather radios. If not, you might just use your phone to get weather alerts. I definitely recommend getting Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. It's basically where I'll give you a phone call with my voice if you are included in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Definitely should sign up for it. It's an amazing service that we offer here. But if you live in this tornado watch, again, several tornadoes are likely this afternoon. We're watching for giant hail potential, very high winds as well. But this is the highest level tornado watch you can get. It includes about 3.5 million people. I don't know how many schools are in session here, but most schools are getting out around this time typically. So hopefully, you know, those all the students that have gone to school are hopefully, you know, coming back right now and getting back home. Not getting trapped on a bus while there's a tornado warning. Obviously, that'd be kind of a scary situation. But we are starting to see storms initiate here over near Cape Girardeau. Storm chaser Tornado Pagey is located currently near Cape Girardeau. They just passed by a Texas roadhouse, which looks to be open. Got a lot of cumulonimbus clouds that are going up right now. You can see the towers that are bubbling up here. These are the storms that are beginning to initiate. They have not had success getting super tall yet, but I think it's only going to be about 30 minutes or so until these storms really start to tower and actually become significant. All that convection's going up here. Thank you, Daisy, for becoming a member. And as well as not for the super chat. As a European, can't imagine living through crazy storms like this every year. Plenty of people do it. These storms are definitely crazy, though. How many tornadoes today? Absolutely no clue. The tornado watch has expanded in Illinois and Missouri. So listen closely. If you live in Illinois and Missouri, tornado watch has expanded into Greene and Pike counties in Illinois. And then in Missouri, it has expanded for Adrian, Boone, Monroe, Pike, and Rawls counties in Missouri. So you guys are now in a tornado watch. That has been expanded. And that will go for another 6 hours. So 9 o'clock Central Time. Hey, Wildlands for the $10 super chat. It is vital, though, guys. I mean, if you need weather coverage, again, this is the place to be today. But obviously, stay tuned to your local National Weather Service, too. It's important that you're staying tuned to weather coverage if you live in these areas today, because at some point in the next hour or two, it's going to get really crazy. Like, we're going to have a lot of warnings. I'm not just saying that to scare you. Like, it will happen. It's going to happen at some point. We're going to have a lot of storms going up, but it is very vital that you are staying tuned to local coverage or our coverage. We'll have live coverage all day. We have no commercials. We're going to be here even if there's no tornado warnings or if there's 25 of them or 50 of them. Like, I mean, we're here no matter what. So if you live in the risk area, definitely stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Thank you, Ned, for the sewer chat. This for your DoorDash fund. DoorDash will need it at some point down the line. Add a flash flood warning counter. I don't know. Do we actually? I feel like we have one. Maybe we don't. We do have counters for stuff. We have ice storm warning counters. So you can see it on the bottom right. We have wind advisory counters. We also have confirmed tornadoes and PDS tornadoes. I've never really had to use this, but there is a chance at some point, like bottom of your screen there, like those counters, like if there is a situation today where we have a bunch of warnings and let's say it's 25 tornado warnings, we might actually have to use the confirmed tornado warning counter that we have and also the normal tornado warning counter. Thank you, Emmy, for the $20 super chat. I actually have a weather radio. That's good. Also, if I'm in a tornado watch, should I take shelter? You do not have to take shelter if you're in a tornado watch. If you're in a tornado warning, that's when you got to take shelter. This is exactly what you need to do today. This is the difference between a watch and a warning. For those that don't know. So a watch is when we have the ingredients to make tacos. We can think of it as tacos. The watch means we have ingredients to make tacos. That means we have the ingredients for tornadoes. A warning means we're having tacos right now. When it comes to a watch, with the watch we have for right now, the PDS tornado watch, right? We basically have an abundance of ingredients to make a lot of tacos. We're about to give tacos to the entire city of O'Fallon, Missouri right now. That's basically what we're saying. But if you're in the warning, if there's a PDS tornado warning, we have an abundance of tacos that are happening now. That means that there's a giant tornado or something happening if it's PDS. So there you go. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri for Sedalia, just southeast of Kansas City, southeast of Warrensburg, for Windsor, for half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado warning near O'Fallon, Missouri. We still have a large hook echo on this storm rolling right over I-70. It's going to go right towards Newtown and St. Charles. We'll have a new velocity scan here in a second. If there is a tornado, it's going to be directly over O'Fallon. We're looking right here for a possible tornado right now. If there is a tornado, it's going to go right into the town of O'Fallon. You need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning. There was one. It would be literally right near the Walmart Supercenter. We're a little bit too close to the radar site to really see the velocities very clearly, or the CC radar, but that's the area that we're looking for. Max, do you get Max alerts? Just wondering if you ever call yourself. No, because I mean, I'm literally looking at, I'm a meteorologist. I look at radar and stuff. I know, kind of crazy. I can, if there's something coming towards me, I'll probably know. Even if there's a tornado warning in Florida, I'm gonna be honest, like, hey, you know, if I'm live and I get hit by a tornado, that's gonna be kind of crazy. Hopefully it never happens, but that would be pretty crazy if that happened on a stream. This is live over in Lugo Tree in Indiana. Big shelf cloud with this line of thunderstorms coming in right now. Huge shout out to Moxie with the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Do you like or dislike your voice? I don't know. I don't really ever think of it. Do you guys like my voice? That's the real question. I don't care. Do you guys care? That's the question. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This one's going to be just off to the north of French Lick for shoals for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Almost everybody said yes. One person said, hate Max's voice. Thanks. We have a new flash flood warning in Illinois for Pike and Scott counties. They were just added into a tornado watch. And tornado watch did get expanded a little bit off to the north. Got a few storms going up right now near Pittsfield. If you guys live over near Springfield, Illinois, these will be the storms that we got to be watching for. We'll have another radar scan on the Supercell here in a second. When will St. Louis get more storms? This would be the next one. I mean, this might go to your north, but we'll see. It's only like literally, I don't know, 30 minutes away. Not even 25 minutes away. This is pretty close to you. So there's a chance that this tries to do something here. Look at all the storm chasers going down here to the south right now. We got a storm quickly going up right now near Scott City. If this thing can sustain itself, we're going to have a really quickly developing severe weather risk right along the Red River, or not Red River Valley, Mississippi Valley here near Cape Girardeau. The storm is quickly going up, and it definitely could become tornadic here soon if it does develop. Storm chaser, Tornado Pagey, they're looking at it right now. See that large little tower there? So that right there is the beginning stages of a storm. We got another one right here too. Got a bunch of cumulonimbus clouds going up. You can also watch these storm chasers live inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You want to watch all these chasers? There's a bunch of them over here. That's just one of several that are currently on all of these storms right now. We're going to keep a very close eye there on Tornado Pagey as they are very close to a storm that's going to be developing here. I'm going to put them on the bottom right side of your screen. Thank you, Emmy, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning north of St. Charles, north of Florissant, and Old Jamestown and Alton. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. There's a chance we have a tornado near St. Peter's. It is just so contaminated, but the velocities have gotten a bit tighter right next to our outflow boundary. And so there is a possibility that we have a tornado near O'Fallon right now. That's going to go right into St. Peter's, Campville, and C. Barger. You really got to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Again, it's not for certain, but there is a higher likelihood than what we were looking at earlier that this could have a tornado here. So possible tornado right now near St. Peter's in Missouri. We need to be taking shelter if you've not already. Do not look outside for this at all either. Not worth looking outside for it. Just a live shot right now back over in that tornado warning near O'Fallon. This camera's been shaking like crazy. These cameras are shaking hard. There could be a tornado. Look at the wind here. All the cameras are shaking. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's going to be right on the northeast side of O'Fallon, just past by the Walmart Supercenter. And it's going to be tracking towards the Lakeside 370 Primitive Campground near the Lakeside Park, just north of the St. Peter's town here. Just northwest of St. Louis. A little bit more calm off to these. These cameras are shaking like crazy right now. The bare minimum, we have a significant damaging wind threat, but also a possible tornado right now. This tornado will be approaching St. Charles here in a few minutes. Look at that hook echo. It's gotten way more definitive over the last few minutes. Hey, all of the $20 super chat. Large hail, North Columbia. Thank you for the report. Anybody currently tuning in from St. Charles or St. Peter's in the chat? No sirens in St. Charles. Is what somebody just said in the chat. Is that true? And no sirens over in St. Charles? Here's the latest scan. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's going to be just north of St. Charles right now. It's going to go right towards Newtown, Missouri. I'm going to see what the radar looks like. We'll have that in a second. By the way, this is the reason why you should not be relying on tornado sirens. Some people are saying they have gone off. Some people are saying they are not. But like, there's a chance that you might not even be close enough to the tornado sirens to hear them. Or maybe they just aren't working. That's why you need way more than one way to receive weather alerts. That includes a weather radio. It includes Max Alert. It includes your phone. Whatever you got to use. Thank you, Joseph, for the Venmo donation. If there were to be a tornado, be looking right there. I'm waiting to see what velocities look like.
A new tornado warning has
They have
been
issued a new tornado warning for this supercell. That will include areas like Alton, Old Jamestown, just north of Florissant, north of St. Charles, near Grafton and Elza. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous supercell that could have a tornado at any moment, and it's going to be moving directly into Alton and Old Jamestown here in the next few minutes. Rotation's a little bit broader, but that's the area of circulation. I mean, this is definitely rotating. We at least have greens and reds that are going against each other now. It's basically a converging area of winds right inside of a hook echo. So there is a solid chance that this could try to produce a tornado here as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. St. Peter's, C. Barger, Wilkie are all included in this. If you have friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of it. Feel free to share our stream too. We'll be live. We have a bunch of cameras in this area. I believe there's a chaser near the warning too, so we're keeping an eye on them too. Our rotation right now is currently located right here north of St. Peter's. Look, is very defined on radar. That is the most concerning storm right now. We got a lot of severe storms going up right now in central western Missouri. Most of these are producing a lot of hail and wind and some lightning. This is a really good shot of the storm right now. Look at this, guys. That's a live shot of the storm rolling in. Look how low the clouds are. We got a lot of low-hanging clouds. This is live on I-94 at Cedar Glen here. This is live looking at the supercell coming in. We're looking right back in here for a possible tornado. So we're going to be looking right in here. A large wall cloud right there. And this is where a tornado is going to try to drop. On radar, that hook echo is very definitive. I-94 has stoplights. This camera's on I-94, but it's looking away from the interstate. So, yeah, an interstate having traffic lights would be quite impressive. Oh, is this Missouri 94? Oh, my bad. Missouri 94, yeah. Oh, that's my bad. It's not I-94. My bad. Missouri 94. My apologies. I thought that was an I. That is definitely just a dash. Look at the hook echo right now on radar. Bottom right side of your screen. The tornado, if there's one, it's going to be right there near Campville. If we see any power flashes, that's a pretty good indication of there being a tornado. Waiting to see if the velocities update here. See how low the clouds are. There's like a large bowl back there. Right down Missouri 94. This is a camera that's pretty close to Elm Point, so it's not far from there. Latest scan, if we go back over to radar here, this is the latest radar scan. Still have greens and reds converging right now. It's going to go right into Newtown, Wilkie, White Corn, and Old Jamestown. Got to be taking shelter if you're in this area. It's a very dangerous supercell here. Hey, Patrick, for the $20 super chat. Power lines, trees, and lights down all over Lake County, Indiana. Appreciate the report. There's been some really powerful storms here today. It's back to that live shot. Got a large bowl right there at the very middle of your screen. And again, if there's any bright blue flashes, usually that's a power flash. We don't have any yet, but that would be a good indication of there being a tornado. Unfortunately, this camera is a little south of where this hook is, but it's still a pretty good position. And if there is something, we'll probably be able to see it here. Very, very ominous, though, from what we're seeing from this camera. This is another live shot. This is a little bit closer to it. This is right along 370. Storm's going right over this camera as we speak. See out in front of it, the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. This is our kind of gust front, otherwise called the outflow boundary. So winds are increasing now. Very dark on this camera on I-70. That lowering is going right over the interstate right now. We have a new tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. That's going to be from Mexico, Benton City, east of Centralia. So if you live here, definitely get ready to take shelter. Hey, Brian, for the super chat. I appreciate that. We have another severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This one's going to be near Washington. That'll be mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. The big concern right now is this tornadic supercell that is directly north of St. Louis that has already produced the risk of a tornado a couple of times, and it's trying to produce another threat of a tornado. Got a large hook echo located just north of St. Peter's. Going to go right into South Shore. Over the next several minutes, you need to be taking shelter if you live in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Hey, Lavender for the super chat. Thank you for helping to keep my loved ones safe. I'm glad I can help you all off the super chat. Columbia, Missouri gets saved due to the Missouri River bluffs, so it lifts by the time it gets to Columbia. It's always the cities next to the east. Interesting. I don't know if that's really that true, but it probably is true to some extent. There are some really tiny little geography features that can happen that sometimes do lead to that type of effect. It's usually pretty small scale, and some events, like, it just depends on like the wind direction and everything, where storms are coming from. But yeah, there's definitely small scale geography features and topography that can definitely play a factor. It's usually not like a widespread thing. This is that storm that is rolling over north of St. Charles right now. There's a large shelf right there. That's where the hook echo basically is that we are looking at. The latest scan is showing our main area of rotation just west of Elm Point. So this is right in that hook echo. It's going right towards Wilkie and Whitecorn. Going towards Pelican Island, Natural Area, and Old Jamestown. I do want to urge everybody. We got about 68,000 people watching right now. I want to urge to everybody that it's been quiet for a while. I know we've only had one tornado warning pretty much, or at a time. It's been very quiet. However, it is about to get very active. We are going to have several tornado warnings very soon. It is going to become a tornado outbreak very quickly. We went live earlier than we usually do today because we had a tornado warning in St. Louis, 1, but 2, this is going to be a very long tornado outbreak. We are going to have a lot of severe weather over the next few hours. It is very important that you are staying weather aware. Does not matter where you live in this tornado watch, the severe watches, or even in the risk area. Severe weather is going to ramp up in a big way here soon, and you do not want to be caught off guard. You have to be staying weather aware. I'm not saying this to scare you, but I know some people are going to think we've only had one tornado warning in the last 3 hours. Why in the world am I watching weather? It's because we're going to have an outbreak here soon. It's going to get bad. I'm not saying that to scare you again, but we are very confident that we're going to have a tornado outbreak here within the next few hours. It's going to get very active very quickly. We'll have several tornadoes, and so this is going to be a very dangerous day of severe weather. This is a live shot back over in Bridgeton, Missouri, of this tornado warning cell. This is Brett Adair looking at this supercell right now. This is inside of our tornado warning. Storm looks a little crazy. Hey, tinfoil for the $50 super chat. Counting down to hurricane season from the beach. W. Thank you all of the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Groff, for the super chat. How do you got all the cameras you have on Omega? You go to the left side of your screen, and there's a cyclone port button. You just toggle it on. You can't see it on my screen, but if you go to that little burger menu at the top left, you'll see it.
Come on.
Storm definitely looks nasty right now. Again, rotation currently located directly to the north of St. Charles. This is going directly towards Old St. Jamestown. If this does produce a tornado, obviously a very populated area here, so if you live here, take shelter. There's many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows.
Visually, it looks amazing.
It's a live shot of this storm. This thing looks crazy.
Stay straight on this road? Correct. All the way. We're going to get out in front of it right up here. I mean, intercept points really.
Hey, Christy for the super chats. There's still a possibility for storms near Chicago. There is. Later today, there will be some storms later. Look how dark it is right there on the left. The left side, just by the dark general sign, is kind of the direction that we're looking for a possible tornado. Velocities are updating right now, bottom right. We'll see if it's gotten any stronger. It's been pretty broad for a while. Traffic light here. We'll go back to him in a second. It's our latest radar scan here near St. Charles. Doesn't look super strong still. We do have a hook echo. It's just not reaching to the outflow boundary. That's been the big story so far with these storms here in Missouri. We got a lot of storms going up currently back over here in southern Illinois and southeastern Missouri. None of these have become tornadic. None of them are actual supercells yet, but within the next 30 minutes to an hour, that's going to change. Got to be staying alert right now. We have a new severe warning just south of Marshall near Nelson and I-70. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This is moving directly to the east-northeast. Here's a live shot again of this tornadic supercell here in Missouri. You can barely hear the tornado sirens too. Hey, if you're in this warning, you got to get to the lowest floor possible. Don't be one of those people that's standing outside looking for this tornado. It's not worth your life. Any tornadoes that do develop here today could easily be strong, intense, possibly even violent. I don't think this can be the storm that does anything like that, but it's always possible. Never know, this storm could take a dramatic turn and produce something significant. You can hear the tornado sirens just faintly here near St. Charles. It's rapidly moving from left to right. That is the storm quickly progressing towards Old St. Jamestown, or Old Jamestown as well as Wood River. It's going to cross into Illinois here shortly.
God, it's so close. What's up? It's still
Right is approaching Newtown, a small community on the north side of St. Charles. We have a severe warning in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Hey, B1 for becoming a member.
There's that St. Louis smell again. Smells like a dye ditch. Yeah, look.
I do want to stress this for anybody that's thinking about tornado chasing today. This is not the day to do it. It's a very dangerous severe weather event that we're looking at, and a lot of the tornadoes that will probably happen are going to be around trees, and it'll make it very dangerous. If it's your first time chasing, for example, this is definitely not the day that you want to do it, especially in the Mississippi River Valley. Got a lot of professionals out here like Brett and several others that are, they've been doing this for a while. It's a little bit different. Why are so many radars down? A lot of the radars that you guys see that are down, these right here, these are really local terminal radar sites, so they don't always work. They are also very, they can get damaged very easily from even some smaller winds, like 60, 70 mile per hour winds. These much more bulky radar sites, they typically take very, very intense winds or even very intense a tornado to actually hit it, to actually damage it or destroy it. Hey, Susan for becoming a member, and Steven for the super chat. Also, Katie for the super chat. Helm Street, Cam, Missouri. You are the go to streaming weather. I appreciate that. So again, Brett right now is on this tornado warning here just to the north of St. Charles. Tornado sirens are going off here on the north side.
all that stuff will happen twice.
No, it was because it never.
Don't see any sort of large wall cloud or anything quite yet. Thank you, Jack, for the $20 Venmo donation for covering the current tornado activity in the Midwest. Columbus, Ohio here are pretty safe, but I love watching. Appreciate you tuning in.
If it attaches to the boundary, it's gonna be on like Donkey Kong because you can see.
Oh yeah. All right, the road's gonna split up here. You can go left or right.
I feel like we need to go right, don't we?
No, I mean, you gotta take the same spot.
Hold up, does it?
Yeah, kind of like an H. It goes to Black Walnut, then all the way to White.
Wolfie at the sewer chat says, will the storms hit Paris, Missouri? Or does Paris? There's a chance there for severe weather later today. There's apparently a large wall cloud on this storm. Oh, that's a live shot of it. This is Columbia, Missouri. This is the other storm. So this is the storm that's in central Missouri near Columbia. And we do have a large wall cloud visible there in the middle of your screen, right above the highway. This storm near Columbia going towards Mexico could also produce the risk of a tornado.
With the rain, you see the cold.
Tinfoil with the sewer chat says, keep yourself and pets safe today, 100%. Latest radar scan, we still have a hook echo on the storm north of St. Charles. There is an area of rotation north of St. Charles near Newtown. It is now approaching Missouri 94. The tornado warning was just condensed a little bit, so no longer includes St. Peter's. It's north of Maryland Heights, north of Florissant. This is going to go right over the Illinois and Missouri border, crossing the Mississippi River Valley. Down the line, it'll go towards Staunton and Mount Olive. Almost every single storm that has been tornado warned in St. Louis that has gone through St. Louis has actually gone and weakened over here near Effingham. So we'll see if this one does the same thing. But for right now, it is at least a tornadic supercell. Got a large bowl right now on Brett's feed here. Just north of St. Charles. Has not produced yet, but there is rotation. Very favorable environment for tornadoes if it manages to latch to the outflow boundary.
I mean, there's a big bowl right here.
I'm gonna go back to Brett in a second. I have people saying it looks like a bust. Guys, every single time that somebody has said that, it ends up being a big tornado day. Like, I swear, this happened last year too. I remember very, very, very clearly when we had the Lake City tornado day. It's about, I would say, probably around the same time, about 3:30 or so. We had one tornado warning, maybe two. Everybody was saying it's a bust in the chat. About 1 hour later, we were up to 25, 30 tornado warnings. We had the most tornado warnings I've ever covered in a stream. And we end up literally having a full-blown tornado outbreak. And I'm not saying that's going to happen again today, but like, keep in mind, guys, this is super early. I went live early for a reason. We're 3 hours into the stream. We've had no tornadoes on our stream or anything like that, but we're probably going to have a very major tornado outbreak today across this entire area. This is the live shot of the tornado warning here near St. Charles. It looks like hail's coming down right now, a little bit of small hail.
Oh wow.
A lot of rain coming down now. We're going to keep an eye on him. Large bowl lowering still, moving right up towards Alton, Illinois. 5 p.m. usually gets nuts. Yeah, 5 p.m. will probably get pretty nuts. Waiting to see if any of these storms down here, right along Interstate 55, start to intensify. We do have a PDS tornado watch until 11 o'clock. It's this large area here that's under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County, Missouri. That is going to be near Sedalia. That is for tennis ball-sized hail. So nearly a destructive severe storm here, just south of Otterville, west of Tipton. So if you guys live here, we got to be staying weather aware, staying alert right now. Very big hail core right now, just out to the east of Sedalia. As a reminder, we do have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, across the Mississippi River Valley. This is an area that we need to have a lot of ways to receive weather warnings. It is going to be a very dangerous day of severe weather here, right along the Mississippi River in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Missouri. The Storm Prediction Center and myself are pretty confident right now that several tornadoes, including several strong tornadoes, are going to happen in this region. We're going to have several discrete supercells in this area. For those that don't know what a PDS tornado watch is, you might not know. It's issued like maybe 4 times a year. It's very rare. We don't get this very often. I don't remember the last time we had one, but it was probably sometime during last severe weather season. So we haven't had one of these in like a year about. So if you live in this area, it's a very dangerous situation, and there is a high likelihood that we are going to see several long track, strong, intense, possibly even violent tornadoes this afternoon and evening. So if you live in the yellow, you need to have a tornado action plan ready to go. You need to have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. You should have closed-toed shoes in your safe place. Maybe it's an extra pair of shoes that you don't wear anymore. That works. Like if there's a tornado that hits your house later today and it's destroyed and you're walking on wood that has splinters and stuff like that and nails, you're gonna want something on to protect them, those feet. So definitely recommend having shoes ready to go. You need to make sure you have flashlights. You need to have, you know, any other emergency preparedness stuff, like a first aid kit. All that stuff has to be ready to go here. And that goes for anybody in the tornado risk, but especially in this area here. And do not wait until there is a tornado warning to get ready. You should not be waiting until you're under a tornado warning, because by the time a tornado warning gets issued, you might be minutes, if not seconds away from getting hit by a tornado. So do not wait until last second if you live down here in the Mississippi River Valley. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Indiana. This one's going to be south of Nashville and Columbus near Seymour for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have another severe warning near Sedalia. That is for half-dollar-sized hail, and same thing, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Brett Adair's on the tornado warning supercell here. That does look a little bit disorganized near St. Charles, Missouri, but this is a live shot of it. This is currently the only active tornado warning. We still have a hook echo just to the north of the city. He's driving through some trees, but after that, we'll have a pretty clear view of this. Hey, Quinn's for the super chat. What should Rolla, Missouri expect? All hazards. All hazards are going to be possible. Also, for those that are in these tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches, you need multiple ways to receive weather warnings. What that includes is phone alerts. That can be, whatever weather app you got. It could be a Max Alert, where I give you a phone call. That's another way. You should have a weather app with radar and alerts. You can get Radar Omega on iOS and Android. It's the top link in the description below. Get that weather app. That's what we use on the stream. Recommend that if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms. If you have an NOA weather radio, have that ready to go. Have new batteries in there, and be watching live coverage. Those are like the best ways you can prepare. And the people that are watching this stream right now are the ones that are the most prepared, because you guys are at least doing one of those 4 things, maybe more. The people that are not prepared for this,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
The people that are not prepared for this are the ones that are currently, playing on the Xbox, sitting at home, and have no clue what's going on. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Mexico. That is a strong area of rotation developing right now. We did have a wall cloud on this storm earlier. This is going right towards Mexico right now. If you're living in Mexico, Missouri, you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to be getting away from windows as well. That is a very strong area of rotation that is developing currently. It's also going towards Benton City, and then Vandalia will be in the path of this. This could easily be a strong tornado if it does drop, guys, so you need to be taking shelter. Look at that hook echo. This is definitely the more intense looking supercells that we've seen today. There's also another one near Columbia that is also rotating that we need to keep an eye on. This supercell's been rapidly organizing over the last several minutes. It's going right towards Vandalia and Bowling Green, Missouri. If you guys live out in front of this, all the things I just said apply to you. You need to be prepared. If you guys live in the watches too, another thing I'll be doing is getting like a go bag or emergency kit. So having like a flashlight, a portable, phone charger, a helmet, closed-toed shoes, first aid kit, bottled water, blankets, pillows to kind of cover yourself over for protection. Maybe a mattress near your safe place. All those things can apply. They've just issued a new tornado possible severe warning for Columbia. We got multiple rotating supercells developing right here. We got one near Columbia. We got another one near Boonville. These storms are all rapidly organizing. This is going to lead to probably a much more significant tornado threat here soon, right here in the heart of Missouri. I would say there's a fairly high likelihood that we have a tornado trying to drop right now, though, with how strong that rotation is. You have a live camera in Columbia bottom middle, but that's not looking at anything as of now. Hey, Casey, for the 5 get to memberships. I-70 cam coverage. There's camera coverage on I-70, but there's nothing really looking at this right now, at least from what I'm seeing. I'm keeping an eye, though, on it. There are a couple cameras that are just south of it, but they haven't moved them. If there's a Missouri traffic cam person that can move the camera near Fulton, that'd be amazing. There's a camera down here. Or I don't know if that's Fulton. It's north of Fulton, near Kingdom City. If that one can look north, there's a camera here, but I don't know if they're going to shift it. If they do, we'll be looking right at that storm. And I mean, again, I do think there's a pretty high chance this is producing a significant tornado if it is on the ground right now. Hey, Michael, for the $10 super chat. We live near Fenton, Missouri. Stay safe, man. We're keeping eyes on your area. You're just tuning in. This is a very dangerous supercell right now in central Missouri. Large, strong area of rotation heading directly towards Mexico. It's also going towards the Mexico Memorial Airport. Latest scan's a little bit weaker on the rotation, but definitely could cycle and produce a tornado. It's going to go towards Benton City, Martinsburg, as well as Rush City here soon. This storm's also rotating here. A little bit contaminated, but northeast of Columbia has a little bit of rotation. That supercell is going to go right towards the same area, so we could have overlapping supercells here soon. Good shot to Eddie with the 5 get to memberships. Yeah, the reflectivity looks absolutely crazy, and that's why I have higher confidence that this could be producing a more significant tornado threat right now. Are we going to get bad weather in Milwaukee? Very possible. We'll have a line of thunderstorms up there later with damaging winds and a low tornado risk. We have some new storms that are beginning to go up just southwest of Springfield. This is near Joplin. These are going up pretty quickly, guys. We got storms going up now near Joplin, Missouri. The environment down here right now, not very favorable for tornadoes, but it will become more favorable as these storms continue to track to the east. So if you guys live near Springfield, Joplin, you need to be tuning into the stream right now. We're going to have urgent updates whenever these storms really get going. These are looking a lot more concerning because they are going up very quickly. The one that's directly north of Neosho is going to be the one I'm watching the closest, just south of Joplin. That's going to be on a direct collision course for Springfield. New severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible tag near New London and Hannibal, near Barry, right along the Missouri and Illinois border. So take shelter if you're in this warning. We are monitoring an area of rotation.
A new tornado warning.
Here we go, guys. We are going to be getting into a very active period of severe weather. We got a new tornado warning now northeast of Columbia. This is a separate supercell south of Hallsville. Rotation right now is located directly to the east of B. It's going to go right towards Mexico as well. So if you live in that tornado warning, pretty small one, but just northeast of Columbia, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, if we go over about 2 storms from that new tornado warning, just a little bit off to the left over Boonsville, I would expect that is going to get a tornado warning as well, maybe even the storm in between those. I could see basically a blanket tornado warning for all these cells here. They're all in a very good environment, very favorable environment for tornadoes, and it's just going to be getting probably even worse in here in terms of tornado potential.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we got several storms right now off to the west that are also beginning to rotate. And so if you live in Columbia, we need to be getting that tornado action plan ready to go. Columbia is not in a warning right now. It's stopped here northeast technically, unless you live in one of the communities near Shaw. But if you live over near Boonville or right along I-70, you need to have that plan ready to go because we're probably going to get more tornado warnings. These are all very discrete supercells here, and they're all interacting positively with storms, which is not a good thing because it'll lead to a higher tornado potential. So this is a dangerous area of supercells going up. We need to be taking shelter from these warnings. The one near Mexico looks the most concerning. That one has a very prominent hook echo and very easily could produce a much more significant tornado threat. This is not the type of storm that you want to be messing around with. We're also still monitoring the one north of Fluorescent. So over near Alton. Still a discrete supercell. Hasn't really had much success, but we're still watching it. We got multiple storm chasers that are near this. So we're keeping an eye on all of them. In case that storm decides it wants to get its act together. Hasn't really done so yet. We go back to our, actually real quickly, we do have now a special weather statement down here near Jackson, just north of Metropolis, southeastern Missouri and southern Illinois. This is basically for strong thunderstorms, but there is a possibility down the line that these will begin to intensify, and that PDS tornado watch, you know, will actually have meaning, because obviously there hasn't been anything yet, but within the next hour, we do expect storms to rapidly intensify here. Wow, look at this, guys. Rotation's getting a lot stronger here, northeast of Columbia. We got two very definitive areas of rotation right now. Northeast of Columbia, north of Kingdom City. These are really starting to get their act together. I'm concerned that we might have a significant tornado threat beginning to brew here in central Missouri. Unfortunately, for those that are over in St. Louis, these might be concerns for you guys down the line. Just kind of another heads up. St. Louis, we've told you guys you have like 90 million storms coming. We got more coming probably later today. Not going to be done in St. Louis till at least 8 o'clock, I think. Hey, Ben for the super chat, and also Demon for the super chat. Fort Wayne, mainly a wind threat tonight. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This is just north of Louisville, Kentucky. Mainly looking at damaging winds, but they did add a tornado possible tag to this. The Metropolis? Metropolis? Okay, Metropolis. I think a pronunciation correct. It would be really useful if this radar site was working near Columbia. Unfortunately, it is not. Because if we had that radar site, we'd probably be able to see this storm just a little bit better. I don't know if that radar site exists anymore. Oh, when's the last time this thing was on? Doesn't even say. I think that radar's gone. It's a college radar. Oh, it's there. Okay, it just doesn't work. Hey, Quinn's for the super chat. Got to see Reed Timmer in person in Rolla, Missouri this morning. A lot of people have been seeing Reed Timmer. A lot of people have been driving by him. We've had a lot of people send in photos and videos of the Dominator driving on the interstates. Got a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Let me go back to the more recent one. This is a photo from Jessica out of Lake County.
Hey, Max, I'm getting in position to get a visual on this tornado warning north of St. Louis. The temperature of my car reads 70 right here, and I'm about only a couple miles south of where this storm's going to track. So while it's probably elevated at the moment, the warm air is affecting north in front of it. So I think there is at least some chance of this thing it goes surface base here in the next 20-30 minutes as that warm air decks up into it.
Thank you for the update. So that is storm chaser Connor Croft. He thinks this storm here is going to become a much larger concern down the line as it goes towards Hillsborough, Litchfield, and as well as Nokomis, just northwest there of Vandalia. So he thinks the warm air is affecting to the north, which basically means this will become more favorable with warm air ingesting into the supercell. And so we need to watch this supercell for sure as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Let's go back to that photo that we just got sent in. This is from Jessica over in Lake County, Indiana. Some big tree damage out here. Multiple reports of downed trees and power lines across the region. Reminder to stay away from downed trees and power lines. Definitely true. This is the big arch over in St. Louis. We had a couple tornado warnings here in St. Louis so far today. We got a 2-incher over in Henry County, Missouri. And Chilhowie, I think is how you say it. It's over in St. Peters, Missouri, with a large wall cloud moving in. That storm is still tornado warned right now. There's another video from St. Louis County, Missouri, of some scary looking clouds. If you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Staunton, near Mount Olive, north of Edwardsville. It's going to go directly up towards Litchfield. If you are in this warning, definitely take shelter. I definitely think this storm, it has stayed more healthy than the ones that have already gone through St. Louis. It hasn't died immediately after going through St. Louis. A lot of the other ones have. This is what it looks like right now. It looks beefy. There's definitely a chance, I think, in the next hour or two that this could be producing a more significant tornado threat. It's just going to come down to the storm actually staying, kind of discreet. I'd say that's a big question. And also actually having its updraft healthy and maintained. Which right now it's pretty discreet, so. Hey, Jackson for the super chat. But very healthy base right there. And this supercell is a large hook echo. We're right into Alton. So we're going to keep close tabs on this. And Storm Chaser Connor Croft, a veteran Storm Chaser, is heading to that warning right now. Back over towards Mexico and Colombia. We still have two very strong areas of rotation right now. The one near Mexico is broader. Still has a very good look to it on reflectivity. I would not be surprised if we had a tornado right now southeast of Hallsville. That's going to go right up towards Mexico. It's a pretty low precip area for a hook, but all these storms right now here in central Missouri are definitely concerning for a tornado risk. And we're still monitoring the other supercells as well near Tipton for a more elevated risk of large hail. And there's a lot of lightning with those too. Down here near Joplin, we got storms going up really quickly. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, actually that storm that's west of Joplin in the middle of all the storms that are going up, that one just got a lower level meso or an upper level meso, and it's starting to get lightning as well. We should see a lower level meso form sometime in the next half hour as the storm gets a little bit more well rooted. Unfortunately, if we're in places like Springfield, these storms are heading basically directly towards Springfield. So Springfield might as well start preparing now. There's 3 storms that have the potential to produce a tornado down the line, and they're all headed right towards you.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So use this as an early warning. If you live between Joplin and Springfield, even near Ozark, Mount Vernon, this will likely become tornadic here within the next half hour to an hour as it does begin to organize. Right now, you can kind of already see it's like circling a little bit. It's trying to organize into an actual supercell, and I don't think it's going to take much time for this thing to become more tornadic as it goes right up I-44. So that's going to go right towards Springfield. It's just west of the Ozark right now. Definitely get ready if you live here. And if you guys have friends or family that live here in southwestern Missouri, you need to make sure they're aware of this. Give them a little share. Make sure they're message them. Make sure they're aware of the situation. This will probably be a pretty dangerous supercell sometime soon. Feel free to share the stream with them too if you have any friends or family that live over here. I say this storm over here north of St. Louis, it does look pretty healthy. Look at all the blue sky off to the left. And look how low the clouds are out in the distance there. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, he's just parked right now on a road here near Beth Alto.
It's pulsing. It's like it's trying to get its act together.
I do think this thing is going to become tornadic pretty quickly if it gets that larger surge of warm advection and warm air from out of the south. Which that's what's happening right now. All of our warm air is starting to lift back to the north. We had all this convection this morning kind of stabilize the atmosphere in a lot of Illinois and Indiana. So what's happening now is that warm air is lifting once again to the north. And once that happens, these supercells are developing right along our boundary. They're going to have a better chance of spinning up tornadoes, and they could easily be significant and long tracks. So this supercell, with how discreet it is, assuming that, if it stays like this and it stays healthy, it's going to be go time for a more significant tornado threat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is across much of Missouri, basically just highlighting that a tornado watch that's in effect off to the west of our PDS tornado watch, talking about the tornado potential there. I want to highlight that they are once again talking about tornadoes of 140 miles an hour to 170 miles an hour. That is an EF4 tornado. So I'm talking about very significant storms here across Missouri, and they are just getting started now.
Thank you for the update. So they have mentioned that up to EF4 tornadoes are on the table here. The greatest tornado threat will be, you guessed it, St. Louis and the suburbs. That's where they have the greatest tornado threat outlined. This goes until 23Z, which is about 6 p.m. or so. So if you live anywhere in that black outlined area, that is especially where you need to be staying alert right now and staying tuned to the stream, because our tornado threat will be increasing. There is also a large red outlined area where there's an increasing risk of all severe weather hazards this afternoon and evening, including the risk of strong tornadoes, giant hail, and also very significant damaging winds. So you need to get ready if you live in that area. But surprise, surprise, St. Louis, again, I told you guys multiple times you guys are not done, and unfortunately, you're not going to be done probably anytime soon. Let's get John McKinney in slot 1. We still have 2 tornado warnings right now in central Missouri, one of which is near Mexico. The other one is just south of Centralia. Rotation's gotten broader on both of these storms, but these supercells, they will probably try to go more to the south and east at some point. If they get pushed more down to the south, they will be entering into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. So we are going to be keeping an eye on those. And also, look at this right here, guys. West of St. Louis, we got 3 little tiny showers going up. These are the beginning stages of thunderstorms that are trying to develop over here to the west of Troy. So we could have storms going up in this environment very soon. And if they do, there will be a more elevated risk of tornadoes. This environment here has very high STP values, which means significant tornado parameter values are quite high. In fact, if we look at the meso-analysis right now, I know it might be kind of confusing to look at, but just look at the contours and look where the highest numbers are located. We have some values around 5 and 6 right now, right in St. Louis. It's a very soupy environment, and there's also a lot of wind shear, tons of instability, and it's all recovering now. We've already had a couple supercells here, but there's more coming. And so this environment here near St. Charles, very favorable still for maybe strong, large, and intense tornadoes all on the table. We also have an environment becoming more favorable here in southern Illinois, too, with those STP values going up. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, they did actually just issue a mesoscale discussion for southern Illinois. This is another 140 to 170 mile per hour tornado potential mesoscale discussion. Take a look at the photographs that they have mapped on this mesoscale discussion. Those are beautiful looping photographs. That is unfortunately the worst case scenario when it comes to tornado threat. That means that the supercells here are going to be basically in the perfect environment in terms of wind shear and strength and direction in order to produce a powerful tornado.
Thank you for the update. So again, anywhere over here in southern Illinois, western Kentucky, we have a increasing strong to intense tornado potential. That means EF3 plus tornadoes are coming more of a concern here with any storms that are going up near Cape Girardeau, back into Carbondale, as well as Mount Vernon and Paducah. Scenario is what I heard from him. Kind of distracted me. Little scenario. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. No. Thank you, Max, for becoming a member. Look at this storm over here in Illinois right now. This is getting a lot more organized. Storm chaser John McKinney is driving up into it right now. This is near Bethalto. It is a discrete supercell, and if it can maintain its intensity, it could produce a tornado down the line. I do want to point out, though, there are storms that are going up off to its west, and these ones here will become more concerning, I think. There's some right here that are trying to go up near Herman, but this storm over here near Columbia is getting a little bit more significant. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for those in Columbia and Fulton, and that will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size tail, and there is also a tornado possible tag on this. So if you live in that warning, definitely stay away from windows and definitely get to the lowest floor possible. So crazy looking storm right now over here in western Illinois. Got a giant shelf cloud blanketing the sky. Warm air advection is lifting to the north, so we do think the threat of severe weather will be increasing here pretty soon.
This is the storm that we're watching now. Waiting to see if it gets its act together.
Max, there's down trees in Chicago. Why are there down trees? I don't even think we had severe weather there. Thank you, XR, for the super chat. Thank you, Rich, for becoming, or for the fact that gifted memberships.
Back where I can see it better.
I'm about to ban the word bust in the chat. This is not a bust. Nothing is busted yet. This weather event hasn't even started. Or has started, but we're not even in the peak time frame.
Go back a little ways, get on the...
I want to stress, I can't stress this enough, but the environment is incredibly favorable for severe weather. We are still very early into this event. There will be, we believe, a significant tornado outbreak in the next few hours. There's a reason why they issued a PDS tornado watch. There is a reason why we have, this very large area inside of tornado watches. Do not think this is a bust or it's busting right now, because it's not. This is very early into the event. There's a reason why we have a PDS tornado watch that goes until 11 tonight. A lot of the tornadoes that we're going to see, I think, will probably be between like 5 and 11. That's peak daylight heating, and it goes into the nighttime hours. Like that's the peak daylight heating time frame. The one reason why we haven't seen a bunch of supercells yet in, like, you know, eastern Missouri or western and southern Illinois is because we haven't, like, that line of storms went through this morning. It was a big mesoscale convective system that wiped out the environment, but it's recovering now, and that's why we're going to see storms fire up very soon in a lot of these areas that haven't seen storms yet. But it is very vital, if you live in these areas, you are continuing to stay tuned. And again, I do think severe weather is going to get going really quickly. These storms that are going up near Cape Girardeau might not look like much, but I do think these are really quickly going to organize into at least 1 or 2 supercells. And as the Storm Prediction Center just said, there is a risk of strong, intense tornadoes in this region, maybe even a violent tornado. It is interesting to see where all the storm chasers are located. All those circles you see on the map here on Radar Omega, those are different storm chasers. Got a bunch of chasers over here near St. Louis on that storm that is was just tornado warned. You got a bunch down here near the storms that are going up in southeastern Missouri and southern Illinois. Got a couple over here near Poplar Bluff, and we got a few kind of in between that don't know what to do, I think, here at St. Louis. So, you know, and you can track these chasers all inside of the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description. But yeah, in this area, like, these are where the chasers think the highest tornado threat's going to be here in the next hour or two. And so if you live anywhere near where these chasers are, not usually a good thing. I do think this storm over here, I mean, this storm looks pretty wild over here in just north of St. Louis. Pretty crazy structure to it. I think the storm might die out, but there are storms behind it west of St. Louis that are trying to go up, and if those go up, those could be more concerning. Hey, Cade for the Venmo donation. You also Foo for the $20 super chat saying hunker down. If you're in a tornado warning, definitely hunker down. We only got 1 tornado warning right now. That's the one near Mexico City. It looks like it's become outflow dominant already, but if we can latch to that outflow boundary, could produce another tornado threat. Got a lot of storms in and around Columbia right now, producing a lot of lightning. Could also produce a tornado threat over here near I-70. So we're keeping an eye on these. We also have some severe warnings over in Michigan. For those that are viewers in Michigan, there are severe thunderstorm warnings. You might be wondering why and how. It's raining. There is not even a storm here. These are rain-induced severe warnings, pretty much. Not really. They're not called rain-induced severe warnings. But basically, this is an area of, quote-unquote, showers that is producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So that's happening over here. There's very little lightning, and there's not even a storm to see on radar. This was actually a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo not long ago. You can see the velocities are crazy up here. So the wind is actually very intense over here in Michigan right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Springfield. This is a storm, as we were just talking about, that is concerning. It has just been going up here over the last 20 to 30 minutes. It is a discrete supercell going towards Mount Vernon right near I-44, and there is a risk that this could try to produce a more elevated tornado potential at some point down the line. In the short term, Mount Vernon needs to be ready for golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. The storm will eventually be tracking towards Springfield, Missouri. It's moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So if we track this out, I'm going to give you a little time guide here for the Springfield area, because I do think this will be one of the more significant supercells in southwestern Missouri today. This is your timeline. So we got Mount Vernon at about 4:25. We got Springfield at about 5 o'clock. Hartville about 6 o'clock. And keep in mind the peak tornado threat down here will probably fall between 5 and 9. We have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be over in just west of Bowling Green near Vandalia in northeastern Missouri. So if you live here, definitely get ready for a more elevated risk here of a tornado, but at least at the bare minimum, damaging winds and large hail are the main concerns. Hey, Will, if the sewer chat, we're hunkered down in Mexico. Thanks for your coverage. Stay safe. Yeah, you got another storm coming through. If you live in Mexico, still stay in your safe place. This storm also was tornado warned. It's a different one, and it's going to go right over you. So if you're in Mexico, Missouri, you need to continue to stay in your safe place right now. That rotation is going to go right over top of you here in a second. Is it just me or something up with audio? Probably you. There's a widespread view of all of our warnings and watches right now. Hey, call for the super chat. How do you know if tornadoes will be a certain speed? Like 175 miles per hour plus, etc. I mean, you can look at velocities. You can look at like a tornado in person. We had tornadoes like the last several days that you can look at velocities and just see how intense they are. If you ever look at our like Twitter pages and stuff like that, like even that like Enid tornado, for example, like you can just see the rapid motion, not just on radar, but the actual drill bit tornado was itself, the rapid motion just visible. You can tell it's intense or violent because of how fast it's moving and also what it's picking up and hitting. Like it was picking up homes and stuff like that. But on velocities, like that's another indication. This was last night in Missouri, or actually in Kansas near Columbus. We believe there was a significant tornado here. There was a PDS tornado warning, and these velocities are really bright, and that usually indicates with the right color table a pretty powerful tornado. So
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning just west of Bowling Green. It actually does now include Bowling Green. It is a discrete supercell that is heading right up towards Vandalia, going towards Curryville. If you live in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows if you live in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm right now that's going right into Ladonia and as well as Vandalia. And then in about 15-20 minutes, it's going to go right through Bowling Green. So take shelter immediately if you are in this pink polygon. This is a very dangerous supercell. We've been tracking it for the last about hour, and it's been rotating, and it's maybe already produced a tornado near Mexico, and it might try to produce another one as it continues to track to the northeast. Hey, Cody, for the super chat. I'm a trucker in Michigan right now. I was white knuckle gripping my steering wheel right before I pulled over. Yeah, it's dangerous out there. There's some pretty strong winds up there. What weather app is that? This is Radar Omega. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk a little bit about the environment in southern Missouri. So this is one of the areas that we did just get a mesoscale discussion for, and it looked like the convection was going to be a little bit too upscale maybe, but it is starting to change relatively rapidly. That storm that we were talking about that was moving towards Springfield did just get a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's starting to look a lot better. If we switch over to radar, we can see that that's already considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We have radar indicated hail of 2.53 inches in diameter. This could honestly be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning relatively soon as that updraft continues to strengthen, producing baseball-sized hail right as it moves towards the town of Mount Vernon. This is one that's not going to have a lot of competition off to its south, and when it does get into the favorable tornado environment, and it's probably going to have a relatively high tornado threat. And once again, this is moving right towards Springfield and Marshfield in Missouri, so definitely keep an eye out on that one. We did just get a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana as well. That's for one of these storms over here that's just been producing a damaging wind threat, but that will probably start to produce a little bit of a tornado threat here as it moves through the remainder of that severe thunderstorm watch.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Hi, Max. I'm back. I'm back too. Thank you, Julia, for becoming a member. And also MTG for the super chat. Likelihood of a tornado northwest of Columbia, Missouri. I would say it's very high right now. The good news is after these storms move through Columbia, the severe weather risk is a lot lower. So we got to get through these storms, though, first. There's a lot of storms that are ongoing right now. We got more storms that are trying to fire off to the west of St. Louis as well. And if these get going, if any of these little tiny showers that have popped up get going, these could also lead to tornadoes down the line. So if you live over near St. Louis, again, we're nowhere near done with severe weather. As Riley was just talking about, the storm that's just to the east of Joplin is intensifying. We actually have quite the hail core developing right over Sarcoxie, or Coxie, going up towards Stout City and Mount Vernon. So hail threats increasing on this storm. There's lightning starting to increase on this storm, and it's only a matter of time, I think, until it starts to rotate and maybe even produce a tornado threat down the line. So we definitely got to be watching this closely. So far, no severe warnings in Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky. You guys are kind of chilling at the moment. We are starting to see maybe a storm trying to organize here near Tams, going up towards Vienna. That'll go towards Harrisville. That's an area that a higher tornado potential is coming to here pretty soon. We have a fairly significant line of thunderstorms moving down towards Louisville right now. We've had a lot of live shots of a huge shelf cloud with this storm here today. Main concern right now is damaging winds, some lightning, some flooding rain. Outside of that, nothing too crazy right now. We got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in to us. If you have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is in St. Peters, Missouri, of a giant shelf cloud rolling in and wall cloud over in St. Peters earlier from Alyssa. There was a tornado warning there. This is a view from St. Peters, Missouri. It looks like on a drone. Somebody had a drone out here looking at the storm. Thank you, Alex, for sending that in. This is a photo from Hobart, Indiana. Somebody anonymous sent this in. A tree fell right in our driveway, causing a small power outage, and now we can't park in our driveway or grass. There's been a lot of tree damage from what I've heard in western Indiana from that line of storms, and even Illinois. Now, we had damage also. I had somebody send in on Twitter some like maybe tornado damage in Missouri from earlier too. Here's a photo from Columbia, Missouri. Some strong rotation over the Mizzou campus. That actually, this looks like a swirl right here. So this happened a little bit ago, right over Columbia. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from Columbia right now. There was a tornado warning for the northeast side of town, and they end up issuing the warning just after it went through Columbia. Another big tree down over in Villa Park, Illinois. Thank you, Vince, for sending this in. Just had a big tree come down in the burst of thunderstorms and high winds around 2 p.m. today. Well, thank you for sending that in. This is also a video from Brighton, Missouri. A giant storm rolling in earlier. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can go to this website, scan the QR code. Also, you guys should send us where you guys are tuning in from. We have a little a dashboard that we can see where you guys are all tuning in from. This will give us a better idea of what we should be covering or what areas to talk about. So go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link in the description. Click the location report button and submit where you're tuning in from, wherever you're at. Submit your location. It'll pop up on our map and we'll be able to get a better idea of where you guys are tuning in from. And that way we can talk more about where you might live. It's kind of a little cool thing that we have. This is the current map as of right now. We got about 5,300 of you that are sharing your location. So there's quite a few people right now over here in Missouri. The amount of people near Chicago is actually pretty high too. Go to that website. That number's just that number's going so high. If we get to 10,000 people on it, that'd be pretty cool. Right now, we do have a tornado warning currently located over here near Vandalia and Bowling Green. If you guys live in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter. This is a pretty strong area of rotation right now, moving off to the north and east. Large hook echo. Going right towards Bowling Green, so definitely take shelter. Connor has his eye right now.
There's a broad right to left motion, a large base,
on the
large
storm
bands.
in western Illinois that has broad rotation right now.
It honestly has a chance. That's moving kind of quick right there.
Yeah, I was noticing that on velocity.
Connor has some rotation developing right now. This is just north
boundary right there, or at least trying to attach
of St.
We
Louis.
have a pretty concentrated area of right to left motion now.
I think it's, I think the original boundary's well to the south of it. I think it's just kind of adjusting its own boundary, actually.
Yeah, you may be right on that.
Find the right car for you.
I mean, there's clear blue skies directly to the south of this storm right now. It's updraft, blue skies. So
you can see a little bit of rotation there.
Right,
developing near Beth Halto.
It may be right on the boundary right there. I'm looking just northeast of St. Louis, and you do have winds east, southeast.
A little lowering here, a little sus.
Part north of St. Louis on there, so it is very, very close. It may be.
The music for the $50 super chat. What do you think will happen in Northwest Ohio tonight? Honestly, not much. Mainly a wind threat over there.
It's very close. Like it still has somewhat of an elevated structure, but it's pulling up rising scud.
So we're gonna keep an eye on Connor. Also, look at John McKinney's view of that same storm on the bottom left. That's a wild-looking shelf cloud. Got a hook echo developing right now, just off to the south and west of Mount Olive. That's gonna track towards Hillsboro. I definitely think that supercell has a potential of producing a tornado down the line. Also, the severe warning now. Wow, this thing's getting big. West of Springfield, we got a giant hailstorm here. This thing is producing easily tennis ball sized hail, probably larger than tennis balls, going directly towards Mount Vernon, Missouri. If you guys live in Mount Vernon, we got to be taking shelter. This is a giant hailstorm that's happening here. Radar is indicating that this could be up to 4-inch sized hail. So if that's happening, there could be softballs flying out of the sky right now. And I'm not kidding when I say this. If a hailstone is that large falling out of the sky, it could literally be deadly. So if you live here, you need to be taking shelter. This is producing softball-sized hail potentially right now. Moving directly towards Springfield, Missouri. It's a very populated area. If you live right along the interstate as well, or if you're driving along the interstate, you need to pull over, get to a gas station, or just avoid this interstate right now. This is an extremely dangerous hailstorm. I can't stress it enough, guys. If you have friends or family here, you need to make sure they're aware of this. If you have friends that are traveling on I-44 today, this is going right along it. This is going to destroy windshields. Do not park under an overpass. You got to get off the highway to a gas station or something like that. This is a very dangerous supercell right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded this to apple-sized hail or larger. It's currently warned for tennis balls, but I definitely could see this getting upgraded to a much higher warning at some point here. Look at the CC drop, guys. That right there that's hail. That's not a tornado. That's big hail that's falling, going right into a very populated area. Mount Vernon could literally have a bunch of cars destroyed from hail like this, or a bunch of windshields destroyed. You don't want to end up like Ryan Schull yesterday. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want you to pull up that graphic that we set in Stream Relays. This is comparing the reflectivity that's going on right now in pink to the HRRR in green. There's a lot less storms up there right now than what the HRRR was forecasting. This is going to have a big implication on the tornado environment we have in place. Any of these storms that are going to occur across the tornado environment today ahead of the line that's at the very end of the storm system was basically going to somewhat limit that tornado environment in terms of how favorable it can get. We are not seeing that pre-convection across the area where we have our highest significant tornado parameter values right now. So that means they're basically just going to spend the entire day climbing even higher than what they were forecasted to be. The latest alarm runs are showing a very, very scary picture for later on in terms of storm intensity, with a lot higher coverage, with a lot stronger supercells. And the longer that it takes to see convection in places like western Arkansas and western Missouri, the stronger the environment will be for the storms that are off to the east. So keep an eye on those convective trends, and let's keep an eye on that to make sure that nothing changes that we don't catch.
Hey Riley for the update. Yeah, guys. I mean, this is the latest HRRR model run. The later we wait till storms develop, the worse this environment is going to be. It's going to be a much more intense environment for tornadoes. And so what this basically means is that the longer we wait, the worse the storms are going to be. And we've had very little storms going up in this area. And the HRRR by 6 to 7 p.m. has all sorts of supercells everywhere. And so the longer these storms wait to develop, the worse it's going to be. And you can see there's even supercells in Tennessee and even northern Mississippi that weren't even forecasted to happen that could happen. So this is not a good trend. This is definitely not good at all. The STP values are very high to begin with, and it's going to be a very favorable environment for tornadoes tonight, especially with these trends that we're seeing. So again, you guys got to be staying alert. I cannot stress it enough. Like, the longer we wait for storms to develop, the worse it's going to get. And this is the reason why I'm saying this is not quote unquote a bust or anything like that. We're super far from even being able to say something like that. Like, we'd have to wait until at least 9 o'clock to even say anything like that, maybe even later. So do not let your guard down right now. We do have a couple of storms that are trying to go up right now in southern Illinois, so those are being monitored. We have not had anything developing down here yet, which again is not a good thing. Over here to the northwest of St. Louis, we do have a tornado warning still for Vandalia. That rotation right now is going to be moving into Bowling Green here in a few minutes. If you live in Bowling Green, you need to be getting ready for this, taking shelter. If you live near Curryville or Vandalia, Storm Chaser John McKinney's on the supercell that's trying to rotate. This is over here in Morrow, Illinois. This is the one that just went through St. Louis. Has some scuddy features. It's had some broad rotation over the last several minutes. So we are monitoring the potential for a tornado with this storm. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are live with extensive coverage on a pretty significant tornado event that's happening. Looks a little sus. We're watching that closely. I want to urge anybody, though, near Springfield, Missouri, to protect your car. We have a giant hailstorm happening right now. We have at least tennis ball-sized hail falling right along Interstate 44. It's going right into Mount Vernon here in a few minutes. We have a live camera on the bottom right side of your screen that's going to have a live shot of that really significant hail core here in just a few minutes. So the hail is about to get really wild out here. Continuing to keep eyes on that. Hey, bite for the sewer chat. Watching from Menominee Falls in Wisconsin. Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. I got it. Even though we are only getting rain and wind, I enjoy your lives. You're by far the best. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, Beans for the super chat. What's your take on Fenton, Missouri? We're going to have another storm or two, I think. We actually got a new storm going up that has a lightning strike north of St. Louis. Got 2 other, maybe 4 other updrafts going up near Troy. So these could all become storms down the line. So yeah, again, things are starting to ramp up a little bit. Again, we only got 2 tornado warnings, but the longer we wait for warnings, the longer the worse it's going to get here for this evening. Which the worst thing that could happen today is that we get a nighttime nocturnal tornado outbreak. And it's very possible something like that happens. Hey, Legacy music for the $20 super chat. Good coverage. What's your opinion on Evansville, Indiana timing with the storms? We're going to have storms within the next 2 to 3 hours. Line of storms coming down to the south, but the longer this outflow boundary takes to get to you, there's a larger window for discrete supercells that could lead to tornadoes. So really anytime between now and like 11 o'clock tonight, there will probably be like 2 or 3 separate rounds of storms there. So are they saying it's better than predicted or if it's getting worse? In my opinion, it's going to be worse the longer we wait for storms to fire up. We have not had very many in our warm sector. It's a very large area that we have. In fact, it's significantly worse. The longer we wait for storms to fire up, it's going to get worse and worse. So, yeah. The fact that nothing's developed yet is very concerning. And I'm being serious when I say this. Like, we were forecasting storms to fire at like 2:33. Nothing's fired here, and that's not a good thing. I mean, we obviously could. There's a low chance that nothing fires at all, but nothing's fired in this PDS tornado watch, and that is not what you want to see at 4 o'clock on a 4:30 right now. Each storm that develops basically will weaken the intensity of our environment, and that hasn't happened. So the environment is just getting more and more ripe for storm development. So our wind shear, our instability, those numbers are all going up, and whenever those things go up and increase, the intensity of the environment gets better. We've had very small attempts of showers, but nothing's actually maintained itself. That's why this environment is getting even more ripe. And I know the Storm Prediction Center doesn't have another update until like 8 o'clock, but I almost feel like a 15% tornado risk would be valid for some more of these areas down here to the south near Dyersburg and near Memphis. But right now it is a 10%, 5%, kind of depends where you are here. I mean, I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but it's just the nature of what's going on right now. I mean, the longer we wait for storms to fire, the better shot we're going to have of a more significant tornado outbreak. I mean, it's literally 4:30 right now, and we've had nothing down there. This environment's a little bit different. Up here near St. Louis, like we've had storms. This environment's been wiped from the morning convection, so these storms have been struggling a bit more. I do think, though, in an hour or two, once these storms get a little bit closer to St. Louis, there will be a higher tornado potential. Keep in mind, guys, this entire area of storms that's going up right now, they're all mostly starting as discrete and semi-discrete supercells. In a little while, this is going to congeal into a line, probably about 3 hours from now, and that will lead to a widespread damaging wind threat with embedded tornadoes. So that'll be something we're watching for later this evening. We got a big hailstorm right about to hit Mount Vernon in Missouri. This is just east of Joplin, west of Springfield. If you guys live in Springfield, you need to be protecting your vehicle. This is your early warning here to go protect your car, as there is a risk right now for tennis ball, baseball-sized hail. Radar was indicating a few minutes ago 4-inch-sized hailstones, which would be the size of a softball. And this is right now on a direct collision course for Nixa, Ozark, and Springfield, Missouri. Here's kind of a general timeline here. So Springfield about 5 o'clock or so. You got about half an hour. Is there a moderate risk of severe weather? There is. Hey, Green Bay for the super chat. Hey, Benjamin for the super chat. Can we get a forecast in Hannibal, Missouri? We're a little bit north of Bowling Green. These storms up here will mostly be, I think, damaging winds. I think you're a little too far north for a more significant tornado threat, but definitely stay alert just in case. There's a little bit of, actually, a little bit of rotation directly northwest of Hannibal right now, but it could be a bit contaminated. It's going to go into Payson here soon. So Payson's in the path of that, and that's eventually going to go towards Mount Sterling. Definitely wouldn't rule out at least a low tornado potential with that storm. But with it being in such a large radar hole, it is hard to see if it's actually legit rotation or not. So the National Weather Service might issue a warning on that. We'll see. Hey, Tommy, for the super chat, what are we looking at in Louisiana? Louisiana is chilling. Or Louisiana, Missouri. That's a town. I don't know where that is. The highest risk, though, of tornadoes is going to be in this general area here in Missouri. It's all the way down towards, you know, Joplin. I think the highest tornado threat will probably reside down here near Farmington and Cape Girardeau in a few hours. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Tipton, California, Jefferson City, Holtz, Summit, Russellville, and Wardsville. A lot of people live in this tornado warning. If you live in this tornado warning, you got to be taking shelter right now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to be getting away from windows. This is a pretty dangerous storm here that is in the middle of the state. Unfortunately, this is a huge radar hole, so radar coverage is pretty poor. If we go over to the Kansas City radar site, you can actually see, though, the rotation located directly north of Versailles, and that's going to go directly towards Russellville in about 5 to 7 minutes, and Jefferson City is about 10 to 15 minutes out from this. So if you live in Jefferson City, Missouri, we need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and be getting away from windows as this storm comes in. Do not try looking outside for this. Do not pretend you're a storm chaser. You just got to get to your safe place. I really recommend, you got a few minutes if you're in Jefferson City. I do recommend getting a helmet, maybe some sort of other protection like a mattress, some blankets, couch cushions, something that can protect your head and neck area in case there is a tornado with this storm. There is a risk of strong, intense, possibly violent tornadoes with any supercell in this environment today. I would also have shoes in your shelter spot right now. Bring them down to your basement or storm shelter, whatever it might be, and wear or even bring long sleeves if possible. The storm's going to go right into Jefferson City here soon. We got a large hook echo and a very strong inflow north of Versailles. Is far away from the radar site, but on the velocity scale, it's about a 6 out of 10 right now. So it's not a tornado yet, but it could be at any time. Is it not Versailles? Or somebody said it was Versailles the other day. Versailles? It's Versailles now? Bro, there's no way. I literally just had somebody, I swore I covered this area the other day, and people were saying it was Versailles. Did it change? Did they change their name pronunciation overnight? I'm serious. It's apparently Versailles. Versailles? Bro, at this point, we're calling it, we're going to call it Versailles again. That's what I used to call it, Versailles. We're just going to call it that. It's Versailles. I'm just going with Versailles. Latest scan, our strongest rotations now crossing over Missouri 5. Heading into Latham right now. It's going to be approaching Russellville, Lowman, as well as St. Martin's here soon. Definitely got to watch this closely. There's a lot of people that live in this tornado warning. Got a little over 100,000 people in this tornado warning. It also includes Ashland, New Bloomfield, Hartsburg, California, Russellville, Wardsville, Holtz Summit, obviously Jefferson City, and then as well as Tipton. The other tornado warning here for Bowling Green has been allowed to continue. We still have an area of rotation that's going to be coming up right into Bowling Green. Large hook echo, strong inflow. If we have a tornado, it's going to enter into Bowling Green in about 7 minutes, but you should be in your safe place before that. Curryville, Bowling Green, Ashley, Eolia, Frankfort, and Farber need to be taking shelter. The severe warning over near Mount Vernon, just outside of Springfield, is now 2-inch sized hail, so it's a little bit smaller, but still some pretty big hail right now that could easily damage vehicles and windshields. Is coming up into Republic. It's going right along I-44. Brookline and Battlefield are in the path of this. Hey, Snow for the super chat. Missourians call Versailles. All right, so it's Versailles. We're going with Versailles. Also, we got some new storms that are starting to go up off to the south of Neosho. This is in far southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. We'll be watching these for an increasing hail and wind threat, even a tornado threat down the line. It's very interesting. So far, nothing is organizing right now in southern Illinois. Again, this is not good when you see something like this, though. I mean, we're not even at the peak of daylight heating. And these storms, these little cells have been trying to go up right along the Mississippi River Valley. They've been struggling to actually produce. And my mouse is bugging out again. That's why I can't draw. But yeah, this area definitely needs to be on high alert in the next few hours. Once the storm goes up and actually organizes, it's going to be a very dangerous afternoon and evening. MTG with Sewer Chat asked about northwest of Columbia, Missouri. Please give us some info. I think northwest of, was that Columbia? Yeah, Columbia. Yeah, northwest of Columbia. We're almost done. You're almost behind the cold front. I'll give it another hour and a half, and then you'll be fine. Hey, Caitlin for the Super Chat. $20 for getting the pronunciation correct. Yeah, if I got $20 for every pronunciation I got correct, I'd probably have $20. So that's pretty good. Hey, Slender for the Super Chat. Is St. Louis good? No, you're not. Lock in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning near Quincy, north of Hannibal. This is going to be for Payson and Camp Point. You know, take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you if you are in this tornado warning. This is in a big radar hole here near Camp Point. That storm is going directly to the northeast towards Mount Sterling and Camp Point and Clayton. But again, this is a very, very large radar hole, so we don't have a great look at velocities. But we did have a pretty strong area of rotation like 5 minutes ago. So about 5 minutes ago, there may have been a tornado near Barkley, and that would have gone right over the Hannibal Regional Airport. It's now crossing into Illinois, and it's going to be approaching Payson. Payson, Liberty, Burton, going to be crossing over I-72. You guys are all on the path of this rotation. Daniel with the Super Chat says, the kids want your opinion on sleeping in their treehouse in central Illinois tonight. Terrible idea. Get out of the treehouse. Otherwise, they're grounded. That's a fat polygon. It is fat. You better put like you better lock the door to that treehouse. There's no way somebody's actually trying to go into a treehouse tonight in Illinois. Are we being serious? It's like asking, can I go camping if I'm in Paducah, Kentucky? Like, no, you can't. You're not allowed. Thank you, Lux, for the $10 Super Chat. Versailles? I don't care. I'm saying Versailles. The other thing is, too, if we had a thunderstorm in central Illinois tonight, which we will, lightning could strike the tree. That's terrible. Like, that would be like a terrible result. So trees are literally one of the center points of what lightning strikes. Latest scan on our Jefferson City tornado warning. Area of rotation right now is south of US Highway 50. It's going right into Centertown, St. Martin's, and Jefferson City here over the next few minutes. Gotta be taking shelter if you're in Jefferson City. Just south US Highway 50. Get ready. Holt Summit, Jefferson City, and Wardsville. We also have another severe warning in Michigan. This is pretty crazy, guys. This is our severe storm. It's non-existent. It's not even a storm, but it's an area of wind that is moving through Lansing right now. It basically says damaging winds behind an exiting area precipitation will affect the area. So, yeah, if you live in this area, they could persist for quite a bit of time. So if you live over here in Missouri, or Michigan, excuse me, get ready for some significant damaging winds. Not associated with a thunderstorm. If you live over near Louisville, Evansville, Jasper, we got a lot of thunderstorms out here, mostly producing damaging winds and a lot of lightning. None of these are very tornadic as of right now, but we are monitoring this situation. What is going to become tornadic is any storms that do end up organizing down here in southern Illinois and southeast Missouri, which we're kind of awaiting to see what happens there. We are starting to see some little tiny showers go up near Huntington, Tennessee. That could become concerning at some point. You can see them going up here on some of the live Radar Omega cyclone ports. Storms are starting to bubble up here. And if you guys want to check out all these live cameras, you can go to the Radar Omega app and download it with the top link in the description below. Temperatures right now are in the low 80s out here, so it is definitely pretty warm. The dew points are in the mid 60s, so there's plenty of buoyancy. But conditions are becoming a lot more ripe now for supercell development down there in Tennessee. This hail core might become, or this hailstorm might become another more elevated hailstorm warning. Right now it's for 2 inches in diameter. I wouldn't be surprised if this got upgraded to 2.5 to 3 inches in diameter again. The hail core has gotten large again right over Mount Vernon. So Mount Vernon, Missouri, currently getting hit by a pretty nasty hailstorm. This is what it looks like right now in Mount Vernon. Not that. Why is it not clicking? There we go. This is what it looks like in Mount Vernon right now. So we got upwards of tennis ball to baseball sized hail coming down right now in Mount Vernon. This camera is specifically located near the Quality Inn and Suites between Daniel Drive and Industrial Road. I think there are people parked under the overpass there. There's some sort of truck that's parked there. We might have shame. Might have shame there. I can't really tell for sure. We have a brand new tornado watch in Illinois. It's a small one, and it's actually kind of concerning the way they word it because it's such a small area. But it's for Springfield, Lincoln, Decatur, Taylorville, Champaign, Paris, Robinson, Olney, Effingham, and Mattoon till 9 p.m. Central Time. We need a shame emoji. If you're a member of the channel, there is a shame emoji. This tornado watch is for several tornadoes being likely. Scattered hail to the size of tennis balls is likely, and then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is going to be coming too. So if you live in this area, you got to be staying really weather aware right now. This is a very dangerous area where at least a few tornadoes are likely here today. What are your thoughts on DeSoto, Missouri, in Jefferson County tonight? Jefferson County? DeSoto, Missouri. Where's DeSoto? Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. That's going to be for Springfield. Let me talk about this first. Springfield, Missouri, you guys are now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have a giant hail core right now going right into Republic, Battlefield, and Springfield, eventually going towards the Stratford area, Cody, Ozark, and Nixa. You guys all got to be taking shelter and protecting your vehicle if you are in this warning. If you live over in DeSoto, which I think is just south here, St. Louis somewhere, anywhere near St. Louis, the greatest concerns through about 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. We have discrete supercells that are trying to form right now. There will be a higher tornado threat down the line, though, once these storms get going over here. This entire line of thunderstorms out here is starting to ramp up, and it will be producing mostly wind, but there will be tornadoes initially with these discrete cells. We're still monitoring the tornadic supercell near Bowling Green, which has a large area of rotation. Nothing has tightened as of yet, but it is going to be moving right into Bowling Green, Louisiana here in a few minutes. If you're in Louisiana, Missouri, you need to get ready for this storm. That rotation is going to go right over top of you here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Clarksville, same thing. We have about 8,000 of you that are sharing your location. If you guys want to go ahead and share your location, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is where most people are tuning in from right now. Got a lot of people tuning in all across the Midwest and also through Missouri. Missouri has a lot of people tuning in. Rolla has a huge audience. St. Louis has a lot of people tuning in as well. A lot less people in Kentucky and Tennessee, but if you guys have friends or family out here, definitely make sure they're aware of the increasing tornado threat here that's coming in about an hour or two. We go back to the Jefferson City tornado warning, which has been allowed to continue. The last few radar scans, I'm not seeing as much rotation, but it is very rain. It's one, very rain wrapped, and two, it's also in a radar hole, so we can't really clearly see it. But if there is a tornado, it'll be heading towards Centertown, St. Martin's, and then Jefferson City. Good shout out to Bert with a $50 super chat from Ernie Embry-Riddle alum here. You're doing us proud. I went the pilot route. Yeah, a lot of people went pilot route. I low-key need a pilot person, like a private jet person. There's a pilot out there that can fly me around on a private jet. Reach out. I would have helped the other day. I came back from California from the YouTube Creator Summit that I was at last week. And we came back, got here right in the nick of time because we had a very significant tornado hit Enid only a few hours after I got back. I would ignore Indianapolis too. Well, there's nothing to talk about. If I'm not talking about a certain place, it's a good thing sometimes. Indianapolis is not currently at risk of anything in the next hour, but it will change probably in about 2 to 3 hours. Hey, read for the super chat, and also Elijah. That's on the condition in southern Illinois. We're waiting for storms to fire. Again, the longer we wait for storms to fire, the worse this is going to be. Nothing is organized quite yet, but we got a lot of little tiny showers that are starting to pop up here in southern Illinois and western Kentucky. I think it's only going to be a matter of time until we start to see storms actually organize. I thought it would happen over 2 hours ago. Nothing's happened. Again, that's not a good thing. I want to remind you, with no storms firing in this area, this environment is going to get way more volatile. And so, like, within the next hour or two, if storms still have not fired, we're going to have a very serious nighttime threat, which is not good. If you live over in Springfield, Missouri, we got a giant hailstorm coming in right now. It's producing hail up to the size of limes, which is 2 inches in diameter. This is also producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is a considerable threat of severe weather right now heading into Battlefield. So you got to get ready for this really concerning hailstorm right now, going into Billings. Going right into Republic. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this. Hey, Me6 for the super chat. Appreciate that. We got some new photos and videos coming out from you guys with these storms that have been rolling through here today. This is a new photo from Vince over in Villa Park, Illinois, with a big tree that it came down with a burst of wind at about 2 o'clock today. Just sent it a few minutes ago. This is a video from Bridgeton, Missouri. Very dark skies, very low hanging clouds as well. A little bit of broad rotation on this storm. A little bit of left to right motion at the front, a little bit of right to left motion at the back. Here's a photo from Troy, Missouri, from Robbery. Scary looking shelf cloud there. A little time lapse here from Cape Hart, Indiana. Pretty cool time lapse. Got a bunch of storms out here in the distance that rolled by. I think there was like 2 or 3, and there's a shelf cloud that comes through. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Nick, for sending that in. This is a photo from Cole County, Missouri. Just out. This is actually in Jefferson City. This was about an hour ago, so this is not what's happening in real time right now, but a little bit of, it looks like a little lowering. We did have tornado warnings issued for the storms that went to the northeast of this. This is James over at Emmett Charter Township, Michigan. Specifically in Battle Creek, we got wind damage over there. We got a large area of low precip storms.
A new tornado warning
that are producing damaging winds. And our last photo for right now is from Macoupin County in Illinois, looking northwest of a very scary looking storm there. If you guys have photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. Also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois and Missouri. That one will be for those that live in Louisiana, in Pittsfield, and Griggsville. If you guys live in this pink polygon, you need to be taking shelter now. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You need to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This storm currently is moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It has been a fairly discreet supercell for most of the time, but what we got to be doing if you're in Louisiana and Pittsfield is getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, lowest floor possible. You need to make sure you have a helmet with you if you have one. If you have pillows or a blanket, I'll get those and cover yourself with them. Protect your head and neck area specifically if there is a tornado. So you need to take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. That rotation right now is over Bowling Green. It is not tight right now. We got a little storm merger that's coming out of the south. And if that storm merger is successful, this is probably going to produce a more significant tornado threat. I also want to talk about St. Louis for a second because I know a lot of people are tuning in from St. Louis right now and probably wondering, when are we going to be done? Guys, we're not done. Unfortunately, there are more discrete cells that are now firing off to your west. And one of the concerns is that this environment is still super ripe for tornadoes. This is our hodographs. Very curved, which means our winds are changing a lot with height right now. That means there's a lot of wind shear. And so this should lead to a pretty elevated tornado risk with any storms that end up firing here. We have a lot of wind shear, a lot of bulk shear. Storm relative velocity is still well over 300. 250 is really all you need really for a more elevated tornado threat. And so we are well over that number right now in St. Louis. And I know there's nothing here right now, but we got storms firing to your west, and those are eventually going to become concerning to some extent. There's a reason why there's a lot of storm chasers that have been sitting around St. Louis kind of waiting, because these storms off to the west are probably going to become tornadic at some point. Kind of like the one near Jefferson City. I'd say this one's not as tornadic as what we might see out of the ones off to the east, but that is definitely one of the concerns that we have. I would also be watching this supercell near Springfield and Ozark. It is moving now into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. This is now producing tennis ball sized hail. So Springfield, Missouri, you need to be protecting your vehicle. If you've not already done so, you got to go protect it now. This thing is producing some giant hail right now, coming directly into Springfield. There are a lot of people that are currently driving on the roadways right now in Springfield, and little do they know, in about 5 minutes, the same exact area will probably be having tennis ball sized hail. This is in Republic, which is literally 5 minutes away from having big hail. So we're going to have a live camera shot of that here in a second. Shout out to Mike with the $20 Venmo donation, watching from Wildwood, Missouri. Stay safe. That hail core is big. Hopefully no shame. Hopefully. There's another live shot bottom right in the same area. This is producing tennis balls. There's ice balls that are the size of tennis balls coming out of the skies. That's a lot of balls. But those are coming into the south side of Springfield right now. Our tornado warning that is in Camp Point, Illinois is still ongoing. I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. It's going up towards Rushville, but definitely stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Going back to Jefferson City, we do have a tornado warning still for Jefferson City. If you live in Jefferson City, you need to be taking shelter. That Hook Echo is only about 10 miles or so to your west. Bottom right side of your screen is a live shot from Jefferson City. We can actually go full cam to this. So this is looking directly towards that area of rotation on the Missouri River Bridge. And can't see anything yet. We are keeping an eye on this camera. This is live over in Republic, just south of Springfield, where tennis ball sized hail's coming in. So we got those two live shots on those storms, and we got more storms quickly going up right now off to the west of St. Louis. And if those can sustain themselves, tornado threat will be increasing. We got all sorts of little cells going up right now off to the southwest of St. Louis. It's getting really interesting, guys. We're actually starting to see convection, so things might actually get going here in a little bit. This is a look at our satellite imagery. We have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan. We got to talk about that. This is what it looks like right now. So we got storms going up all around in west of St. Louis, a bunch going up near Springfield, and we are starting to see some cumulonimbus clouds building over here in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, and even over there in Tennessee. So storms are beginning to bubble up. We have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. What storm is that? Which one do they make EDS? I don't see a single one that's EDS. Southwest? So this warning has been upgraded to an extremely dangerous situation. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it's an extremely dangerous situation right now. If you live in Hastings, Charlotte, Battle Creek, or Marshall, you might be wondering, how in the world is this an extremely dangerous situation? It is a very low precip area of... It's basically a no precip area of wind that we're looking at here. So not something that you see very often, but this is a storm that is producing widespread wind damage across Battle Creek. Train spotters are reporting very high winds that are leading to widespread wind damage all across this 3-county box here in Michigan. So if you live here, you got to be staying away from windows. And this is an EDS, an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It's not something that you see too often. We had some photos sent in from a couple of viewers over there, and it does look like there's a lot of tree damage. So it is only getting, it seems like, worse. A lot of straight line winds there. Over near Springfield, we might have a little microburst happening. We got very intense winds right over Missouri 174. Velocities are up to 70 miles per hour. So there's a localized area of high winds that is happening right now just west of Republic. Republic is about to get hit pretty hard by wind, it looks like, here in a few minutes. This is a very dangerous supercell here, mainly a hail threat and a wind threat right now, but the tornado threat could increase as this moves into our tornado watch polygon. They just upgraded the warning for Christian, Greene, and Lawrence counties in Missouri to a tornado possible tag. We still have a tornado warning right now for Jefferson City. There's a live camera bottom right of your screen that is in Jefferson City. We have a hook echo that is over US Highway 50, and that's going to move right into Jefferson City over the next few minutes. We need to take shelter if we are in Jefferson City right now. The storm is quickly coming towards you, and you're probably not going to see the tornado. No reason to try to look outside for this. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Lebanon, east of Bolivia Yard. That just went up in the last few minutes for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going right towards I-44. This is a nasty storm going into Springfield. If you guys have friends or family in Springfield, Missouri, please share the stream with them. Get the word out there. There is a really damaging hailstorm that's going to be entering town. This is producing somewhere around tennis ball to baseball sized hail right now. So this is a very dangerous storm. The camera in the bottom middle is going to have that hail falling in a few minutes. The hail core is right here, Republic, and that camera's here. So we're going to have a very good view of what it's going to look like there in a few minutes. But unfortunately, this is probably going to be a very destructive hailstorm for the south side of Springfield in Missouri.
A new tornado warning.
So we definitely need to watch that closely. We have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be near Bowling Green and Vandalia near Curryville. If you are in this warning, you need to be taking shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is not the same storm as earlier. It's a completely separate storm. So if you live here, you need to take shelter, bring your legs, go downstairs, go to your basement, your storm shelter, whatever it might be. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. If you have pillows, if you have like a helmet or something like that, you need to get that and cover your head and neck area in case there is a tornado. Take the proper precautions. Do not have your camera looking outside like you're a TikToker. It's very dangerous. These are not the kind of storms you want to be trying to look for a tornado with. Thank you, Weston, for becoming a member and calling for the super chat. I live in a camper. I'm located in Vernon, Illinois. I'm wondering if we should relocate somewhere safer or if it's okay to stay here. It's honestly kind of your call. If you live in a camper, RV, or a mobile home and you're in the tornado watch at all, I would be personally going and finding a sturdy structure. Maybe your uncle has a place to go, or your uncle has a place, or maybe there's a storm shelter in your town, maybe a nearby town. I would be trying to figure out that now rather than when a tornado warning is issued, though, because the second you wait until a tornado warning gets issued, that's the second that you're risking your life trying to get to that place when a tornado is only 60 seconds from hitting your mobile home or RV or whatever it might be. Again, keep in mind, a tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. A tornado warning means that a tornado is imminent or happening as that warning is issued. So you do not want to wait until a warning gets issued. That's the last thing you should be doing. If you need a sturdy structure today, you got to figure that out now. Do not wait. It's better to be safe than sorry, too, in a day like today. Back over in Springfield, we got a giant hailstorm coming in right now, right into Republic. That camera bottom middle is about to get absolutely demolished with hail. We got tennis ball sized hail that's coming into this right now. It hasn't really gotten too large yet, but it's going to get large here in a second. We're going to see some really big hailstones. There's a lot of people driving right now. It is basically rush hour. See the hail starting to come down. It's pretty small right now, but it's going to get larger. We got a new radar scan coming in. Hey, Coneth for the $20 super chat. Fort Wayne, Indiana, really appreciates you and the entire team. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Glad you trust us. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of Springfield near Aurora and Monette. That's for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That hail core is going now right into Republic. So that hail's getting larger. There are hundreds of vehicles on the roadway right now with rush hour happening. So this hail core is going right through the heart of Republic. And there's a lot of hail falling in Republic. The CC radar is showing a ton of hail. This camera is a little bit laggy. It's probably losing connection, but the hail is starting to get larger and larger, and the wind's been picking up here in Republic. The south side of Springfield is about to get hit really hard with hail. Starting to see some of that hail come down right now. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be just south of Vandalia, south of Bowling Green near Wellsville and Ellsbury. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible tag on this storm. So you need to be staying away from windows if you're in this area. For those that are tuning in here in the Mississippi River Valley, and for those that are wondering why are we under a PDS tornado watch and nothing's happened yet, it's about to get going here soon. Actually, guys, look at this right now in Republic. Look at Republic. Republic, Missouri's getting hammered. We got giant hail falling, and we got winds really intensifying right now. They just moved the camera. Somebody's controlling it. I'm going to talk about those areas that are in that PDS watch in a second. But you can see the conditions are getting a lot worse now here in Republic, Missouri. The storm is producing tennis ball-sized hail right now. A lot of people are driving right through it. Don't end up like Ryan Scholl driving through a hailstorm. So conditions are getting pretty rough out there. We're going to keep an eye on that. What I was just talking about, though, is that the reason why we have not seen storms yet is because this environment has been capped off, which means we basically have a little dry inversion or a temperature inversion aloft that is preventing storms from bubbling up. But once that cap is overcome, these storms are going to explode really quickly. And the shear is very strong here, which makes it more concerning. And it's getting a lot windier, by the way, here in Republic. There might be a microburst happening right now. The velocities are really strong right over Republic. There could be 70+ mile-per-hour winds here just southwest of Springfield. The conditions are getting really rough out here. My goodness. Oh, the hail falling too. Camera's lagging a little bit, but the conditions are getting pretty bad out here. You can see the diverging winds here. So this is possibly a microburst, which is happening here near Republic. And what that means is that it's a localized area of very intense winds that are going from the atmosphere or the clouds down to the ground, and they're spreading out. And a lot of the time, this can lead to really intense pockets of like 70 to 90 mile-per-hour winds in a very localized area, sometimes higher winds than that. So that's what we're seeing right now in Republic, along with the giant hail threat that's happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Missouri. We're up to, I think we have 6 tornado warnings. This is a new one for Bowling Green. So Bowling Green and Olia, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. Just northwest of Ellsbury. This supercell near Jefferson City is beginning to get a lot more concerning. Rotation has been intensifying over the last several radar scans, and there is a legit risk that if there is a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things, going right towards Holt Summit and New Bloomfield. So if you guys live in this warning, we really got to be taking shelter because there could be a significant tornado. I know Jefferson City, you guys have been under a warning here for literally like an hour, it feels like. But that area of rotation is definitely pretty concerning right now. It's going to go directly over Holt Summit. And then Lake Mikey Town, I think it is, and then New Bloomfield. That is a lot stronger than it was like 15, 20 minutes ago. It's right over the Church Farm Conservation Area. We are in a radar hole. This storm's also producing tennis ball-sized hail. So Jefferson City, we got to be taking shelter. Got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you're in Jefferson City. We are keeping an eye on any live cameras here, too. There are a few. This is a live camera here in Jefferson City looking at this storm out in the distance. We don't have a clear view of it yet, but in a few minutes, we will hopefully get a very clear view of this storm as it moves in. That is located about 2 miles north of the downtown area. This is another live shot. It is rush hour right now. A lot of people are just trying to get home. But I urge you, if you're on the roadways, you got to try to get to a sturdy structure in case this does try to drop a tornado. We don't know if it's on the ground right now, but if it is, it's going right into Claysville, which is about maybe 5 miles north of the city. I wish we had a radar site here because we would have a much better view of the storm there. Hey, KK for becoming a member. Any updates on Bloomington? No updates as of right now. We got a big time line of storms developing now north of St. Louis. This will lead to a much more significant damaging wind threat down the line. And tornadoes are also going to be possible. We've had a lot of attempts of convective initiation down here in Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois, and the PDS tornado watch. Again, nothing has transpired yet, but the longer we wait, the more favorable that environment's going to get for a tornado. Latest radar scan on our Springfield hailstorm. This is now moving into the southwest side of Springfield. The largest hail, which could be up to tennis ball size, is now moving into Brookline and Battlefield. This is the kind of hail that's going to damage and dent your car. It could also destroy your windshield. So if you are in this warning, you need to be taking shelter. There are a lot of people on the bottom right camera there that are in Republic that are right next to the hailstorm that might be getting hit by this right now. It's going to go right into Battlefield and Springfield over the next few minutes. We've also just issued a flash flood warning for Marion, Missouri. So we do have a flash flood warning now in Marion, Missouri. We got a lot of flash flood warnings going up. Waiting for another radar scan here, but again, we're looking at a possibility of a tornado right now north of Jefferson City. If there is a tornado, it will be on the stronger side of things. These cameras do have some connection issues, but over at Republic Road, the wind is beginning to pick up here. Republic and Scenic, just on the southwest side of Springfield. Straight line damaging winds are becoming a concern. And on top of that, there's some really big hail falling. Latest scan on our Jefferson City tornado warning. That rotation is now lifting to the north. Hopefully this will avoid the city. It is heading in the direction of Bloomfield right now. So if you're in Bloomfield, you got to get ready for this. New Bloomfield. After that, it'll go towards Fulton. So if you live over in Fulton, get ready. Just south and east there of Columbia. Pretty dangerous, discrete supercell there. We've had attempts of storms going up west of St. Louis. None of them have been successful so far, but I want to remind you, if you do live in St. Louis, severe weather threat will definitely start to increase here within the next hour or two as those storms come out of the west. We are not done with severe weather if you're in St. Louis. It is really only the beginning. We're at least going to have one, if not two more rounds of storms that'll be capable of all hazards, including the threat of tornadoes. This is our latest meso analysis on our significant tornado parameter values, and they're increasing in a lot of places right now. There is an environment here near Jefferson City that is very favorable for tornadoes. We got about a 5 on the STP value scale. Even though near Warrenton and St. Louis, all these numbers are pretty high, ranging from 4 to 7. This is on a scale of 1 to 10. And generally speaking, if it's any higher than a 5, the threat of a significant, like stronger, intense tornado is a lot higher. So if you live in this area, we definitely got to be staying alert right now. Everywhere else, there's still a favorable environment, just not a whole lot of storms in a lot of the other places yet. I think we'll have to monitor the supercell south of Springfield down the line for maybe some tornado genesis as it goes towards Seymour. We got... Wait, do we just get a new tornado warning? Or am I tripping? I started a new tornado warning sound effect and nothing happened. That was weird. I don't think we have a new one. I flipped overlays and it just had a sound effect. That was weird. Hey, Jar for the sewer chat. I'm in Columbia, Illinois, which is just east of St. Louis, Missouri. I'm trying to get to my girlfriend and kids. Am I in the clear for a bit? Columbia, Missouri, or Columbia, Illinois. Let me just look where that is real quick. Yeah, you're probably fine for a little bit, but definitely stay alert. If you live anywhere near St. Louis, like, you guys can go about your normal daily activities, but you need to have ways to receive alerts, obviously. There are more storms coming. We will see more severe weather in St. Louis. It's not like an if, it's just a when. So if you live in St. Louis, we're going to have more storms here soon. We are starting to see more supercells trying to develop here off to the north and west of St. Louis. This line of thunderstorms is really what's going to be the big kicker, because that's going to be a lot more widespread. Rotation still looks pretty strong right now near US Highway 63, going into New Bloomfield near Jefferson City. Back over in far western Illinois, the tornado warning near Pittsfield, that rotation's gotten a little bit stronger. That's going to go towards Winchester and Jacksonville. There is a possibility they'll issue a new tornado warning for this as it moves to the east. They'll be watching that. Just outside of Springfield, look at this. This is live inside of our giant hailstorm just south of Springfield, producing tennis ball sized hail and 60 plus mile per hour winds. The wind is picking up a lot right now. Camera's pretty pixelated, but that's a live shot out there. Pretty nasty conditions, and there's a lot of people driving home right now while this hailstorm's happening. See the tree swaying at the top right. Hey, Rock for the super chat. Got family in Holt Summit, Missouri, but no one's answering. Power outage? Possibly. A big branch for the super chat. Got a new tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for the storm that's just northeast of Jefferson City. It's near New Bloomfield, Fulton. It's north of Chamios, I think is how you say it. If you're in this warning, definitely take shelter. There is still a tight area of rotation right now, directly north of the city. It's going to cross over US Highway 54. Mocaine, and as well as Fulton. You guys are included in this too. You need to be staying alert right now for a potential tornado threat as this storm moves to the east-northeast. Where can I send videos of trees being blown over? This is exactly where you send it. QR code and the link on your screen right now. Speaking of that, we do have some new photos and videos. I think. Here's a new photo from St. Peters, Missouri, of some very ominous skies here. I had a lot of photos of this kind of scuddy looking stuff. These are just scary looking storms here. Oh, we have something happening on slot 3 right now. Oh, guys, look at this. This is in St. Louis right now. Look at all the cars here. They're all trying to get off the road. There's a lot of hail falling. Look at the car. These people don't know what to do. There's all sorts of hail falling right now here, just south of Springfield, Missouri, near Republic. People are driving really slow, but there's a bunch of hail coming down. There's like a hail wave happening here. So hail's coming down rapidly now. We at least have golf balls probably falling with this storm. I know the camera's blurry, but it's definitely hailing out there. And you see the wind still picking up. The wind actually changed directions. That tree at the top right was going right to left. Now it's going left to right. So this is the rear flank downdraft, the wind coming out of the storm. The streets pretty easily flood, it seems like. These cars are all kicking up water. All right, back over to some of your photo and video submissions. This is a video from Republic, Missouri. That's a lot of hail coming down. Doesn't look very large, but definitely a lot of hail coming down there. This is in Griffin, Missouri. Wow. Really intense conditions here. Hey, John, for sending this in. So I'm assuming this is with that supercell that's just south of Springfield. And then here's a photo from Republic of a microburst knocking down multiple tree limbs. So it seems like we might have had a microburst here. The winds did intensify, and that is a localized area of very high winds. They're very hard to predict, but looks like we might have had a microburst. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. You can also go to the link on your screen right here. Huge shout out to Vinny with the $20 super chat. What does PDS stand for? That means particularly dangerous situation. We currently have a PDS tornado watch in effect, so we're just kind of waiting to see what happens there. Also, thank you for your max velocity phone calls. They're a lifesaver for sure. Get you some DoorDash on me tonight. I appreciate that. Also, shout out to Gail with the $100 super chat saying thank you for keeping us safe from Wentzville, Missouri. I'm glad I can help you there. Leslie also says you are very professional and earlier chat conversation about your voice. It is just fine and perfect and important for this job. Thank you for liking my voice. I appreciate that. I'm glad I have reassurance. Back over to the southeast of Springfield. This storm right now is producing some big damage for sure. I'm kind of surprised this isn't warned for 70 mile per hour winds. I definitely think we have higher wind gusts than just, 60. Very intense winds right now near state US Highway 65. Heading towards Seymour. This is a very dangerous storm right now. And we are still monitoring. It's producing some big hail also right over the south side of Springfield. So there's probably golf ball, maybe even larger sized hail right now falling directly south of Springfield, not far from the Missouri State University. So some cars might be getting dented or even damaged. Same thing east of Aurora. We got another hail core here. If my mouse decides to cooperate, my goodness. I really need a new mouse or something. So hail there just east of Aurora. After the severe weather outbreak, I'm getting a new mouse. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to talk about the storms off to the north of St. Louis right now. It looks like they're starting to go upscale, and the interesting part about this is SVC currently does not have a significant wind risk anywhere in the United States. I would expect we're going to see significant winds as we become a linear line of storms. So if you're across the northern part of Illinois and central part of Illinois, know that there's not a significant wind gust risk, but we're probably going to end up seeing those with those severe thunderstorms when they do eventually go linear.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so if we go over to the SBC outlook for today, what he means is, yes, there is a widespread threat of wind, but there isn't a quote-unquote significant wind threat, which means we don't have a SIG 1 wind risk outlined or a SIG 2. And you might be wondering, what the heck is a SIG? Well, a SIG is basically an intensity parameter that the Storm Prediction Center will issue. So right now we have a normal 45% wind risk, which means widespread damaging winds are likely in the pink and even in the red. But we don't have a hatched area, and the first hatch is called a SIG 1. That means there's a risk of 75 mile per hour winds or higher. A SIG 2 is 85 mile per hour or higher, and then SIG 3 would be 95 plus, right? And we don't have one of those, and I was really confused why we don't even have one to begin with, but I do think there's a real risk over here near St. Louis, Terre Haute, and Urbana for 75 plus mile per hour winds. So definitely get ready for a higher wind threat. We do have a widespread trampoline risk today of flying trampolines. We are probably going to see several flying trampolines this afternoon and evening. We right now have an extreme risk of flying trampolines anywhere in the tornado watches. So hatch down your trampolines. Make sure they're hatched down, because otherwise they might go flying to another state or another county. Could end up in another zip code. How intense our winds are going to be. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lebanon here in Missouri. That'll be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds going right up Interstate 44. We do not have a tornado warning anymore for Jefferson City. That storm is lifted to the north. We definitely need to watch this new organizing supercell south of Jefferson City for a possible tornado threat down the line. It's near Tuscumbia right now. So far, again, still no storms have developed in our PDS tornado watch. It's all been capped off. It will be very interesting to see how long this lasts. Is there a cap in place? There is a cap down here. Yeah. These storms have been capped off. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. They did. Thank you, Jared, for becoming a member. If you live like near Louisville or Evansville, we have a lot of thunderstorms out here, mostly just strong thunderstorms producing some gusty winds and a lot of lightning. Actively, we don't have anything too severe here. Flash flooding is becoming a concern. Severe weather will ramp up later this evening for a lot of these places. Anything north of this line right here should stay pretty limited in terms of a tornado risk, at least for now, until the warm sector lifts to the north again. It's pretty crazy, though, guys. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Again, we thought storms were going to fire up around like 3 to 4. It is now almost 5:30. And again, nothing has fired in the tornado watch yet. And I want to remind you guys, for those that think this is over, it's not. Because the longer we wait for storms to fire in the Mississippi River Valley, or really anywhere in this risk area here, the higher chance there will be of significant and strong tornadoes. So please stay aware. Like I can't stress it enough. Like, you can obviously do what you got to do, right? But one of the concerning things is that we are going to have a pretty elevated risk here of tornadoes down the line. Down here near Springfield, we still got a very significant storm rolling through here. The wind is getting crazy out here. This is a live shot right now near the storm. The wind is getting really intense. This is a very significant storm right now near Ozark. You can barely see anybody on the highway right now. That's how bad it is. Look at this camera. My goodness, this could easily be 80 mile per hour winds. This is right now happening near Cody, near US Highway 65, just south and east there of Galloway. Look at the wind. This supercell that just went through Springfield is very intense. Almost just lost that camera. That is insane. Probably have hurricane force winds here. They did upgrade the warning to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So the winds are definitely intense. This is another live shot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. This one will be over to the west of Springfield for Jacksonville. Jacksonville, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is a storm that's currently going to be going towards Springfield down the line. So if you live in Springfield, Missouri, or Springfield, Illinois, we need to be staying alert. Looks like we might have cameras going down over there. Either that or it's just connection issues, but the cameras are struggling to stay up there. And this wind is just crazy. This camera's holding on for dear life. Hey, Travis, for becoming a member. This camera's still staying up. This is, again, just south of Galloway in Missouri. This wind has been super strong here for literally almost 5 minutes now. Pretty crazy. Here's that new tornado warning in Illinois. I'd actually be really watching the storm near Jacksonville. If that stays discreet, there will probably be a higher tornado threat on that, but it might merge into the line of thunderstorms. But take shelter if you're in this warning. We're watching for QLCS spin-up tornadoes embedded in this line as it continues to move to the east and southeast. Man, that camera's going absolutely nuts. There is definitely going to be a tornado risk, I think, down the line with this. It does have a little hook. They just issued a new warning for it for 70-mile-per-hour winds and also for half-dollar size tail. You can see a little hook shape forming right now, a little inflow over US Highway 60. The wind is surging. It's very strong right now over US Highway 60, and it's going to wrap right around in the direction of Seymour and Mansfield. Got a little outflow boundary here near Ozark as well. So that's kind of latching onto the storm right now. Big hail time threat there as well. Over near Lebanon, we got a little hailstorm off to your west, producing ping pong balls and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got another storm that's north of Tuscumbia. This is going to be heading towards Jefferson City. So if you guys live in Jefferson City, I do think the hail risk is going to be pretty elevated here. We're probably looking at golf ball-sized hail, maybe even larger than that. Could be up to tennis balls now. That hail core is getting big. You actually got a 3-body scatter spike popping up on radar, which is a radar artifact with these larger hailstone storms, and it's going to go right up US Highway 54 towards Wardsville and Taos and Lynn. Get ready for that. Got more tennis balls flying out of the sky. This camera, like, what is going on with this thing? This is just crazy. It's been windy here for like the last 6 or 7 minutes. This thing's been getting hammered. I don't know, like, you can see the tree swaying there on the left. It is super windy. It's like nonstop 70-mile-per-hour winds here. This is like more of a sky camera. It's a little bit higher off the ground. I just got my Max Alert call for a severe thunderstorm warning. W. If you guys need an extra way to receive weather alerts today, definitely check out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call. If you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, you can go to maxalert.net. Definitely recommend checking it out. You get a phone call with my voice. If you ever get issued a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning for your exact location, you can program it the way you want it. There's one of the top links in the description. Also, if you guys need a weather app, this is a pretty good reminder too. If you guys need a weather app to stay ahead of all the severe weather that's happening, you can check out Radar Omega. That's the weather app we're using right now. There's lots of live storm chasers and cameras that you can see in this app. You can do a lot of customization as well. If you want to check this out, it is also that top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. Phenomenal app. You can see all the storm chasers and stuff. So it's a pretty cool feature. And all the storm chasers right now are parked. Literally every single chaser on the bottom of your screen, they are just parked. They're waiting for storms to get to them or to look, interesting, basically. This is what's happening over there in Jasper, Indiana, with all the low clouds there. Hey, William, for the sewer chat. Appreciate that. I don't need that. Thank you, Brittany, for the Venmo donation. Arnold, Missouri definitely could see severe weather. I'd be looking mainly at a hail and wind risk. I'm really watching Jefferson City right now for a more significant hail threat. I'm kind of surprised we have not had an upgrade to this warning yet. This is definitely producing hail larger than the size of quarters. I'll tell you that. It's probably producing tennis ball to baseball sized hail. Going right up towards Jefferson City. Pretty serious hailstorm that's happening here. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be back over near Grayville and Albion. This does have a tornado possible tag going towards Mount Carmel. So if you live in this severe warning, we definitely got to be staying alert. $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, a little bit of rotation on that storm. We're also monitoring storms trying to fire up still in the PDS tornado watch. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, want to talk a little bit about some convection attempts that we're seeing across Arkansas right now. So this was the line of storms the ARRR had firing about 2 hours ago. They still have not fired, but they are trying to fire. These are eventually going to move west into east into Tennessee, impacting places like Memphis, Jackson, and then potentially Nashville later on tonight. There is a good tornado environment here, but for now the storms just aren't tall enough. You can see these tiny little blips on radar, as well as some sort of information on satellite that shows us that convection is ongoing. These storms over here in west or southwestern Missouri are definitely very mature, and I think we're probably going to start to see some storm mergers ongoing here, and then eventually we're going to have some cleaner supercells making their way into our PDS tornado watch by the time we get towards the Poplar Bluff area, Cairo, Illinois as well. You guys are included in that. We are also trying to see convection down in northern Texas right now in the DFW area. There's not much of a tornado threat, at least for this portion of Texas, but there is going to be somewhat of a tornado threat once these storms do eventually move into Arkansas. This was kind of like an area that I would call a sleeper tornado threat. There's actually a very good tornado environment here in southern Arkansas, and it's I believe only like a 2% or a 5% tornado risk right now. If we do see a tornado down there, I think we could actually see multiple, and they could be significant as well. So if you're in places in southern Arkansas, keep an eye out for that. But for now, the main story is just going to be these area storms as we see how those sort of mature as they move off to the east, and as well as whether or not this is going to turn into an MCS and turn off to the southeast or continue as a semi-discrete line of supercells.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Hey, also, Talon for the super chat. Will St. Louis get more chances for tornadoes after this evening? There is a risk of tornadoes literally for the next 3 to 4 hours in St. Louis. It's just going to depend on our storm evolution off to the west. So far, things have been, again, pretty tame around St. Louis, but we do have storms that are going off to your west. I'd really be watching this one right here. If that storm stays discrete over there to the west of Lynn, it could be a big problem. I mean, we're talking down the road implications for very large hail and even a tornado risk. I don't know why they haven't upgraded this warning either. Okay, they upgrade the other one. Jefferson City, though, this warning still says quarter-sized hail. This is not quarter-sized hail. That is tennis ball-sized hail. This is a very significant hailstorm, and it could easily become tornadic down the line too. But for right now, we got giant hail falling. This thing's going to be really nasty, and I mean, right now it's not that close to St. Louis, but it is going that direction. It's moving east at about 60 miles per hour. So if we time this out, let's do 62 miles per hour just to be safe. This is kind of the general timeline. So St. Louis, with this supercell, you're less than 2 hours away from it, and it's on a direct collision course for a lot of populated areas. I definitely think there's going to be some level of a tornado threat there. Storm Intermediate is currently sitting over in Union, kind of waiting to see if that storm is the one that they're going to go after, if it's one of the other ones that's trying to develop along I-44. But all these storms that are trying to form near I-44 could become tornadic. I definitely say the one near Lynn has a higher ceiling right now for significant severe weather. There's a new tornado possible severe warning over here northwest of Louisville. You gotta watch this right here. There's a little bit of rotation developing right over near Milltown and northwest of Georgetown. So if you live in this area, we need to be staying alert. Very far southern Indiana, we're starting to see some rotation on these storms now. We also just got like 3 other tornado possible severe warnings. We got a lot of warnings. We got a new warning over here near Canton for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to see what else we got. There's some other tornado possible ones. We got a new one in Indiana. That's the one we just talked about. We got one in Illinois. That's this one. Look at this, guys. All right, this is now a tornado possible severe warning. It has tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. A lot of tags on this one. But there's a tornado possible tag. You gotta get ready if you're in this severe warning. Very significant hailstorm moving right to the east. Hey, Norton, for the $25 super chat. I do not, unfortunately. Thank you, Bona, for the super chat. And also, Danielle for the $20 super chat. Is Branson, Missouri going to get hit? I know where Branson is. I've seen it before. I'm going to look it up real quick. Branson, yes, you will be getting hit. Got 2 storms off to your west right now, mainly a hail threat. No really high tornado threat as of right now with those storms. Thank you, Rita, for the 5 get-to memberships. As a reminder, we do have a pretty elevated risk of severe weather today. We do have a moderate risk of severe weather in case you have not heard all the buzz on social media. This is a elevated risk of severe weather. I know not a whole lot has happened yet, but the later we wait for storms to get going, the more ripe this environment's going to be. So near St. Louis, south of Springfield, Illinois, down into the Mississippi River Valley, there is still a moderate risk of severe weather in place. That is where the highest confidence resides on significant severe weather that is numerous to widespread over the next several hours. We are going to have a lot of damaging winds in this area no matter what. The tornado threat should stay elevated as well. That orange area, that's the level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. So Springfield, Illinois, west of Indianapolis, down into Little Rock and Memphis, you guys are all included in this. Slight risk goes from Wisconsin back into Texas and Shreveport. And then we also have a large marginal threat of severe weather. The main concerns for today will be damaging winds. 45% wind risk is in place for St. Louis, right along the Mississippi River Valley near Paducah. This area, we're looking at damaging winds that could easily exceed 60 to 70 miles per hour, and it's going to be widespread. There's also going to be large to very large hail. Baseball-sized hail is a very serious concern. We've seen a lot of storms producing that type of hail already over the last 2 hours, so the hail threat is definitely not busting right now. And then we also have a more significant tornado threat. And this is the thing that a lot of people are saying is busted. Guys, we have not gotten through the peak window at all. This peak tornado window goes through like 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Some storms haven't even formed yet in that PDS tornado watch. And there is a real risk that in an hour or two, they are going to be going and they're going to be really tornadic. We could easily see some stronger, large tornadoes. So if you live in this area, you know, we got to be staying alert. Springfield, Illinois, St. Louis, east of Springfield, Missouri, there is a SIG 2 tornado risk, which means that EF3 plus tornadoes are possible. But if you live anywhere in the green, brown, yellow, or red, you got to be staying alert. And kind of off topic, but tomorrow did get upgraded to an enhanced risk of severe weather. That does include Dallas, Little Rock, and Shreveport back into Mississippi. Main concern right now for tomorrow will be damaging winds. That'll be significant. That's what it's driven by. There will also be some large to very large hail, and there's also a risk of more tornadoes tomorrow. And there you go. We got more strong tornadoes tomorrow. The severe weather train never ends. This is a really cool live shot right now of the storms over here in Jasper, Indiana. Look at how low the clouds are and how fast they're moving. This is located just to the northeast of Evansville. This is not the storm that's severe warned with a tornado possible tag near Louisville, but it's the one that's just to the west of that. Really cool how fast the clouds are moving there. We are monitoring this storm going towards Louisville. Low tornado risk, could be mostly a wind threat, but if it can latch to the boundary, it could produce a tornado threat. Hey, Sheila for the super chat. Thank you, Deuce for the super chat. My wife and I watch you a ton. Our 15-month-old said tornado last night when she saw it and heard you. You're awesome. Was that her first word? Was her first word ever tornado? If it was, then maybe it's a sign that she's going to be a meteorologist or storm chaser down the line. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hardin, Carrollton, Greenfield, and Whitehall. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This storm right now is moving to the northeast. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. We got some crazy videos getting sent in. This is a crazy video from Greene County, Missouri, and Springfield, saying getting crazy in Springfield. It sure is. Got hail and leaves flying everywhere. This is also a video from Berry County, Missouri, over in Monette by the Westco. And here is a video. Wow, this is also near Republic. Possible microburst. Yeah, I think we had a microburst, to be honest. I would say there was probably a microburst here. This is just south of Paducah. Very intense supercell rolled through here not too long ago. Within the last 30 minutes. I mean, it's still going too. Still producing a pretty significant risk. And then here's another video from Springfield, Missouri. This is sent in by Tony of the very crazy conditions there. Seems like Springfield got hit pretty hard. All the hail coming down. A lot of small hail. Thank you, Robin, for the $20 Venmo donation. How's Memphis looking? Memphis does look concerning in about an hour or two if storms get going. Again, nothing's happened yet, but if a storm gets going, it's going to be a pretty significant threat of severe weather. Shout out to Princess with a $20 super chat. It is possible. Thank you here for the super chat. Today's my birthday, and the weather never disappoints. Stay safe, y'all. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. Happy birthday. This video is 48 seconds long. Pretty crazy hailstorm moving through Springfield. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send them in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It is also one of the links in the description below. We do have a little graphic from the National Weather Service of Paducah. So for those that live over in like Western Kentucky, for example, basically this is a very detailed infographic about what's going to be happening over the next few hours and what is to come. What they've said is that what we know, basically, severe parameters are very favorable for severe storms over the next several hours. There is a small cap in place, which is like a little temperature inversion in the atmosphere that's preventing storm clouds from lifting up. So if storms can form and break through the cap, they will quickly become severe. That is the reason why there's a PDS tornado watch. When the front gets to this area, there will be a line of storms, and we're watching the National Weather Service basically watching it evolve radar scan by radar scan, just like we are here. What we don't know is if or when storms will be able to break through the cap in the near term. But obviously what you need to be doing if you live really anywhere in that PDS tornado watch is having several ways to receive weather alerts and have a tornado action plan ready to go. Like, I can't stress it enough, guys. I get it. There have been very few tornado warnings today. A lot of people are saying it's a bust and stuff like that. But the second a storm goes up, and if one is successfully able to go up, we are going to have a large tornado probably very quickly. And this is the reason why I'm saying, like, we got to be staying on alert here. We do have a PDS tornado watch in effect, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that does include Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, a bunch of other places here. So if you live right along that Mississippi River Valley, they still have this tornado watch for several strong tornadoes being likely. There have not been very many cases in the past where we've had a PDS tornado watch and we don't really see anything. So just to give you an idea, like these only get issued when there's really very ripe environments for tornadoes. Hey, Black for the super chat. What's Rolla looking like? We're watching these storms down to your south and west, mainly a large hail threat right now. If any of these storms take a right turn, though, there will be a higher tornado threat. It's really impressive, though. I mean, I get, like, there's not been anything, but, like, the environment is really crazy when it comes to the tornado threat, if actually something got going. This is satellite imagery right now. Still got milky skies across Indiana and Ohio. Indiana, Ohio is not really a place that we're expecting severe weather. I do have to say, we got some clearing kind of starting to pop here. This is actually, we got to look at this closely. Got to get my pen on here. I do think we're going to start seeing storms here in the next half hour. I'm seeing some convective initiation just east of Little Rock now. Let me fix my pen. Satellite is one of our friends at this point in terms of being able to see storms and stuff like that. So here's my pen tool so I can actually outline this. You can see this little storm going up right here. So there's been an attempt of convective initiation east of Little Rock. All right, I'm going to pause it right here. Look at all this clearing here as well. There's a lot of clearing, and that little bit of sunshine is going to increase the temperature by only a few degrees, and that should be enough to overcome the cap. I'm not capping. It's that looks like a storm that's going up. Let me look at radar and see if that's also verifying here. Yeah, you can see it right here. So you got a couple of little attempts of convective initiation now west of Memphis. So the second one of these breaks through the cap, the tornado threat will rapidly increase. And yes, it's not in our tornado watch, but it will be there in like 10 minutes, basically. Got a couple of other attempts also. We had another one just southwest of Benton. That didn't break the cap. We've had several attempts near Marion. Those haven't broke the cap yet. But yeah, that one down here east, just west of St. Louis, or west of Memphis, excuse me. That one does look like it's going to try to go. So we'll see. We shall see. It has been a slow day so far, but I don't think it's going to last. This is what it looks like over here in Jasper, Indiana right now. This is a live shot of a pretty severe line of thunderstorms. It's been producing damaging winds all day and a lot of hail. Jeffrey McMahon is looking at a little blue tinge back in there. Clouds are actually all going different directions right now, but the outflow boundary is right there, so this is not tornadic right now. Thank you, Erica, for the super chat. I appreciate that, Erica. Thanks for the super chat. They also take 5 golf for the super chat. Storms seem to be going up in Texas. Are they? Do we have storms over near Dallas right now? Yeah, we got storms trying to go up near Dallas now. It's kind of funny. We got a storm trying to go up in Dallas, Fort Worth before we see anything over there in the Mississippi Valley inside of our PDS tornado watch. We have another one trying to go up near Gatesville. There is a risk of severe weather in Texas today. All hazards are possible, but it's pretty low. It's pretty conditional. Did you get a new mouse? I did not. I got to get a new one still. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the $20 PayPal donation. Is Kankakee safe for tonight? I wouldn't say it's safe. We'll definitely have a line of thunderstorms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning just west of Springfield, Missouri, near New Berlin, Pleasant Plains, and Ashland. If you live in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. You got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That area of rotation right now is going to be going directly into New Berlin, north of I-72. If you live in Sherman, Woodside, or Chatham, we got to be staying weather aware here. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. Oh, great. Yes, oh, great is right. If you live in Springfield, definitely get ready, guys. If you don't have a tornado action plan for some reason ready to go, you got to figure that out now. The storm is not really that strong when it comes to the rotation, but it is converging with a lot of other storms, so it might try to intensify here. This is the area of rotation. It's going to be going right, barely to the north of I-72, and then it'll go right into Springfield here in a few minutes. I do have a camera in downtown Springfield. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Quite a few people are going to be inside of this warning. We even have storm chaser John White, who's coming up into this storm right now. I'm going to keep him bottom right side of your screen. He might actually look at this here in a few minutes. Tornado warning is going right towards Springfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning west of Lincoln. This is an area of convergence embedded in our line just south of Mason City. So if you live in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you need to get away from windows. This storm is going directly towards Lincoln, just south of Mason City, north of Petersburg. Our rotation right now is going to be located right here, so it's just west of Curtis. Greenview will be immediately in the path of this. Sweetwater, Middletown, and then going directly into Lincoln, which is very populated here in central Illinois. We got a new velocity scan coming in, so we're going to see what this looks like. We also have another area of rotation, perhaps developing south of Pekin, or Pekin, going towards Bloomington, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Here's the latest radar scan. Rotation is getting stronger off to the west of Springfield. You can see the reds and greens, they're getting a little bit closer and tighter, so that rotation's now getting just a little bit stronger. It's only a few miles away right now from hitting the downtown area of Springfield. And then the rotation over here west of Greenview is also getting a little bit stronger. Oh my goodness. One sec, I'll verify something. Thank you, Neo, for the $50 super chat. Thanks for what you're doing. I appreciate that. W's in the chat, though, for Neo. Rotation has been getting a little bit stronger here, just to the west of Lincoln. Need to be taking shelter again if you're in this warning. This is a pretty dangerous storm here. Yeah, Steve for the super chat. Evansville, Wisconsin, and is Max Alert a seasonal subscription? Seasonal subscription? No, it's a yearly one. It's $14.95 a year, basically $1 a month. I don't know if this is from today or not, but this is from Storm Chaser. Maybe it is. Where's Jacob? Yeah, I think this is from today, I think. Jacob McMillan, I think, put his drone up. I'm not entirely sure if this is from today. I'm verifying, but this is from the Marion, Illinois tornado in 2025. This is the path of it. I think this was taken today. So this is a year later, if I am correct. And this is what it looks like right now. Looks like some stuff has been rebuilt, but you can see the large swath of trees still down. They've done nothing with. I'm waiting to verify if that is correct, but I think this is literally from today. He's right here. He's near Marion, so yeah, this is all the tornado damage from Marion from last year. So he's looking at what happened last year. We covered that tornado on stream. And hopefully nothing like that happens today. Got a new storm trying to organize near St. James right along I-44. Let's go back to these tornado warnings outside of Springfield. This is our latest radar scan. Our main area of rotation right now is still about, let's get an exact measurement, about 15 miles west of the downtown area of Springfield. So we still got about 15 minutes or so until this thing arrives to your location. We have Storm Chaser John White, bottom right of your screen. He is moving into Springfield, Illinois right now. Guessing he's going to probably go towards this storm. But the rotation right now is still not tight, I would say, but it's getting stronger. It's getting more organized as it kind of converges with a storm merger that just happened there. The tornado warning for Lincoln, that one's a little bit more messy. The rotation's definitely very rain-wrapped north of Petersburg, and that's going to go directly into Lincoln here soon. We are monitoring at least a broad area of rotation near Delavon. That is off to the west of Bloomington. Hey, music for the $20 super chat. Ryan with the super chat just said the weather feels really off outside of St. Louis. It feels like something is coming for sure. Well, hopefully nothing comes. Hey, Perry for the super chat. Found perfect shelter under the overpass. Thanks for the heads up. No problem at all. Yeah, so guys, this photo here, this is from the Marion tornado last year. This is a photo, though, from literally today. So this is 1 year later. He just droned it. This is from the tornado last year over there in southwestern Missouri. Crazy shot, 1 year later. You can see the homes that have been rebuilt, but all the trees that are still down, all the ground scouring as well from that tornado. Hey, Lizzie for the $50 super chat saying, Jacksonville, Illinois, thanks you. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Stay safe there. A lot of storms all around Jacksonville. Jacksonville's in a tornado warning right now, but let's see what this latest velocity scan shows. That main area of rotation here, Jacksonville, would be down here to the south or be off to your east now. So there's two different areas. Rotation near Springfield's got a little bit broader. We're looking at this right here for a possible tornado going towards Springfield. And then over to the south of Jacksonville, I'm not seeing much here. That's broad. It would be over here near Murrayville. That'll be going towards Franklin. And if they were to issue a new tornado warning, I would bet it would go closer to Auburn instead. Still watching rotation here west of Lincoln. There is actually some cyclonic rotation, which means we kind of have some clockwise rotation trying to develop here, which is only 2% of tornadoes in the northern hemisphere do that. That's the only rotation that I'm really seeing on this storm. There's also some very intense winds right now moving directly into Greenville and Middletown. So if you're in Lincoln, definitely get ready for some significant damaging winds. West of Springfield, we also have a new severe warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That does include Jacksonville right along the I-72 corridor, so get ready for that. Thank you all love for the $50 super chat. Actually, like to give a few people a subscription. We should start doing like a gifting thing for the Max Alert stuff. Hey, Brittany, for the super chat. Love watching you. Thanks for keeping us safe. No problem. Glad it can help. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a member. This storm that's off to the west right now of St. Louis is a powerful supercell. It's about to hit Lynn. This is producing tennis ball sized hail. It's also rotating a little bit. There's a chance down the line that this could become a destructive severe warning for both baseball sized hail and maybe even 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. The winds are going to be very intense. So if you live in Lynn, in Missouri, you need to be staying away from the windows right now because this is a very damaging supercell that is going to be going directly in towards St. Louis. But in the short term, we're looking at New Haven and Gerald, I think it is, for this supercell. So we got to be watching this really, really closely. Hey, Moon, for the super chat. There's really no places that are clear right now from severe weather that are in the risk. Even over here in Illinois and even up here in Wisconsin. I mean, Wisconsin and northern Illinois, our severe weather is just getting started. We got one severe warning right now in Iowa for some hail, but that risk will get higher over the next couple of hours up here. So we're not really clear really anywhere yet. I'd say the only area that might be clear would be like Quincy, very far western Illinois, very small area though. New severe thunderstorm warning near Jerseyville. This is for $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to go towards Carlinville, just south of Greenfield. These storms might be getting close to breaking the cap now in southern Illinois. And if they do, it will be go time. Waiting to see what happens, but this might be the beginning of a more significant severe weather event if these storms get going. None of them have gotten going yet. Echo tops have been really small. This storm's now towering up to 28,000 feet, so maybe it's getting close. The storms in Arkansas that tried going up, those have fizzled. They tried. They didn't get going yet. Hopefully they either get going or just don't happen at all, because if it keeps waiting and they actually get going in like 30 minutes or an hour, our environment for tornadoes is obviously very elevated, and on top of that, it'd be a nighttime tornado threat, which makes literally everything way more dangerous. So hopefully that does not end up being the case. Hey, Super, for the super chat. Yes, it is heading towards the Warrenton area. We are still watching an area of broad rotation heading right into Springfield right now. This is right on Interstate 72. If you live in Springfield, get ready to take shelter as the storm comes in. Still a tornadic storm. The one near Jacksonville is mostly passed by, so Jacksonville, we're still looking at a lot of lightning, probably some high winds right now. Not looking as much of a tornado threat for the time being, but continue to stay weather aware. Conditions are getting pretty intense out there in Jasper, Indiana. Storm chaser Jennifer McMahon is out here. As the line of thunderstorms comes in, this is closer to Louisville. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, hail, heavy rain, lightning, all a concern here. Did Ryan's windshield get replaced? It did. The Hailinator is back. I don't know where he is today. Where is Ryan Scholl? Oh yeah, he's over here. He's right along the Mississippi River. Bro's watching a boat go by right now. This is what the storm chasers are up to right now. They aren't chasing tornadoes. They're chasing boats on the Mississippi River. Oh, Ryan Scholl is on the water. He's having a grand old time over here. My goodness. Cool view though. I can't blame him. I mean, there's nothing happening down there yet, so might as well do what you got to do. With all the storm activity clearing out up here near Bloomington, I do think there will be an increasing tornado threat heading towards Bloomington, Gibson City, and Leroy. So if you guys live over there, we gotta be watching at least the damaging wind threat, but possibly an increasing tornado risk as well as these storms continue to track to the east. And nothing like imminent right now, but these are all storms we gotta watch. Or if I get asked if I'm single one more time during a weather live stream, here comes a new radar scan. If you're just tuning in, we have 3 tornado warnings. All of them are in Illinois right now. West of Springfield, north of Springfield, near Lincoln and Jacksonville. A new radar scan here coming in. I don't see a whole lot of rotation with anything right now. And the rotation near Springfield's broadened out. I don't see any rotation really here right now. I do think it's going to become more tornadic soon. I just don't think it's yet to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a warning, though, for the storm north of Greenfield here, kind of near Whitehall. There's a little bit of rotation, a little bit of hook that's forming right now near Franklin. And so this here will be heading towards Auburn, Verdon, and as well as Pawnee, just southwest there of Springfield. So we got to watch that closely. They will for the $20 super chat. I am not sure. John White is over here in Springfield. He's awaiting the storm to come in here into Springfield. He's at a gas station. Clouds are moving pretty quickly. Again, these storms are almost all moving to the east at like 60 miles per hour. So they're pretty quick moving thunderstorms out here. Storm over here near White River is a little interesting. There is convergence, but it is a little bit behind an outflow boundary. There is at least a low chance this could try to produce a tornado as it moves towards Mount Carmel. So we're being monitoring that storm. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be the one over near Union, Gerald, New Haven, just outside of the I-44 corridor. So if you're in this area, definitely get ready. We got at least $half size tail, 60 mile per hour winds coming. There's also a tornado possible tag on this activity. Storm Chaser, Storm Hunter Media might be making up their mind. You can see the storms going up right now near the interstate. Big cumulonimbus clouds towering up. And so we'll have to wait and see if we end up getting some storms over here that actually become significant. The one near Cuba looks pretty healthy, though. This is going right up near the I-44 corridor. It's going to be tracking up towards St. Louis down the line. Might even take a right turn and become more tornadic. Look at that hail core. It's getting more and more healthy. You got already a little 3-body scatter spike, and this thing just went up. Out of all of our storm chasers, Storm Hunter Media is the most positioned to the west. So you can see on the Radar Mega app here, we have all sorts of storm chasers. They're the furthest west out of anybody. Got a little group over here near St. Louis. Got a group right along the Mississippi River Valley. Got a couple in southeast Missouri. Got one all the way down here going into Arkansas and Tennessee. So it's kind of fascinating to see where everybody's basically positioning themselves here, as severe weather is likely to start to increase here soon. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Carmel, and this actually might become tornadic here soon. There's a convergence signature now that we're seeing on radar. That's just south of Belmont going right towards Mount Carmel, so definitely get ready to take shelter if you live there. Tornado threat definitely trying to increase right now. Hey, Chris for the $20 super chat. Will the storms in Illinois strengthen later this evening when they reach Dayton, Ohio? Not Dayton, Ohio, but they will strengthen this evening. Shout out to Trent with the Venmo donation. fell asleep watching your live stream last week and actually had the craziest tornado dream ever. All right. Thank you for the super chat or the Venmo donation. What's on the dinner menu for tonight, Max? A tornado outbreak. Holy hair. Yeah, my hair needs to be fixed. I didn't realize how bad I was getting. Here's the latest radar scan on this storm. Definitely have rotation right now. Right now, this is located near Mount Carmel. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning yet, but it is the beginning signs of tornado genesis if it is to organize right along the Indiana and Illinois border. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Louisville. This is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also quarter-sized hail with this thunderstorm. It's moving right towards Charlestown and the Interstate 65 corridor. So get ready for this. If you live in this warning, you need to be taking shelter right now. It can be as bad as a tornado when we get winds that high. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. We have an anticyclonic possibly tornado happening right now. A little couplet near Middletown. This is going to go right into Lincoln here in a second. There could be an anticyclonic tornado developing here just south of Burton View going towards Lincoln. What that means is that this could be a clockwise spinning tornado. That means it's spinning in this direction. Only 2% of tornadoes do that. 98% of the tornadoes do it the other way. They're counterclockwise. So this right here could be a clockwise spinning tornado. Right over in Middletown. Pretty rural areas right now west of Lincoln. But if you're in Lincoln, definitely get ready to take shelter. This storm's coming into your city here in just a few minutes. If you live in Springfield, Illinois, the main area of rotation has basically been diminishing. There's still a little bit maybe near New Berlin. Over near Franklin, we're also watching a little hook that could lead to a possible tornado threat going towards Chatham and Auburn. So we're watching that storm closely too. The storm near Jerseyville is trying to develop a hook right now. Right along our boundary. If you live in Carlinville or Hillsborough, I'd be staying alert right now in western Illinois for at least a possible tornado threat down the line. Back over near Springfield, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Got some storms passing down to your south right now with some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you see this line right here, which I'm going to drop, that line is our cold front. So once this cold front passes by you, you're pretty much chilling for tonight. But that doesn't include very many people. That only includes like Greenfield and Lamar and Stockton in southwest Missouri. That cold front stretches all the way up here to the north, so it's a pretty large area. Shout out to Amazing for the $20 super chat or $30 super chat. Is there much of a tornado risk in Peoria, Illinois tonight? I would say it's low, but not zero. I'd say it's low. Hey, Terry for the super chat. Activity is supposed to pick up. It is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning now near Jerseyville. This will be for those near Carlinville, west of Litchfield. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter. You got to put yourself away from as many windows as possible. You got to get to an interior room of your home or building and get away from windows. This is right now moving off to the northeast. And we'll be going directly towards Litchfield. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. That is actually developing into a pretty strong area of rotation. This definitely could drop a tornado, guys. This is a very discrete supercell that's developing very close to an outflow boundary in a large cluster of thunderstorms. But if this were to drop a tornado, it will likely be a strong one. So we definitely need to take this seriously if we are in Jerseyville, Medora, and Shipman. Our very own storm chaser, Nick Gorman, is currently going, I believe, towards that storm. So we're going to keep an eye on him as he goes up US Highway 67. But yeah, this storm definitely looks pretty concerning here. Hey, Brittany for the Venmo donation. Where is Arnold, Missouri? People keep asking about Arnold. Yeah, Arnold, Missouri, you're still in the risk zone. So tornadoes are still possible. That's not ideal. That's really contaminated. Let's see if I can refresh this here. Waiting for velocities to update. Look at that hook echo here near Jerseyville. The only problem this storm would have is all the storms off to the north merging into this, but I mean, again, the velocities are definitely strong on this scan. See what it looks like on that next scan. Here's the latest scan. It's kind of getting messy. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, again, these storms have been tried. None of them have really been successful on producing a more significant tornado threat, but that's definitely something we got to watch. This is a photo from storm chaser John White. Big shelf cloud rolling in right now, back over in Springfield, Illinois. On the horizon. That storm is currently tornado warning near Springfield. There's a little bit of rotation near Lamoni, west of Chatham. That's the shelf cloud right there that you can see. Parked at a gas station. Thank you, Cam, for the super chat. People keep asking if St. Louis or any of those areas are clear. I hate to break it to you guys. It's not clear. It will not be clear for at least another 2 hours. There is a new severe warning for Lincoln. We got a really significant wind threat that's going to be hitting Lincoln here in a few minutes. There is a pocket of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right now directly west of Lincoln, Illinois. It's going to be approaching I-155 and 55 in a few minutes. If you are in this severe warning, you need to take shelter. We have a very significant wind threat heading towards you. If you are driving on this interstate, I would recommend pulling over under a gas station, especially if you are a truck driver. This is a very dangerous area of damaging winds that's heading directly towards you guys right now. So you need to take shelter if you're in Lincoln. Hey, Moss with the $20 super chat. Peoria, Illinois, what are we looking at for today? All hazards, mainly a damaging wind threat, though. Real with the super chat just said, really enjoy the streams. Reminds me why I live in California. I'll stick to wildfires over these crazy storms. I'm gonna be honest, I'm more frightened of wildfires than a tornado. That's just me, though. Hey, Taylor for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your coverage all the time. You rock. Any ideas on the risk for Chatham, Illinois, south of Springfield? All hazards. Yeah, I mean, we're really mainly looking at wind, I think, but definitely still a low tornado risk with this. The storm right now going to Lincoln is very powerful. I mean, that wind threat is going to be very damaging, I think, in Lincoln. It's a pretty localized area, but damaging winds like that can definitely cause some significant damage. This storm right now near Jerseyville is trying to produce a tornado. Look at that hook echo. Right there is where the tornado would be located, right over the south side of Jerseyville. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is racing up there right now. Let's see how far he is. About 20 miles out. So I might have a view of this in about 15 minutes. That hook echo, though, very definitive on radar. Definitely could still drop a possible tornado as it moves all the way towards Litchfield. The one thing that we got to watch is like this line of thunderstorms is kind of crashing into this line. Or into that discrete supercell, excuse me. And so what's happening is that the line is almost pushing and nudging the supercell along. And the more it does that, the better shot we're going to have, I think, of a tornado. But it also could merge into the line and the tornado threat would go away with the discrete supercell and it would become more of a linear tornado threat, if that makes any sense. Hey, Shannon for the $50 or Venmo donation saying, thanks for all you do to keep people safe. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat there for Shannon. We buy the moderators a drink, coffee, Pepsi, or scotch. I think we do. Moderators are going through it right now. There's a lot of comments in the chat. They have added a tornado possible severe warning to the storm near Sullivan, just to the south of Union. So if you guys live here, we need to be taking shelter. There is a potential tornado threat that is developing right now with this storm. And this will be heading off to the northeast, eventually heading up towards Hillsborough. There's a hook. It's not really strongly rotating right now, but we're going to keep an eye on it. There's another storm here, too, near Owensville that's going to try to do the same thing going towards Union. Yeah, MD for the super chat, and also Janice for becoming a member. Is this starting to look like a bust? I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like I'm like being honest. I don't think this is a bust. I know a lot of people are saying it's a bust, but like the second we start to see storms successfully go up is the second that we are going to start to see some significant severe weather. I know the Mississippi Valley hasn't had anything yet. Let's hope it busts, right? But like, I don't think it has. Right, we still have a good 2 hours left of peak daylight heating, and after 8:30, let's say no storms develop here, then we maybe can start having that conversation. But we got at least 2.5 more hours until we even have that discussion. Like, I mean, there's just no way to say that, because I know there have been storms that developed here, but the second one of these does break through this very weak cap that's in place. Let me remind you guys, this is a very weak cap that's in place. It's not much of one. So it only takes like 1 to 2 degrees of warmth or warming at the surface for a storm to actually build up right along the Mississippi River Valley. It hasn't happened yet, but we've had attempts of it, and we'll see if any of them are successful. We got a new one near Sykeston. We got one near Vienna. And if any of those are able to organize, I mean, it could be a go time for something. So we're just kind of waiting to see. What is interesting, though, is that we are seeing that discrete supercellular activity now increasing in Missouri. Like this storm right here, this will probably become tornadic, if I had to guess, at some point down the line. We are starting to see some broad rotation, at least a mesocyclone that's developing. And so this will probably become tornadic soon as it goes towards Sullivan and Cedar Hill Lakes and St. Clair. Same thing with this storm here, too. If that one becomes a bit more surface-based, that one could also do the same thing. We also have a giant hail core still southeast of Jefferson City. That is still producing tennis ball-sized hail right now outside of Lynn. That's a new storm that's producing big-time hail. Shout out to Bud with the Venmo donation. My wife and I are watching in Michigan. Appreciate what you do to keep people safe. I'm glad it can help you out there in Michigan. Now, Michigan's had some crazy storms today. We've had some really high winds with a wake low that's been over there. There's a new severe warning, kind of an odd-looking one, but it's going to be for Greenfield and Verdon, just north of St. Louis, mainly for wind and hail. The tornado warnings near Lincoln have been canceled. With that said, we do have a significant wind threat that is entering into Lincoln right now. Same thing with Springfield. Those areas are going to hit pretty hard right now. So Springfield, definitely stay away from windows in Illinois. Storm chaser John White is looking at the storm come in right now over in Springfield. This is a live shot of the storm rolling into Springfield. You got a large shelf cloud moving into the city. It's also a live shot in downtown Springfield here. Look at this shot, guys. Very dark right now in Springfield. It's like a skyline camera. That is a pretty crazy look at that storm there. Hey, care for the super chat. What about Rolla, Missouri? Mainly a hail threat. Mainly a hail threat. Hail and wind. Got another storm coming right now. Trooper with the super chat says I'm in Carlinville, Illinois area. And that most recent warning has a look right now. Where's Carlinville? How's northern Illinois? We're looking at all hazards still, but mainly a wind threat. Storms are going to start ramping up in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin here soon. I don't know if there's been a meso discussion, but I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a watch up there. Carlinville should definitely be taking shelter. We are watching this tornadic supercell right now with the hook echo directly east of Jerseyville, and that's trying to produce a tornado right now. We have storm chaser Nick Gorman, who's driving up towards that right now. He's bottom left side of your screen. So we're keeping an eye on him as this storm moves up there. Right now, we're not seeing anything definitively that's a tornado, but we're keeping an eye on this in case it does become tornadic. What's the difference between a tornado possible and tornado watch? Well, a tornado watch is a watch. The tornado possible has more to do with a severe warning with a potential for a tornado with the storm that's about to hit you. That's basically the difference. The watch is we have ingredients for a tornado to happen, but there's no active storm basically. The tornado possible label goes into a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's really the only difference there. Hey, Danielle for the $20 super chat. Harrison, Arkansas. Harrison, anywhere in Arkansas, the main threat will probably be after sunset tonight. And the storm should get pretty widespread. Hey, Simon and Bud, and as well as Alex for the Venmo donations. I have a lot of people asking right now in the chat about St. Louis. St. Louis, we're watching these 3 storms right here. We got 1, 2, and 3. We got a giant hailstorm right now southeast of Lynn. That's going up towards St. Louis and St. Charles. That's going to be producing probably tennis ball sized hail, maybe even larger than that. This is a very damaging hailstorm. And then we also got this little hook right now that is over near I-44, and that could also produce a tornado threat as that goes up in the direction of Union. We I think we need a tornado warning for this. Near Mount Pulaski. There's a little area of rotation developing here right over near Mount Pulaski in Illinois. This is going to go directly up in the direction of Chestnut. So Chestnut is in the path of a possible tornado right now. There's also an area going directly into the town of Lincoln. Lincoln's about to get hit really hard by damaging winds. We have 70 to 80 mile per hour winds going right into Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln Memorial Hospital is also in the path of this. This is a very dangerous storm right now going directly into Lincoln. There could also be a tornado. We got a little baby hook that's formed here. Mount Pulaski, got to take shelter. Chestnut, Latham, and Beeson here in Illinois. We all got to be taking shelter right now. Here comes a new radar scan. That could be a tornado on the ground right now. It has tightened. Let's look at the Lincoln storm here. And right over Lincoln, the highest winds are entering the west side of Lincoln, Illinois, just south of the Walmart Supercenter. It's going to be coming up towards the Watt Avenue and 5th Street intersection. Very significant damaging wind threat there. We have a possible tornado right now going right into Mount Pulaski and waiting for the CC to update. No debris signature as of right now, but a possible tornado near 1250th Avenue. That'll be going directly towards Pulaski. So there could be a tornado. It's going to be very difficult to verify this with correlation coefficient. It's probably a very weak area of circulation, but it is an unwarned area of rotation going right towards Mount Pulaski. Chestnut and Bakersville are in the path of this. You can see the hook echo developing, though, on this line. It's getting a lot more definitive. So this should lead to a higher tornado threat even down the road as this goes towards Clinton, and long-term Urbana and Champaign are in the path of this. Hey, Darren for the $20 super chat. In the Mount Olive area, personal thoughts on the storm moving in tonight. Appreciate everything you do. We love the channel. Mount Olive, honestly, again, all threats across all of Illinois tonight, but it'll definitely be more of a damaging wind threat further north, and then further south, there's a higher tornado threat. So basically from Bloomington and south, the tornado threat's higher. North of Bloomington, it's lower. New severe warning for Monticello. That's for quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds going towards Mahomet and Urbana. Waiting to see what the velocities look like here. We do have a possible tornado right now moving into Mount Pulaski, Illinois. It is unwarned. There's a possible tornado here. You'd be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Or a severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me. There should be a tornado warning. Even though it's a very weak area of rotation. This is a little QLCS spin-up tornado that's basically happening, but... Also, quick update on our storm over here. This storm over here, north, just west of Mount Olive. That rotation's starting to ramp up. We got Storm Chaser Nick Gorman looking at this from the south right now. You can see the large lowering off to the left. I do think this could be a big tornado producer if it stays south of the boundary, which is possible. This is a discrete supercell. This is our only active tornado warning that we have. So we definitely got to keep an eye on that. Guys, near Mount Pulaski, there is a very high likelihood that we have a tornado right now. So again, if you are in Mount Pulaski, Illinois, you need to be taking shelter. I'm telling you that because there is probably a tornado on the ground right now. It is going to be coming right into town over the next few minutes. We really got to be taking shelter if we're in this warning. Storm is going to go directly into Crestview Place. and then go over 121. Riley has a more urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, decently confidence on a CC drop there near Mount Pulaski. A little bit contaminated due to proximity to radar site, but I do think that's CC drop CDR lines.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So probably a tornado right now hitting the Mount Pulaski area. If you are in this tornado or this severe warning, you got to be taking shelter. As of right now, the National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning for this. I would support one. I definitely support a tornado warning for this absolutely crazy looking supercell right now, directly north of St. Louis. This rotation is really strong, by the way, in the mid levels. And there is a chance that it could become a big tornado producer. Look at all the left to right motion right there. It's a storm chaser, Nick Gorman. This is a massive supercell. You got a large bowl kind of trying to develop there on the left middle, a little wall cloud developing. This is going to be a dangerous tornado producing supercell if it does stay south of our boundary.
I think that's rotation right there. Right? It could be.
It's a wild looking storm right now.
Let's pull. Stop.
Look at all the motion right now. We got a lot of motion, a lot of left to right motion happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also just issued a tornado warning for that storm that we were just talking about. They finally did issue a warning on the storm here that is near Mount Pulaski. If you're in this warning, you need to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. Storm is going to be going directly towards Chestnut. This looks like it's going to drop a tornado here soon.
You sure? What's the fun?
100%. Let's not have a repeat of Oklahoma.
There's a lot of motion here. This is a discrete supercell right now, north of St. Louis, just west of Mount Olive. That could definitely become tornadic. The mid-level rotation is very, very rapid. The low-level rotation isn't very strong yet, but if it does get stronger, there will probably be a tornado with this storm. Going back to the Mount Pulaski tornado warning, almost certainly a tornado right now. I mean, look at that hook echo. There is almost certainly a tornado right now hitting the Crestview Place, going directly towards Bakerville and also going towards Chestnut. And you need to be taking shelter if you are in this warning. This is a very dangerous supercell. Very high likelihood that there is a tornado on the ground. I know we don't have a debris signature, but again, there probably is one. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center, and they are saying the same thing we're saying across the entirety of the PDS Tornado Watch. We're still talking about tornadoes from 140 miles an hour to 175 miles an hour, or 170 miles an hour in intensity, hail of 2 inches, or maybe 3.5 inches across the entirety of the watch area. We're expecting storms to begin to develop over the next 1 to 2 hours. Once again, it's actually more concerning that we haven't seen anything up until this point across this area. The environment is still out there, and it's only getting better the longer the sun sits on it. So the longer it takes to see storms across this PDS tornado watch, the more intense those storms are going to be.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, I really want to urge everybody that lives in the Mississippi River Valley here, we got to be staying weather aware. This is a very concerning situation. The second a storm gets going, it's probably going to be very significant. All right, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Stay tuned. We're going to keep you posted. Share the stream if you have friends or family here. The risk of severe weather is going to be increasing here very, very, very soon. The storm that Nick Gorman is looking at right now has very strong mid-level rotation, and it's going right over his head right now. And again, the rotational loft is pretty strong. This is a discrete supercell. And so if it can just stay south of that line of storms, which I don't know if it will, but if it does, the threat will be a lot higher for a potential tornado threat. This is what it looks like right now east of Jerseyville. Got a large hook echo. Rotation is very strong. It's just not aligned with the hook. But if it can align, there will be a higher risk of a tornado going towards Mount Olive. Also, the storm that is just south of Sullivan here definitely looks interesting. It's starting to rotate now near I-44. That's going right towards Hillsborough, so we got to watch that closely. We'll have another radar scan on our storm here near Mount Pulaski in a second. You can see the wall cloud going by them. It's in the middle of the screen. I know it's a bit blurry, but they're not out of focus. But it's going to be passing over the road here in a second, just north of St. Louis. A little hard to see. It's kind of about 55% of the way over from left of the screen to the kind of middle right. That makes sense. So we're going to keep an eye on him. He's going to be bottom left side of your screen. So wild looking tornadic storm here just south of Lincoln. Waiting for a new velocity scan. Here's the latest scan here. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be northeast of Mount Pulaski now. It's coming up into Chestnut. It's going directly along 54, the 54 roadway. That rotation's going directly northeast, right up that roadway. It's going to go into Bakerville and Chestnut. And after that, Kenny, Tunbridge, and Clinton, Illinois. You guys are in the path of a likely tornado right now. You need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning. I'm still not getting a definitive correlation coefficient drop here to be able to say for sure this is on the ground, but it is a high likelihood that this has been on the ground and might still be on the ground here east of the Crestview Place. So that couplet's going to go off to the northeast towards Clinton over the next several minutes. Got a boatload of lightning with this line too. Widespread damaging winds becoming a big concern right now across central and southern Illinois. Back over here near southern Illinois and eastern Missouri, we have not had any storms go up yet, but we're still waiting to see if anything does go up here. Kind of awaiting the storm development. Nothing's really happened down here either yet. It'll be interesting to see if stuff actually forms or not. I'll be honest, I think it's going to, but it's just a matter of when. Rotation is starting to quickly intensify on our storm near Sullivan. This is a storm that is discrete, and it is taking a hard right turn right now towards Hillsboro. So this supercell here may become tornadic very quickly if it continues to take that right turn towards Hillsboro, just south there of St. Louis. If we look at our significant tornado parameter values right now, that's a look right now at all the values and stuff. So you can see around St. Louis, it's about a 9 or a 10. It's like maxed out. Down there to the south, it's still in the 5s and 7s just south of St. Louis. So that's a very favorable environment right now for tornadoes. It's like Nick Gorman has some sort of lowering right there. The screen just paused, but that right there in the middle looks like some sort of lowering there. That is on the tornado warning north of St. Louis, near Jerseyville. There's a hook right there going right towards Mount Olive. The line of thunderstorms has caught up to it, but if it can get somehow out in front of this line again, there will be a chance of a tornado. Oh, another radar scan in a second. I'm going to stay zoomed out. Drink? I don't even have any water in my mug right now. What's weird is my handle. I somehow broke my handle. I don't think you guys can see this. Like, broke off somehow. My bottom handle. So I'm kind of shocked with this water bottle. I might need another one. This was fan mailed to me like a year ago. I got it for fan mail. Got it for literally ever ago, and it does the job. Up until it doesn't work anymore. Waiting for a new radar scan on our tornado warning here near Chestnut. Pretty high likelihood there is a tornado here, or has been one. Latest scan now has that hook right over Chestnut, Illinois. So if we have a tornado now, it's going directly up 54, going towards Kenny and Tunbridge. Still not seeing a clear CC drop. See what the velocities look like. I always have a lot of people ask me what discrete means. Discrete means it's a singular storm. It's a single cookie. When we have like it's like looking at cookie dough, for example. So discrete is one ball of cookie dough. Then if you get another ball of cookie dough and roll it and collide them into one like this, that is semi-discrete. And then linear is when you have all sorts of cookie dough balls lined up. That's the same thing with storms. Latest scan, our tightest area of rotation is now over the town of Chestnut. We can still not verify if that's a tornado, but if there is one, it is hitting the town of Chestnut, which has the Chestnut Family Restaurant. The Chestnut Downtown Park and Armstrong Park would have been just hit by this tornado that's embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Hey, Jenny, for the $50 super chat. Always in support. Hope all humans and pets stay safe. I appreciate that. Absolutely. And Cute Wedge with the super chat says, we've been traveling all day, and you've been helping us avoid tornado areas. So hopefully we can continue to do that. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This is near Hillsboro and Festus. If you're in this warning, you need to take shelter. Very soon at least. We got 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. The supercell is quickly organizing, guys. I want to remind you that this storm here does have a pretty high likelihood of producing a tornado down the line. This is not the same as all of the other storms that we've been looking at. Storm Intermedia right now is getting out in front of this. So we're keeping an eye on him. That rotation, though, is definitely starting to ramp up. We definitely could see a tornado threat going towards Hillsborough here soon. Right now, live in Hillsborough, we do have a radar Omega cyclone port. Pretty ominous skies. Nothing too crazy happening, but soon it'll look a lot different. If you want to watch this camera inside the app, you can. You can download it with the top link in the description below. It's about 81 degrees out there. Dew point is 68, so it's pretty humid. Hail core is pretty large, and it's going to go directly to Hillsborough here soon. A new large tornado possible severe warning was just issued for Mount Olive, Stoughton, Nokomis, Ramsey, in Greenville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball size hail, and there's a tornado possible tag. We got severe weather everywhere other than the Mississippi River Valley and the PDS tornado watch. Again, I think that's going to change, but for right now, it has not changed. New severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Lincoln. This will be for Clinton, Hayworth, and also Farmer City and Leroy. You need to take shelter if you're in this warning. There's a significant wind threat coming towards everybody here, and there's also a risk of spin-up tornadoes.
Hey, Max, I have a quick update for you.
Who in the world was that? Go ahead. It was Ryan Scholl.
So finally, we're heading back up to the St. Louis area, probably a little south of there, to intercept that storm. We'll get better, but hopefully we don't lose the windshield. It's working to its tail, especially after just replacing it this morning.
That is true. Hopefully it does not lose his windshield. Thank you for the update. All right, so Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, he is punching it north right now. He's going towards this supercell, which, again, I think might be the one that produces a significant tornado here soon. It's getting a lot more organized, so we'll see what happens. This supercell is going directly towards Hillsborough. Just to the north of Potosi. Velocities are starting to increase. We have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, Ryan Scholl, Connor Croft, kind of all in the same general area right now. Going towards that supercell, it looks like. And we actually have a few others, I think, near it, but those are the main ones that we're looking at right now. The Hailinator is on the move, guys. The Hailinator. He's going. He's going to make it up there here soon. That rotation over to the southeast of Lincoln has gotten broader. This is a pretty classic QLCS tornado threat that's developing. I would definitely get ready, though. If you're in Clinton, Illinois right now, we need to be taking shelter. Same thing with Farmer City. I would get there in a few minutes. This line of thunderstorms is pretty powerful and could definitely produce some spin-up tornadoes. On radar, we are looking at about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds currently south of Kenny. So this is definitely producing a pretty significant wind threat. And that storm that is now getting absolutely inhaled by the line of thunderstorms near Carlinville is definitely starting to struggle a bit. I know Nick Gorman's kind of in the middle of this thing right now. He's getting belted with very strong wind. We go back over to him. This is what he's looking at right now. So he's in the middle of this storm now that is tornado warned just east of Jerseyville. Very windy out here. Thank you, Harriet, the $50 PayPal donation, saying thank you for your service. I really have more peace of mind knowing that you watched for us. Well, I'm glad I can help, man. That's what it looks like out there in that tornado warning. It's gotten really rainy and just generally speaking, not very nice conditions. That tornado warning, I think, will probably be canceled if that continues. At least that one near Jerseyville. Need TJ for the super chat? Yeah, this right here, guys.
A new tornado warning.
This right here is a discrete supercell. We do have a new tornado warning, and I 100% agree with this, guys. This is going to be a bad supercell, I think. We got a new tornado warning now south of St. Louis. This thing is going to cook, I think, in terms of a tornado threat. If you are in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter. Getting away from windows, getting to the lowest floor possible, and we got to get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a very dangerous supercell right now that is going directly towards Hillsborough and Festus. It's also going towards Arnold. The rotation on this storm is very strong in the mid-levels, and it's only getting stronger near the surface. So I unfortunately do have the feeling right now that this could be a pretty significant tornado producer. with it being very discreet. Look at the hook echo too. And this is going to be, I think, pretty dangerous. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, actually talking about that warning and how dangerous this is going to be, that tornado warning goes all the way to the border and is in effect for the next hour. This is going to be a long track supercell. It's probably going to produce a couple of strong tornadoes. We're going to be talking about this for quite some time. So this is definitely the start of the event. I know people have been saying this is a bust. It's definitely far from a bust, and we're just getting started now.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, guys, this supercell, I mean, this is a very classic looking supercell. It is a discrete supercell. It's way out in front of our line and cold front. And so this storm here has a very high likelihood of producing a tornado. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I mean, if you look at just the reflectivity presentation, it's crazy. I know velocities are displaced, but it's rapidly organizing. And in the mid-levels, it's very tight, which means that there's probably a rapidly rotating wall cloud right now. We have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, who is punching down to this. We also have Ryan Scholl, who's going towards this. Connor's way out in front of it. I mean, like all these chasers are positioning on the storm for a reason, and it's because we think that this is going to be a dangerous, long-tracked, and probably significant tornado-producing supercell. So we need to take shelter. If we are in this warning, and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to get away from windows. If you have friends or family that are in this tornado warning, they need to be aware of the situation and how concerning this supercell really is. The significant tornado parameter values in this environment are about a 6 right now. So if there were to be a tornado, it will likely be EF3+. So we need to be really, really taking this seriously if we live in Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold, just south there of St. Louis. I'm not saying this all to scare you right now, but this is the type of supercell that could be the one that produces at least one of the supercells that produces a significant tornado threat this evening. The latest scan still showing a very prominent hook echo. There's a lot of inflow coming into the supercell too. We'll see what the velocities look like. I do think this is going to rapidly organize though. And Storm Intermedia, they're only probably about 5 miles or so until they actually see the storm here. They're only about 5 miles until getting kind of into the inflow notch of this thing. So we're going to have a live view of it here very, very soon with them coming directly out of the north. You can track them also inside of the Radar Omega app. Just waiting for velocities to update. Here's the latest scan. And yeah, the rotation, again, getting very, very strong. We're seeing a rapid increase of rotation. Very strong inflow coming to the storm. When we see these bright blues and even green colors going into the inflow notch, that's not a good thing. Like, that means that there's a lot of warm, moist air that's just surging into the supercell right now. And so there is a very high likelihood that this is going to produce a significant tornado in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Storm Intermedia currently is located over in, I think that's Hershey or Hensley. That's Hensley, Missouri right now. So they're going down to the south. They're looking at this. They're going to be coming into it here soon. A little bit off topic, but there's another tornado risk possibly developing near Union. Small little QLCS tornado that's trying to go up there towards Wildwood and also towards St. Louis. So I at least have a QLCS tornado threat developing there. Also, Nick Gorman is going through a wild storm right now northeast of St. Louis. This was tornado warned, still is. A lot of heavy rain, very little visibility out there, so we're keeping an eye on him. Back over to the east of Lincoln, we do have that's a strong area of rotation. That could be a tornado. Right now near Moroa, I think, south of Clinton. Very strong area of rotation. I would support a new tornado warning for Weldon, Illinois. So DeWitt, Weldon, and DeLand, Illinois, we should be taking shelter. Very close to being a tornado. Even if it's not one, there should be a new tornado warning for this area. So that's going to go directly towards DeWitt here shortly. Weldon, and eventually going towards DeLand, Monticello, Mahomet, and as well as Farmer City. This just produced, we think, a tornado near Mount Pulaski just a few minutes ago. There's a reason why we're talking about it again. It has been already concerning. It might be producing another tornado here. Can't fully verify that's a tornado, but we're going to keep eyes on it. Look at this supercell, guys. We're going to have another radar scan on this storm in a moment. Very concerning supercell right now, southwest of St. Louis. Going towards Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold. Luckily, Arnold and Festus, you guys got time to take shelter. They have issued this tornado warning for a reason, for an hour, because this storm will probably be producing a significant tornado threat for more than an hour. But they have extended the warning all the way out to the border of Missouri and Illinois. This warning is 40 miles from west to east, by the way. 40 miles west to east, which is pretty wild. We're just kind of waiting to see what that next radar scan holds. Hey, Plumber, for becoming a member. That is huge. Yeah, this is exactly what you do not want in this environment, is a discrete supercell that looks anything like this. And we have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia. They're the middle chaser on the screen. They're going to be going into this in a few minutes. And they're going to have a very clear view of this in a few minutes. They're near Hurricane, which Hurricane might be looking like a hurricane here in a second. Richwoods, Fletcher, Frumet, Mount Freedom, kind of in the direct path of this. Here comes that new radar scan. So Hook Echo right now located just south of Monday. It's coming up towards Huff. Not seeing any debris signature right now. We'll see what the velocities look like. The Hook Echo is kind of clutching almost into the supercell a little bit more here. Might be consolidating into a more defined area of circulation. Here's that latest scan, and that's what it looks like right now. So we got a little bit tighter rotation right now. It's southwest of the Little Indian Creek Conservation Area. It's going to be approaching Missouri 47 in about 4 or 5 minutes, or maybe a little bit more than 5 minutes, probably about 10 minutes or so, that roadway. But obviously, you should be taking shelter before that. You should not be waiting. Out in front of this storm, Storm Intermedia is currently located
a new tornado
in Lonedale,
has been issued.
And so they're going to be coming up on this here over the next few minutes. So we're keeping an eye on them. They're inside of the tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning over in Illinois. That'll be just east of Lincoln, south of Clinton. This is the storm we were just talking about where there could be a tornado in progress. If you are south of Farmer City near Monticello, just south of I-74, west of Mahomet, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, as this is a QLCS tornado, basically a tornado embedded in our area of circulation, and this could produce a tornado. Our rotation's right there, south of Clinton. It's going right towards Mansfield and Monticello and I-70 or I-72. These are classic spin-up tornadoes in a line. This one also could become tornadic north of Clinton going towards Farmer City. So we need to be ready for that too. Hey, Victoria, for becoming a member. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but definitely strong rotation north of Moroa. Here's a little bit of a zoomed out view of what it looks like right now. We got currently 4 tornado warnings, 2 of which are in central Illinois. We got 1 north of St. Louis. We got 1 in eastern Missouri. Out of all the warnings we have right now, the one that is south of St. Louis is by far the most concerning. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning in Kentucky for LaGrange, Newcastle, and Crestwood. So you should be taking shelter if you're in this warning. Rotation just north of Crestwood going towards Newcastle. Also, I would get ready for damaging winds in Louisville. We got a line of thunderstorms here, definitely producing a wind threat going right towards you guys. There's all sorts of new warnings that are being issued. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for those that live barely west of St. Louis. So St. Louis is not included. The west side and the suburbs, you guys are all included in this brand new severe warning for $half size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible tag on this. So we need to be staying alert. If you guys have friends or family in the path of these storms, get the word out there and share the stream. We are live, commercial-free coverage. We have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, who's about to be entering into the Hook Echo, or getting close to it here in a second, on this tornadic supercell that is south of Huff. It's going to go right towards Arnold and Festus and kind of tracking towards Waterloo, too, in Illinois. Is anybody tuning in right now from Hillsborough, Festus, or Arnold out here? In the chat, just south of St. Louis. This is
a new tornado warning.
Well, actually, I'm going to talk about this first. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for those near St. Charles, Florissant, and Old Jamestown. That is for this Hook Echo back here near St. Charles. So if you're in this tornado warning near St. Charles, Edwardsville, Old Jamestown, or Alton, we need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Got to get to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. I would recommend getting to a basement, but if not, a closet, a bathroom are usually your best options. Get away from windows. There's about 370,000 people in this tornado warning. You can see the Hook Echo that is developing right now directly east of Peters. That's going to go right into St. Charles and Elm Point over the next few minutes. So this is a pretty dangerous storm here. We really got to be taking shelter if we're in this warning right now. If you are not immediately in the path of the storms right now. Let's just say you're, 10-15 minutes out from this. Let's say you're over in Alton or Edwardsville. You have a few minutes, but with those few minutes that you have to get to your safe place, you should be getting closed-toed shoes and a lot of those other things. Actually, let's go to Storm Intermediate. They have a view of this storm right now. Look at that wall cloud, guys. There's a huge wall cloud. This is the storm that is over here just south of St. Louis. There's a giant wall cloud back there. You can see it.
It's gonna be a narrow window, but
so right here.
Hoping it's gonna be right along the river.
We have a view of it right now. Incredible mid-level structure.
Did I miss anything from you, Max?
Low levels look a little disorganized right now, but it's a pretty good.
Did I miss anything from you, Max?
No.
I have to go east. It's not going to do it right now.
Oh, okay. I don't know why my thing said I saw I missed anything. My bad.
Storm Intermediate. You're good. There's a giant wall cloud though back there. They just had a view of it a second ago. You can see it's really rotating. It's not as tight as before, but I do think what this storm's probably going to do is cycle as it moves towards Hillsborough. It really just needs to take a right-hand turn and not go left. If it goes left, it's going to have a lower tornado threat. If it goes right towards Festus, it's going to have a higher tornado threat. This St. Charles tornado warning, the Hook Gecko, again, is right now located directly off to the northwest of St. Charles. If there is a tornado, it is going to be going right into the Gardnerville and Elm Point areas, and then going towards Florissant, Old Jamestown, and Spanish Lake. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you are in this tornado warning. Going back to Illinois on the storm that is west of Monticello. This is, again, very close to producing a tornado. Actually, we need a tornado warning for Farmer City now. There are two areas of rotation. One's warned. They're both very strong. That one's going towards D-Land and Mahomet, and that one's going towards Farmer City. So we definitely need a tornado warning right now for Farmer City. This is a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here. No debris signature, but that one needs that. Farmer City, if you're in Farmer City and tuning in Illinois, you need to take shelter. Solomon, Fullerton, Parnell, Weedman, all you guys got to take shelter right now. I don't know why there's no warning for that one. Storm Intermediate is currently positioning themselves for this very significant supercell that's going to be going directly towards Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold. Rotation is continuing to rapidly intensify. This is a very discrete supercell. If this does produce a tornado, it is going to be likely at the minimum strong, if not intense or violent. So we are, again, really watching this closely. I'm going to go ahead and track this out for you guys, for those that are out in front of this. This is just a general timeline on where this is heading. So we got Waterloo at 7:19. We got Belleville at 7:30. We got Carlisle and Nashville at about 8. It's a pretty fast-moving supercell going very far off to the east. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning for Crawford County, Missouri. That is for Steelville. We're watching that storm closely. See what the velocities look like on this supercell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. This one is going to be back over in the LaGrange area near Newcastle. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that unwarned tornado in Illinois near DeWitt is currently on the ground. So that is a tornado on the ground, unwarned in Illinois. Farmer City and Parnell will be taking shelter immediately.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, there's now a tornado on the ground here in Illinois. I don't know why this is not warned.
A new tornado warning.
So there is now a tornado on the ground here in Illinois. You need to be taking shelter. Getting away from windows, getting to the lowest floor possible, and getting to an interior room of your home or building. That is a debris signature, and they've issued it as radar indicated. It is on the ground. We have a tornado in progress right now going directly towards Farmer City. So Farmer City, you are in the direct crosshairs and path of a tornado that is in progress. So we need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. This is producing a debris signature right now northeast of Birkbeck, north of Clinton Lake, and it's going to go right into Farmer City in the I-74 corridor. You guys are in the path of this. Storm Intermediate is looking at a wall cloud right now of that supercell that is in Missouri.
That updraft is kind of skinny-ish. Just kind of skinny there.
You can see the wall cloud barely down the road there, so we're keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, take a look at Morrisonville, Illinois. That's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. There's a major convergence signature on that. It's not wrapped up into a couplet yet, but I would expect that to happen sometime in the next few scans as it heads towards Pana.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that's the one just out there of Taylorville. Got a new area of convergence happening here. This could lead to a tornado. So if you're over in Pana or Assumption, we need to get ready for an increasing tornado threat. Damaging winds also a concern. Also a possibility for a tornado as it goes towards Assumption. So get ready for this. We got a large wall cloud on that storm again in Missouri. We can very faintly see it. This is a pretty poor chasing terrain, but I want to give you an idea of how powerful the supercell is right now south of St. Louis. There's a very high likelihood that this is going to be dropping a tornado as it goes towards Hillsborough, and you can see that wall cloud back there. It's very low to the ground, and if you look at velocities, there is a large convergence signature that's developing right now with this storm heading directly towards DeSoto and Hillsborough. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from those areas. So if you're one of those people that is tuning in right now from DeSoto, Hillsborough, Cedar Lake, anywhere else, we got to be staying alert right now and get into our safe place as soon as possible, because this thing is going to try to produce, we think, a tornado here soon. And possibly a significant one. I'll have another radar scan in a second. We still have a tornado on the ground near Farmer City. We'll have a new radar scan in a second. This is in Illinois right now. There is a confirmed tornado. We currently have 5 tornado warnings, 3 of which are in Illinois. We got 1 in Missouri. We got 1 in Kentucky. Hey, Jason, for the super chat. We do. Man, these radars are taking forever to update. All right, latest scan. Doesn't seem like we have that tornado debris signature anymore, but we still have a large hook echo right now near Fullerton going right towards Parnell and Farmer City. This could easily drop another tornado as it goes towards I-74. So if you live over here near I-74, you need to be taking shelter near Farmer City and as well as Bellflower. There's another area of rotation here north of I-72 going directly towards Mahomet. This could also be producing a tornado at any time. North of I-72, going directly towards Mahomet, Urbana, and Thomasboro. We're keeping an eye on that. Back over in Kentucky, our tornado warning near LaGrange is a broad area of rotation. It's getting a little bit stronger, actually, on this latest scan, going directly towards Amenas and as well as Newcastle. So take shelter if you're in that warning. Damaging winds are also going to be coming to Louisville here in about 30 minutes. Got a pretty significant line of thunderstorms there that's going to be pushing right into Louisville here in about half an hour. So far, still no storm development in the Mississippi River Valley. Again, we're keeping an eye on any storms that go up, but so far, nothing. That could change, though. The supercell over here near Hillsborough definitely seems to be taking a little bit of a left-hand turn. We'll see if it turns back to the right. There is still a strong area of rotation, and there is still a wall cloud, as we just saw from Storm Intermedia. So this thing still has the capability of producing a tornado down the line. We're just kind of waiting to see if it does. If this storm does stay discreet, there will be a pretty high chance it does produce something. West of St. Louis, it's not a tornado, but it is a really significant wind and hailstorm that is happening here. This is directly to the west of St. Louis near Wildwood. We have an ongoing threat of very large hail and damaging winds right now. So this right here is producing easily hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe even tennis balls. And there's also a very high wind threat. The damaging winds are going through Melrose and Wildwood. This is the kind of wind that's going to knock down trees and power lines. So if you live over here near St. Louis, get your flashlights ready to go in case there is power outages. There probably will at least be a few, if I had to guess. Let's go back to the south. The storms that have been ongoing in southern Missouri today haven't been too concerning. Mostly large hail and damaging winds. The tornado threat's been pretty low, but we're still watching these closely. We've gotten some damage reports of some trees down and power lines down over in Springfield from earlier. So if you live down line of this near Mountain View, Van Buren, or Centerville, I'd definitely have a be ready for at least damaging winds that could knock down trees and power lines. There's at least been some damage. We still have a tornado warning here for the Alton area in St. Charles. That hook echo that was on radar has gotten a little bit more embedded in rain. I'm not seeing much rotation on this, but north of St. Charles, we still have a possible tornado threat going towards Alton. This one near Alton as well is producing a lot of hail. And there's also a risk of a tornado with this as it goes towards Beth Hutto. me go back over here to Illinois. We should have a new radar scan in a second. Shout out to Joel with the $20 Venmo donation. Urbana? Oh, is it Urbana? I forgot. Urbana in Illinois. You guys will be in the path of this here soon. All right, latest scan on our tornado warnings here in Illinois. Our rotation is still pretty strong right now near Farmer City. Does not look like we have a tornado in progress anymore, but there was one. It's about to cross over US Highway 150, and it's going to go directly towards Blue Ridge. The other rotation is over Weldon. That one is also not in progress right now, but it is a strong area of rotation that is going to go right over D-Land. Mahomet and Urbana will be in the path of this here soon. So if you live in those areas, you need to get ready for a tornado threat that is increasing. See if we can go back to this tornado warning here south of St. Louis. Yeah, that latest scan, this storm's gotten really like backwards looking. The velocities are still pretty strong, at least near Missouri 47. There's a lot of inflow going to the storm. Just an odd looking supercell right now. They have condensed the tornado warning, so it no longer includes areas like Monday and Huff. Rotation right now is actually located outside the warning. It'd be like right here where that circle is. Looks very odd right now, but the velocities are still very strong on this. Power bye-bye here. Yeah, a lot of people are going to lose power. This is the latest scan. And it is definitely now going into the warning. So it's going to be approaching Big River here in a second. Going towards Hillsboro. So Hillsboro, Festus, and Arnold, you guys are in the path of this. Storm Intermedia is still trying to get a view of it. They're in kind of the jungle. We're going to keep an eye on them. The St. Charles tornado warning still got a hook echo located near Fluorescent. That one's no longer really tornadic. The main tornado concern is going to be near Alton. This is going into Beth Halto right now. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman actually will have a view of this here in a minute. Actually has a view right now. This is live from Storm Chaser Nick Gorman. He's looking at the tornado warning here just south of Bunker Hill near Alton. You can see the large shelf cloud rolling in. I'm not seeing a wall cloud feature. It might actually be there on the middle right. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch from the Storm Prediction Center. This one's across northeast Texas, Arkansas, and as well as Oklahoma. So we'll go until 2 a.m. tonight. Main concerns will be a couple tornadoes, scattered tennis ball sized hail, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are going to be the main concerns. If you live in Alton right now, right along the Illinois and Missouri border, we got giant hail probably falling right now, or at least a lot of hail. A lot of people live here in Alton. Hopefully you guys are staying safe out there. Got a lot of hail coming down on this supercell. It might try to produce a tornado too. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, who's looking at the storm bottom right, that's where he's located on radar Omega, so he's looking directly towards it. We should have a clear view of maybe some sort of wall cloud here in a few minutes. Going back to Farmer City, we did have a tornado on the ground a few minutes ago. Right now, we are looking at a broader area of rotation near Farmer City. It looks like the rotation going directly towards Urbana is getting stronger, though. So this rotation is becoming more dominant. So if you live in Mahomet, you need to be ready to take shelter. There will likely be a new tornado warning for Mahomet, Thomasboro, and just northwest of Urbana here in a few minutes. I said it right the first time. Is it not Urbana? Thank you, Al, for becoming a member. So I think it's happening right now in this supercell is that it's splitting. This one that's down into the south here is St. Louis. So we got one part of it splitting to the north. One part of it's trying to split to the east. And so that, I think, is why we are not seeing a whole lot of organization here over the last few minutes. Because a few minutes ago, it looked like it was going to produce. But it is definitely splitting. You can see part of the supercell is now going to the north more than the east. And then this part is going more to the east. So it's basically splitting. And so what might happen is that the one that's moving to the right, going towards Festus, will probably become the more dominant tornado threat if it's able to reorganize. The one that's going to the north is not going to be very tornadic, basically. We are starting to see a little bit of convergence actually near Barnes Mill, and that's going to go towards St. Louis. So we might have a tornado threat kind of embedded in all this rain going off to the north and east. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we are starting to see convection in Mississippi. This is another area where we do have a pretty favorable tornado environment. There's already a special weather statement for some of the storms down here, and one of them already has a mesocyclone on it. That's that storm right here, and you can see just from the special weather statements that they're issuing, it's already starting to take that right-hand turn. This should start to pose some tornado potential in the next 1 to 2 hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So definitely not what you want to see is the increasing risk of severe weather inside, or very close at least to that tornado watch that we have, the PDS tornado watch. So we got some storms going up right now just south of South Haven and Hernando. We got to keep an eye on this activity. Got a little bit of rotation, a little hook developing near Sledge. So definitely watch out for that. We got a lot of little cells that have been trying to go up for hours now. I mean, ever since about 3 o'clock, we've had some convection trying to go up over here around the Mississippi River. None of it's gone. It's all been capped off. So hopefully that continues. But obviously, the longer we wait, the better chance there is of strong tornadoes if a storm is to fire in about an hour or two. This is a look at our tornado warning cell just north of St. Louis. This is near Alton. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman is looking at it right now. Got a little bit of broad rotation right there on the right side of your screen. You can see a little bit of left to right motion.
Just in time.
A little bit of right to left motion. Hey, Poplar Bluff for the sewer chat. Urbana, Champaign, it's the same location. True. If you guys live anywhere near Champaign, we're definitely looking at a more elevated tornado risk here in about 15-20 minutes. Might stay to your north, but right now on radar, our main area of rotation is just south of I-74. It's going to go right into Mahomet here shortly, just south of I-74 going towards Thomasboro, Rantall, just south of Fisher. That rotation's pretty strong. It's going to be the dominant area of rotation with this line in Illinois. And this is going to go directly into the north side of Champaign here in a few minutes, we think. So if you guys live here, we definitely got to be taking shelter. If you live over in Champaign or surrounding areas, get ready. Whoa. This is the storm that currently is near Hillsborough. That's tornado warning. This is from Storm Chaser Brett Adair. He's looking at the storm near Hillsborough. Rotation is starting to ramp up right now. That is a live shot of the rain-wrapped wall cloud. That is kind of scary looking.
Yeah, I'm watching a possible developing tornado in front of me right now, actually. Large lowering here, rotation. It's going to move toward the Hillsborough community. Right now, we're just south of Cedar Hill Lakes. We're on Route B here near Moore's Mill, the community south of Cedar Hill Lakes. But yeah, this storm is definitely getting its act together.
Full screen right now.
Rotation has gotten stronger. Over the last couple minutes. It is organizing. This might be trying to gear up for a tornado right now. Again, this is just outside of Hillsborough, Missouri. We need to be taking shelter.
The storms are starting to get more active as we expected. There was a possibility of getting some earlier day activity, but earlier in the day...
He's kind of talking about what's going on right now, but this storm just on the latest scan has a little bit more of a tightening on radar for rotation. I'm waiting for the velocities to update on the bottom right so it aligns, but that is a rotating wall cloud here just outside of Hillsborough, Missouri, and this is attempting to drop a tornado right now as it heads towards Festus and heavily just south of Arnold, and this is just south of St. Louis. We really got to be taking shelter right now if we're in this warning.
Some of these storms to really get organized and possibly
you can see all that spin right there. It's going to go probably right over him here in a second.
It's above the truck right here. Look out right here.
Quite a bit of spin. So it looks like on radar right now. So our hook echo is located right here. The rotation's the strongest there near Hillsborough. The rotation was tighter on the latest scan. I don't know why it's not updating, but that's the main area of rotation right there, west of Hillsborough. That's going to go directly towards Pevely. We got to be taking shelter. And as you can see here, that is the rotating wall cloud. It's going to go right over the trees here in a second.
I lost connection with them at work, so.
Got a report from Geezy with the sewer chat saying it's hailing in Highland Park, Texas right now. We do have some storms going up right now out there near Dallas. They're going up quick too. I'm gonna quickly show you that. We got a severe thunderstorm watch here. We got a big hailstorm going up right in downtown Dallas. So there's a big hailstorm going up. We got a lot of them going up. Could even have a tornado threat down near Dallas, Fort Worth. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Yeah, this storm, again, quickly organizing. Got Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia also en route for this storm, so we're keeping an eye on them. Storm does have the capability of producing the risk of a tornado as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So if you live in that tornado warning, gotta be taking shelter. The tornado warning here east of Alton does not look very impressive. We have Nick Gorman looking at it. Rotation does not seem very apparent. I mean, we're looking at maybe very broad rotation right now. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Right at Dare. Once again, looking at that wall cloud here. This is that lowering.
Yeah, it will pass just south.
Right over the roadway here in a second.
Well,
I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Thank you, Renee, for becoming a member.
yeah, it looks pathetic on radar. It looks like a blob.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at all that spin right there. This thing is probably going to drop a tornado here in a few minutes. There's a lot of motion right there. We do have a new tornado warning for Champaign County, Illinois. It does not include. It does include Champaign. Let me talk about that here. Champaign is included in this brand new tornado warning. If you guys live here, you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and getting away from windows. The storm is going directly towards Thomasboro and St. Joseph. So you need to take shelter if you're in this warning. The rotation right now is near Mahomet. It's going to go right into Thomasboro and Rantoul, just north of Urbana. So we got a rapidly rotating wall cloud here on the left.
Ryan was showing it full screen.
Copy that.
There could be a tornado again just behind that little tree hill there that's developing. If you look at velocities, they're a little bit stronger there near Hillsborough. You go right over the trees right now. Rantoul? Sorry, Rantoul.
Alright, hook's forming. Hey, the hook is forming to our north.
I don't know if that's a tornado there. It's hard to tell. Might be a tornado right there.
Yep. There's broad rotation right here.
The bare minimum there is just a rotating wall cloud right there on the left.
It's getting merged up with
It's going right into Hillsborough, Missouri right now. I do think it's just a rotating wall cloud, but we got some rotation there on the left near Hillsborough.
That's probably what all the problem is.
What road is he on? He is on... He's near Morse Mill.
Yeah, it's all spinning, you're right. Look.
I'm not seeing a specific roadway, but he's basically next to Morse Mill, near the Valley View Glades natural area.
Well, look, here's
Hobbs Road? Yeah, pretty much. All just broadly rotating right now. The supercell going directly towards Arnold.
It all looks pretty.
Go back over to live radar. This is what the supercell looks like. Doesn't look super impressive on radar, but it's been rotating the entire time. Going directly towards Waterloo and Belleville, so get ready for that if you live in those areas. We also have gotten new severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Missouri, just south of Centerville and going towards Van Buren, Mountain View, and as well as Centerville, mainly looking at 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with the twin pair of storms there. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning, very populated area here. Dallas, Fort Worth, we're looking at quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you live in Plano, Garland, even near Rockwall, you got to get ready. This is a big hailstorm that's brewing. And we might even have a tornado threat at some point down the line with that storm. Going back to Illinois, that tornado warning for Champaign and Mahomet. This is a very significant storm. I don't know if it's going to produce a tornado, but the damaging winds are very elevated right now. We have upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds that are surging into Champaign and Thomasboro right now. So if you live here, you got to be really taking shelter. This is a very dangerous situation here that we are looking at evolve. And those winds are all going to be surging towards Thomasboro and Rantoul here soon. I-74. There's also the C-16, which is the Fresca field that is also in the path of this. Very dangerous line of thunderstorms here, guys. The line of thunderstorms will be producing widespread damaging winds too. Most of it will be between 60 to 70 miles per hour. Can't rule out some winds higher than that. We do have a tornado warning in Kentucky still. I don't think this needs a warning, in my opinion, but take shelter if you're near Newcastle in a minute. So I'm not really talking much about it. There's a reason why. It just looks very broad and looks a bit outflowy over there. Louisville, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a lot of thunderstorms that are going to be entering this area. Flash flooding is becoming a big concern in southern Indiana and even northern Kentucky. So if you guys live over here, get ready for a lot of rain over the next few hours. There's a new area of convergence developing now, just west of Festus. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl has kind of a view of it. Oh, look at this, guys. Storm Hunter Media has an incredible view of it. This is a view of that tornadic supercell here near Hillsboro. There is a lot more convergence that I'm seeing now on radar.
I think it did briefly. That it looked too good and it wrapped up too fast.
Hey, Chris, for the $10 super chat.
Try to get on this one before.
Mainly looking at a wind threat over there in Indiana tonight. Low tornado threat.
Right towards Chalcedonia and Bismarck.
Shout out to Wired with 5 get to memberships. So we got a large shelf cloud here. We just had a wall cloud, and it is still broadly rotating. Storm Hunter Media is looking right at this thing.
Yeah. And there are fields down there actually. So.
Well, it's a very I would think so. Suspicious looking thunderstorm here.
Yeah, there are some.
It's got the word farm in it, so I would be inclined to believe.
See if I can get their thoughts on this storm. What are your thoughts on this storm?
Yeah, I just don't see any like meso.
If they respond to my radio comm.
So I wonder if it can't be saved.
That's good for the area of Hillsboro.
I got left on red.
It is.
I'm always getting left on red out here. Got left on red earlier too on the radio. Just keeps happening. Hey, Hunter for the super chat. Kankakee County, mainly a damaging wind threat tonight. I swear, I keep getting left on red. I get ghosted.
Because this thing could have went big time.
I mean, it would be right on my windows where it would be.
Where if it was, yeah.
It'd be right in that area.
So this is a large lowering that we're looking at right now near Hillsboro. If there is going to be a tornado, it's going to head towards Arnold, Imperial, and as well as Pevely, just south of St. Louis.
Well, if we end up somewhere down in southeast or south central Missouri.
That's what the storm looks like right now. Near Hillsboro. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. This is going to be going directly towards Imperial here soon. Got a very significant line of thunderstorms about to slam St. Louis. St. Louis, this is your time that you need to be staying away from windows. Damaging winds are going to be the big concern. We got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail that is falling right now. So if you live in St. Louis, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. I do not recommend trying to go outside and look at this thunderstorm. It's pretty dangerous, and it is still producing a pretty widespread damaging wind threat right now. Same thing with Urbana and anywhere near Champaign. We got a very significant line of thunderstorms coming through right now. This is mainly a risk of damaging winds, but there's also a risk even for a tornado. So you should be heeding the warning here and staying away from windows. The velocities are over 70 miles per hour here. I wouldn't be surprised if our damaging wind threat was like 80 miles per hour going into Champaign. So this is definitely a storm that you want to be, staying away from windows for. We do have a live camera from one of the... This is actually, they have a couple of university cameras in downtown, so we should be able to see the wind pickup here soon on campus. We have seen it happen in real time before. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen at the University of Illinois. And we will probably see the very significant wind come through in a second, and we'll see if it's actually 70 to 80 miles per hour, because I think it is. And let's just hope nobody's walking outside like last time. As last time, there were people walking outside during a tornado warning. You guys might have seen the social media clip. It kind of went viral. See the wind starting to pick up now. So hopefully nobody's walking out there. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Illinois that is southeast of Taylorville. That is near Shelby, Cowden, and Panna. So that'll be for 70 mile per hour winds as well and quarter-sized hail. This entire line of thunderstorms is pretty significant right now, becoming the dominant concern across much of Illinois and even back over into Missouri. Where's that camera in slot 2? Hey, Joshua, if the sewer chat, 2 photos of clouds dropping in Hillsborough, sending it to us. If you guys have photos and videos, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is what it looks like right now in St. Louis. So the wind is beginning to pick up right now. We got damaging winds that are surging into the town. Probably around 70 to 75 mile per hour winds are going to hit this camera in a few minutes. It's going to get very windy in St. Louis. You really got to be taking shelter if you're in St. Louis right now. This is another live shot too in St. Louis. You'll be flipping through those cameras in the bottom middle of your screen. This is the leading edge of that damaging wind threat. So it's going through, it's already basically going through Clayton right now, just south of Old Jamestown. It's going to be approaching St. Louis and then going towards Collinsville, Belleville, Edwardsville, even the Oakville area. You guys are going to get hit pretty hard by this here in a few minutes. Car washes. It is a good day to get a car wash. Everybody's getting a car wash right now. Got a couple more supercells right now going up to the south of St. Louis. These are going towards Potosi and Farmington. So those could become tornadic down the line. I think that's where a lot of these storm chasers are going. A lot of them are diving south again, going towards that supercell near Steelville. It is taking a right-hand turn. So as it goes towards Potosi, there is going to be a risk, I think, of a tornado with this supercell. It will also be going towards Farmington and US Highway 67. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. But this storm might be the next one to become tornadic. Rotation's pretty broad right now, but that one I think will be probably the next tornado producer supercell. This is what it looks like out there at Bellevue on I-64 or Missouri 64 here in St. Louis. It's getting very windy out there. Got a lot of lightning too. Windy, windy, windy. They have issued a new severe warning out in front of this line east of St. Louis. That is for 70 mile per hour winds as well. So if you live in Edwardsville, Belleville, north of Waterloo, you need to get ready for this. Pretty significant line of storms there. We have a lot of severe warnings going up all across southern Indiana right now with a training area of thunderstorms. This is mostly producing damaging winds and some large hail. The tornado risk with this activity is fairly low right now. I know we have a tornado warning. I don't really agree with it, to be honest. The rotation on this warning has been very weak and broad, so I'm not super concerned about that one as of right now. We have a new severe warning west of Indianapolis. That'll be for $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And then our tornado warning for those in Champaign, the highest of that wind is moving into downtown right now. So it should be approaching the University of Illinois over the next few minutes. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation on this anymore. If there were to be a tornado, it'd be way off here to the north. But the wind is definitely significant. We're talking probably 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here moving right into the city. So this is still a very dangerous situation right now for the Urbana and Champaign areas. Max, explain why it's so dangerous to park under an overpass. Asks Hunter with the super chat. Because when you're parking under an overpass, what happens is that if you park, I'm gonna draw a little diagram. We've seen this a lot on our live streams, but if you park under an overpass like this, cars are gonna first park on the shoulders. And then when the shoulders get taken up, more people that are very selfish will start parking on the interstate or roadway like this. And at some point, you're going to run out of space and nobody's going to be able to pass you. This happened over in Dallas-Fort Worth the other day. So this is probably the worst thing you can do because it's going to cause accidents and people are not going to have a clue that you're even parking there, and it's going to make a big traffic jam. If there were an actual tornado happening or a severe weather event, all those people could easily get injured or killed. So it's literally one of the worst things you can do. Just keep driving along. Back over in Texas, we now have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got one right now for Garland near Dallas for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This will be approaching Plano and Josephine here soon. And there's also a new severe warning for Paris for the same hazards. The severe weather threat is increasing right now in North Texas. If you guys live over near Dallas-Fort Worth, stay tuned. We'll keep you posted here. We got 3 warnings now, one near Greenville. Large hail and damaging winds are the main concern. There is a low risk of a tornado. So we're keeping an eye on all that activity. We also have storms trying to initiate over here off to the west of Little Rock. We'll keep an eye on that. Storms are trying to get going over here in northern Mississippi too. So we're watching those storms closely. The tornado warning here south of Concord and St. Louis does look like it's definitely struggling. I'm not seeing as much rotation on this anymore. So hopefully it continues to trend that direction. The rotation's been pretty weak over the last several scans as this is...
Did you want to chat?
Or want to chat? I was just wondering what you thought about that storm. Storm in our media.
Oh, okay. No, Ben and I are over here. We're just creating friendly banter in our chat. I thought it produced briefly.
It looked really good right when we got on it, and then it died and moved left. So
yeah, I
had a good view for 10 minutes, but
it had a good structure when we sat there. It was really and we thought that it was gearing up again, and then it just. We wonder what made it do that.
Yeah, they might have had a tornado earlier. That was the storm near Hillsborough. Sounds like they're going south now. This is what it looks like out there in Champaign, inside of that tornado warning. Or just said, do you want to chat? Like, I guess. There was a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust measured in Mahomet, just to the west here of Champaign. The worst of the wind now is moving through Champaign, going through St. Joseph, right along I-74 near Thomasboro. Going towards Rossville and Danville here soon as well. So definitely take shelter again if you're in the severe warning, and as well as the tornado warning. Rotation's pretty weak, but the winds are definitely pretty strong out there. And it looks like everybody this time around on the university campus, I think, is actually in their safe place. They're not walking around this time, which is always good to see. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. That is one of them. The other one is just south of St. Louis. I do think the next supercell that we need to keep an eye on will be this one just southwest of Potosi for a possible tornado threat. Park Hills will also be in the path of that storm as it continues to move down, or moves off to the east. We do have storm chasers en route for it, so that's kind of where they think the next tornado threat's going to be. You got Storm Intermedia, who was just talking, going that direction. Got Connor Croft and a few others kind of en route for it, so we're going to keep an eye on all of them. Stephanie with Super Chat says, shame for parking under overpass. Absolutely. We're also watching 2 different supercells, actually 3 now, in southern Missouri that are all producing large hail and damaging winds. They're all warned for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're going to be tracking towards Poplar Bluff, Jackson, Fredericktown. So if you live in any of these areas, definitely get ready. Maybe storms are going to get going. I don't know. Maybe storms are going to finally get going in Tennessee. They got more updrafts there, just northwest of Clarksville. There have been so many attempts at convective initiation. Nothing's actually transpired still down here in the Mississippi River Valley. Here's a wide view of everything that's happening right now. Thank you, TD, for the $10 super chat. Max is the underpass police. I am underpassing it. Very sus day it has been. Thank you, Alexis, for the $20 super chat. When do you think the storm heading towards St. Genevieve is going to produce and get bad, or build and get bad? Where is St. Genevieve? Isn't it right along the Mississippi River somewhere? Oh, it's right here. So if you're in St. Genevieve, I think this one will probably build, but it could also upscale pretty quickly. I mean, at this point, the only tornado, at least a significant tornado threat that I see happening, at least in this sector of storms right now, would be with this supercell. Maybe one of the two down to the south, but those should be more of hail and wind concerns. This one's more discreet right now. If it stays more discreet, there'll be a higher tornado potential. But so far, again, these storms have been behaving themselves. I'm not sure if that's going to last, but they have been literally almost all day. They have been tornadic at times. They've been producing a lot of hail and wind for sure. The tornado threat has been the one thing that so far has not been bad, but that could change. Hopefully it doesn't change, but it could. Why it's still important to, be staying weather aware. And there's other places too that could also see that severe weather threat. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be over in Ramsey, Illinois. Ramsey, Illinois. You need to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Fillmore, Bingham, just south of Herrick, south of Cowden. Our main area of rotation is right over Fillmore. It's in a little bit of a radar hole, so we have a kind of extrapolated view of this. That rotation will be moving into Bingham in about 5 minutes, Bale City in about 8 minutes, and then Ramsey is about 10 or 12 minutes out from this. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you're over in Ramsey. Max, it's pronounced Saint Genevieve. Genevieve? Don't think that's right. You have Bones for the super chat. And also HTTPS for the super chat. After these storms pass, is St. Louis clear for the night? Probably. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I do think one of the threats we need to talk about is hail. We're looking west of Springfield. This blue, red, and black polygon you see right here, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. If we take a look at the radar tag right here, we can see that we're talking about very large hail. Radar indicated that is 4.5-inch hail. That's big hail. It's probably not that big. They did warn it for 3-inch hail. I do think we're probably a little bit bigger than 3 inches, but if we're anywhere in places like Willow Springs and Mountain View, we need to keep an eye out for that Mumbo hail because it's definitely going to do a lot of damage. I do think these 3 storms here are going to start to pose somewhat of a tornado threat eventually. They're just a little bit too much of a hailstorm right now and not a lot of a tornado storm. We don't normally see a storm produce very, very large hail and a tornado at the same time unless it's latched down to a boundary. So I do think at some point we're going to start to see the hail threat die out, and that's when the tornado threat should start to pick up. If we take a look at satellite, one thing I want to talk about is the storm that just was tornado warned southwest or south of St. Louis and then sort of died, didn't really produce a tornado. If we back up satellite here a little bit, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see that an updraft went up in the inflow notch of that storm. I do think that's the reason that it ended up sort of falling apart and not producing a tornado. It was basically right there. That new convection hit the updraft of the storm that was going to produce a tornado and threw it all out of whack, all out of balance, and then it stopped posing a tornado threat. Sooner rather than later, it's probably going to start getting its spin back, be a little bit more balanced, and start posing a tornado threat again. But for now, it's not posing any sort of significant tornado threat like it looked like it could.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that was tornado warned. That does include areas near Waterloo, south of St. Louis. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely take shelter now. Get away from windows. Get to the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. You got quarter-sized hail or half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a little bit of a tornado threat, possibly still a remnant with this storm. You got Storm Chaser, Tornado TRX there. You got Ryan Scholl, who's just kind of trying to outrace that large shelf cloud. And a lot of chasers right now are diving south towards these other supercells near Potosi currently that have not done anything quite yet, but we're keeping an eye on them. As Riley was just talking about, we got an apple-sized hail warning right now over near Willow Springs and Mountain View. These are not the kind of apples that fall on Newton's head and make you smart. These are the kind of hailstones that might kill you. So go inside. Don't be outside while this storm is rolling through. It's a very dangerous hailstorm, and there is a very significant risk right now of giant hail falling out of the sky. And this could damage vehicles, it could dent vehicles, and it could also cause damage to plants and other things that are outside. Thank you, Megan, for becoming a member. Going back to our Urbana tornado warning. over near Champaign. That one will probably be allowed to expire. I think we'll need a new tornado warning for this rotation here that's developing. This is near Villa Grove going towards Georgetown. Ridge Farm, Crispin are in the path of it, so you need to be taking shelter if you're near this area of rotation. This is going to be crossing into Indiana here soon. I was kind of waiting to see if they would just issue the warning as I'm circling it, but they have not done so yet. Will they issue it? Because this 100% deserves a tornado warning. Where it at, though?
Back to Joplin. This is 20 miles.
Where's this tornado warning at? Hello? They haven't issued it. All right, I'm going to wait. We had a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Texas. Garland, northeast of Dallas. That'll be for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a little bit of rotation developing over Island Park. Definitely not ruling out a tornado threat here. About 83 degrees right now in Dallas-Fort Worth. So we got storms going up. Again, tornado threat not zero over here. We got to keep an eye on these storms. No way we ain't issuing a tornado warning on that. There's an area of rotation again south of Philo. It's in a radar hole going towards Georgetown, Illinois, but I definitely think that's supportive of a tornado warning. Hey, Ryan, for the Venmo donation. More like tornado, don't mess with Champaign and Urbana. Yeah, we've been under, that's the second tornado warning that they were under today, right? I think Champaign has been under 2 tornado warnings today. There was one earlier. This is the second one. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That is going to be for those near Potosi, just to the west of Park Hills. The storm is racing to the east, going towards US Highway 67. So if you're in the severe warning, take shelter. The hail threat's increasing right now just south of Missouri 8. All the storms right now in southern Indiana are pretty messy. It's mostly a wind and hail threat with all these storms. The tornado threat right now is pretty low, but we're keeping an eye on it. 6-7. Did I say 6-7? That's why he's saying 6-7 in the chat. No shot I said 6-7. Hey, ETF for the super chat saying, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Storm Media is looking at that tornado possible severe warning, or at least they're coming up on it. The sun is setting. You can see the storm out there in the distance. There's probably a wall cloud with this. It is a pretty discreet supercell. We are quickly going to be entering into the nighttime phase of this severe weather event. So things will start to get a little bit more dangerous if we do see tornadoes anywhere. Going to get a lot more volatile. Still surprised I haven't issued a tornado warning on that rotation in Illinois. Guess I'm wrong. Kind of thought they would. Back over in Wisconsin and as well as northern Illinois. I know we have some people tuning in from there right now. We're mostly looking at just some strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, some lightning. There's only been maybe occasional supercell or two that have actually produced hail or wind. Still monitoring, though, an increasing risk of severe weather. If any storms can organize, we might see some damaging winds and a brief tornado threat over there. We will have a new SPC outlook in about 30 minutes. So in about 30 minutes, we'll have a new update kind of breaking down the risk for tonight and what to expect. So that'll be pretty interesting to see what happens there. Especially with us not having any supercells so far down there right along the Mississippi River Valley. We just hit 7:30. We currently have only 1 tornado warning. We have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now. We have a widespread threat of damaging winds currently, stretching from basically Lafayette, Indiana, all the way down into northern Arkansas. And Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for north central Arkansas, talking about an increase in severe hail and tornado threat. An additional watch may be needed here. Tornadoes up to 145 miles an hour and hail to 2.5 inches in diameter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this includes areas like Little Rock back towards Mountain Home. If you guys are tuning in right now from Arkansas, we need to be staying weather aware. This is another area that will likely have a pretty significant severe weather threat tonight. This is another area that discrete supercells are possible, and any discrete supercells that go up will be capable of producing all hazards of severe weather. So definitely get ready for this. Little Rock all the way back into Mountain Home. Strong, intense tornadoes are possible down here. We've not had any convection really quite yet, but we're watching it closely. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is exploding with storms right now. We got a lot of storms going up. A lot of these are producing large hail and damaging winds, and this is what it's probably going to look like over there near Little Rock, but more organized in about 30 minutes to an hour. So if you live over near Greenville, we got some large hail falling, got a lot of lightning. Definitely looking at probably ping pong to golf ball sized hail at the bare minimum near Commerce. We're already starting to get some $half sized hail reports over near Plano too. Hopefully they don't get any bigger, because if we get any big hailstorms here, like anything larger than the size of, 2 inches, it's going to be a very damaging hail event. That is a very populated area. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is kind of lucked out on big hail events for a while, but hopefully we don't get anything too significant. We do have a storm attempting to organize right now. I don't know if the cap has broke yet, but we do have a storm trying to organize right now west of Oak Grove, just northwest of Clarksville. This is over on the Kentucky and Tennessee border. A little look at that storm right now that's gone up, the base of it. On one of the radar mega cyclone ports. Definitely got to keep an eye on this storm as it goes up towards Hopkinsville. And storms have been trying to beat the cap. There is a PDS tornado watch here for the next 3.5 hours. And PDS nothing so far across this area. Hopefully it stays that way. It's 7:30, so we'll see if anything changes. Back over in Ramsey, we have a tornado warning here. This is our only active tornado warning in central Illinois, heading in the direction of Altamont and Effingham. Rotation is pretty weak. It's kind of embedded in this storm here. Very strong inflow going into the storm. Still got a hook echo. It's a little QLCS spin up that's happening. Over in St. Louis, our worst of the wind has mostly moved through in St. Louis. We still have a lot of lightning out there. Do not go outside if you are in the St. Louis area. Keep in mind, lightning can strike from over 10 miles away, even when the storm's away from you. It doesn't care where you're at. Lightning does not care about you whatsoever. It will strike even from 10 to 15 miles away. So if you live over there in St. Louis and Oakville or Arnold, you do not want to be going outside right now. We've had some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts measured over in Arnold here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. You look behind the storms. This is a live look at the storms leaving the St. Louis area. And this is a live look looking behind the storms. And it looks beautiful. It's probably pretty moist, but it looks beautiful out there to the west. Hopefully it stays that way. Storm Media is driving through some storms right now over near Potosi. These are capable of producing tornadoes.
Down towards,
you can see the large shelf cloud that's going over their head right now.
Because if we went east like that, we weren't going to see it in the daylight. I was trying to get on it in the daylight. You know what I mean? Yeah. That was our goal, to just get it.
Hey Connor, for the Venmo donation. How's Grand Rapids tonight? Not expecting much.
But if that theoretically, I guess if that's.
They dropped the super chat saying, "How do you expect our thoughts on Cape Girardeau?" Should be mostly a wind threat. If we get any discrete supercells to fire up out in front of the line, there could be a tornado threat. It was wild. All the storm chasers are mostly down here, right there in the mid-Mississippi River Valley. Yeah, storms coming. These are mostly hail producers right now. We have apple-sized hail that is about to drop over in Mountain View near Birch Tree, Missouri. Also, I'm going to do a little line time. All right, we're going to do a little line time. For those that are wondering if I'm clear from severe weather, we're going to do a little line time. This is the line right now. It's approximate, but that's the line. So if you're west of that line, you're clear. Congratulations. I need to get a lime time emoji for this chat. Anywhere east of it, still at risk of severe weather. And we will have a new SPC outlook in about 25 minutes. And when that comes out, we'll kind of have a better idea of who's actually clear and who's not. And if there's any risk changes at all. It's been one weird day of severe weather. That's all I got to say. One weird day. We got a lot of lightning with this line of thunderstorms. The damaging wind threat is definitely becoming a pretty big concern right now.
Should lighten up here.
If we go on over to our lightning map here, look at all the lightning. This is our 5-minute lightning detection here on Radar Omega. There's lightning everywhere. I'm going to give you guys an idea of how much lightning is actually happening per minute. So currently, across the entire United States here, basically, mainly the Midwest and Ohio Valley, there are currently over 250 lightning strikes every single minute. If you do the math, that's about 3,700 every 15 minutes. Most of it's coming from this line of thunderstorms. So we got a really significant line of thunderstorms rolling right now. And I mean, this is going to be, this will become a dominant concern for many areas in Illinois and Indiana tonight. Indiana wasn't really expecting discrete supercells, let's be real. But over here, like in central Illinois, kind of in this general area, this area is going to be dealing with a very significant line of thunderstorms, which is capable of tornadoes, by the way. But the damaging wind threat is going to be a very significant straight line wind threat, which will lead to probably 60 to 80 mile per hour winds in this entire region. So I'm definitely very concerned about the evolution of this line, in addition to the possibility that we could see tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms as well. And as you can see, there is a tornado warning right now for Ramsey, where we do have a hook and an inflow. And anytime we get any sort of embedded circulation like this, or any sort of like inflow that goes into the line, it's going to probably lead to a tornado. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now over there. I'm still surprised they never issued a tornado warning for this, but there's still a little appendage on the line of thunderstorms going towards Georgetown. So you got a little bit of inflow wrapping in, a little hook going right towards Georgetown. So if you live in Georgetown, we need to be taking shelter. There is a possible tornado threat with that storm as it rolls in. If you live over in Indianapolis, if you live over in Noblesville, I would expect a severe thunderstorm watch here at any moment as this line of thunderstorms comes in. Jaden with the super chat says, if you can hear thunder, even in the distance, you could be struck by lightning. You should get inside if you can hear any thunder. Exactly. That is what we call, if thunder roars, go indoors. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued, and this is for Indiana. Indiana, Kentucky, and southwestern Ohio. It goes until 4 a.m. tonight. So a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail to the size of ping pong balls, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. So this does include Indianapolis, Kokomo, Anderson, Richmond, Cincinnati, Lexington, the other Richmond. There's two Richmonds here. Elizabethtown and Terre Haute. 8.5 million people are included in that watch right now. I would still support a tornado warning for Georgetown. I don't know, man. I've been saying it for a while. National Weather Service might not be watching this time. We are still keeping an eye on this little discrete supercell, kind of semi-discrete supercell that is directly south of Potosi. They do have a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. It's mainly going to be producing a risk of damaging winds, but there is a possible tornado threat. You got Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, who is currently en route for this storm, so we're going to keep an eye on them. There's a broad area of rotation right now going directly towards Park Hills. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Dallas. I know we've been talking a lot about Dallas, but there's a pretty significant hail threat that's developing in a fairly populated area. We do have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds happening right now in this supercell. The supercell near Greenville is rapidly organizing to a giant hailstorm. So Commerce is about to get hit really hard in Texas by at least golf ball-sized hail, probably getting larger than that. It's probably pushing towards about tennis ball size right now. And then we got to watch any other storms that develop just south and east there of Denton County near Fort Worth. We have a new tornado possible severe warning. We got two of them. We got a new one in Illinois for Charleston and Paris. So watch out if you're in Tuscaloosa near Shelbyville. We got 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Ladoga, as well as Lebanon. So we are monitoring at least a low tornado potential with this storm as it tracks towards Lebanon, just northwest of Indianapolis. Off topic, but I do want to thank you all. We just hit 1.9 million subscribers. You had W spam in the chat. We just hit that on, I think it was on today's stream. Might have been before the stream, but I want to thank everybody for subscribing to the channel. We are about to hit 1.91 million here in a second, which is crazy. So thank you guys all for that. We're only about 100,000 subscribers away from 2 million, which is quite literally insane. I think we are literally the second most subscribed to YouTube channel out there, which is wild on weather, for weather. So pretty crazy. Not in general. Mr. B slaps me by like 100 times.
Bring yourself up or no? I know, chat.
But in the weather space.
Up or down, down, down. Everything's got down, down, down.
Mr. Beast is going down. I don't know about that, but
how's that possible? Yeah,
it's back over to Storm Intermedia. They are currently on that tornado possible severe storm in Missouri, west of Farmington. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near West Plains, Missouri, and Gainesville. This is currently producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going in the direction of Doniphan. So get ready for that if you're over in Donovan. We got a lot of little storms that are starting to go up west of Mountain Home. They will be issuing a new, probably tornado watch for Arkansas here shortly, as new storms are starting to go up out here. We no longer have any severe or tornado warnings in southern Indiana and Kentucky. That could change, but for right now, there's no active warnings. There's a lot of thunderstorms out there, though. We are actually starting to see our first lightning strikes of the day in far western Kentucky. So this could be our sign of maybe a severe storm happening here. We now have a tornado possible severe warning in Wisconsin. It's near Reedsburg, south of Lake Delton, coming up on the Wisconsin Dells. It's our first tornado possible severe warning in a while for Wisconsin. Wisconsin's been really quiet recently.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That timing's kind of diabolical. We have a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. That is terrible timing. We have a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. That's going to be near the Millston area. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. South of Lake Wazee, going towards the Jackson County Forest. I don't understand why our timing is always so terrible. So, Millston, you need to take shelter just southeast of the Black River Falls. Watch out, guys, in Wisconsin, all right? We got to be watching closely for the weather that's coming. All of a sudden, it's active. Low-key, Wisconsin might cook here soon. We got a storm near Reedsburg that's trying to do something, too. That thing has a little hook on it. Go right towards Lake Delton. Hey, top weather for the super chat. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado outbreak. It does not look as likely as before, but I'm still not going to rule it out entirely because, guys, we've seen crazy stuff happen at night. Like, there have been outbreaks that we've had before where, like, nothing happens during the day and then all hell breaks loose after sunset. And it's happened a lot. And I'm not saying it's going to happen tonight, but, yeah, I do want to remind you, like, there is still a very favorable environment for tornadoes no matter what. So if we do have discrete supercells at any point down there in the Mississippi River Valley, it's going to be very dangerous. We've been fortunate nothing's happened yet, really, to the extent that it's producing large tornadoes and stuff, but it could change. We're just kind of waiting to see what happens. We're here in case something does happen. We are here for you. That tornado warning, by the way, in Wisconsin includes 747 people. We are monitoring a very intense line of thunderstorms developing, and no matter what happens with this tornado threat, we're going to have a widespread severe weather threat still. We have widespread damaging winds stretching from almost the Chicago suburbs down into southern Missouri. You can see the large slew of severe thunderstorm warnings that we currently have issued. This is a full map view here. Widespread severe warnings all across the board. We have 22 severe warnings. Most of them are in that area there. And we are going to be monitoring an increasing risk of tornadoes embedded in this line of thunderstorms as well. Hey, Hunter, for the $20 super chat, has Northwest Arkansas look for tomorrow's forecast. Damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes all possible. I would say the hail threat's the most concerning thing. Got a pretty big surge of wind right now east of St. Louis. If there's an inflow that starts to come around this and this starts to bow out more, there will be an increasing tornado threat going towards Okawville and as well as Nashville, just south of Carlisle. So we'll be monitoring an increasing tornado threat there here soon. We have a new tornado warning near West Plains. This is near West Plains going in the direction of just south there of Mountain View, going towards Winona. If you are in this warning, you need to take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. That storm's going to go directly towards Poplar Bluff here soon. So that's an organizing supercell. So maybe we're not, like, you know, out of the neck of the woods, at least here. We do have storm chasers also going towards this. Tornado Pagey, Rob McBay, a few others. They're kind of tracking towards this right now. We got a lot of chasers going that direction, so we're going to keep eyes on them. But that rotation looks pretty strong right now. Granted, it is in a radar hole. But we do have a large hail core. This is the same storm that's been producing apple-sized hail for the last half hour. It's now down to baseballs, but it's still pretty significant. Rotation is intensifying there just north of West Plains. If you guys live over in Poplar Bluff, south of Jackson, we got to be watching those storms closely. We're also monitoring the Potosi storm just in case that decides to do something. Brittany with the Venmo donation asks, it's sunny again at Arnold. Does that mean storms are done here? Yeah, I'd say Arnold is chilling. Blue sky is starting to fill in off to the west. This is what it looks like. Look at this. Wow. Guys, if you're in St. Louis, look outside. We got my modest clouds. Send them in to us. If you guys got photos, look at that. We got this on one of the radar Omega cameras. We got little Dippin' Dot clouds up here on the back side of these storms. These are my modest clouds. Might see them. Look at all the fog, too, in the valleys here. It's very moist. Got the overshooting cloud tops, too. That's pretty cool. It's about 66 degrees there right now. So if you're on the west side of St. Louis over near Merrimack Bluffs, you might see some modest clouds. We got to watch this storm over here in Dallas-Fort Worth. There's a little bit of rotation developing right now near Rockwall and Rolette. It's going directly towards Fate and Josephine and Caddo Mills. So if you are in this area, definitely be staying on alert right now. Near Garland, just outside of Dallas. We have a very large audience usually in Texas, so definitely the kind of situation that you're going to want to be staying tuned for. There's also a big hailstorm near Commerce. This is at least producing golf ball sized hail. A little bit of rotation too. So we'll be keeping an eye on that storm as well as that moves towards Sulphur Springs. One of the most concerning storms that we have right now is this discrete supercell out here approaching the Birch Creek Conservation Area. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, they're en route for this. They're just driving along there in southern Missouri. They have had some crazy tornado intercepts here over the last several months. They had a really crazy one on our stream yesterday. We're keeping an eye on that. This is what the storms look like right now over in Dallas. Wow. Now that is large. That's from Falcon Storm Chasing on Twitter. Still watching this area of strong rotation right now, south of Mountain View. Latest scan is, I mean, this might be producing a tornado here soon. That rotation got a lot stronger on this latest scan. App name, this is Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description. This could easily be producing a significant tornado here soon. If you live here, you got to be taking shelter. South of Mountain View, just south of Winona. This storm over here too, over near Amenas, I think. Is how you say it. That storm might also be trying to produce a tornado here soon. Not what you want to see. We're approaching sunset right now, and that's not what you want to be seeing. We're going to see if we have anything else that's tornadic right now. Mostly looking at damaging winds for a lot of these areas right now. Got a little area of convergence coming up towards Covington in western Indiana. That's west of Indianapolis going towards Crawfordsville. I don't see anything too wild with that right now, but that could become tornado warning at some point. We still have a tornado warning over here in Wisconsin. That one's going to be over near Millston. That rotation's dying, so that one does not look as concerning, but we'll keep an eye on it. I would definitely be watching the storms near Baraboo, northwest of Madison, for a possible tornado threat. We got a few areas of rotation that are trying to develop with these storms. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning east of St. Louis. That's going to be for Greenville and Vandalia. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail with this thunderstorm, and this is all tracking east. It's a large line of thunderstorms, and there's some of these little Boeing segments that are developing, and any sort of circulations that develop could lead to a tornado threat. So we're watching that right now. Thank you, Hunter, for the $10 super chat. Is the Weather Channel app accurate? I mean, it's like any other weather app. They're all the same. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. These groups of cells firing off to the east of Springfield, Missouri are the main concern, I assume. They are. Yeah, one of the big concerns we have are these discrete supercells that are going up over here. And they are organizing pretty quickly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a new tornado warning for those in Effingham, Illinois. It's a pretty populated area that we're looking at here. Effingham, Illinois, Stewartson, near I-5770. You need to be taking shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. This does include Cumberland, Effingham, and Shelby counties. This will go all the way until 8:30 Central Time. We got $half sized hail with this, and it is a tornado that is trying to develop embedded in a line of thunderstorms. Got an inflow going to the storm too, just south of Cowden. So Effingham, you guys are in the direct path of this. You take shelter now if you're in this warning. Pretty cool photo here from Storm Chaser John White with the Modest Cloud Show over in Jerome, Illinois. Really cool. That's what I'm talking about, guys. If once these storms pass, look outside. You might see some modest clouds. They're Dippin' Dots that are in the sky. It's pretty cool. Hey, Rage for the sewer chat. I don't know what Owensboro you're talking about. We do have a new damage report out of Elliott, Illinois, of a large tree downed and blocking a driveway along Illinois 9 southeast of Elliott.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All of a sudden, we're getting tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning east of St. Louis. This is going to be for Breezy, near New Baden, Albers, Beckmeyer, and near Carlisle. This is another area of convergence we were talking about a few minutes ago. It's developing right now over the Scott Air Force Base, and that's going to go right down at US Highway 50. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We just had a damage report. Oh, no. We have over in Bellevue, Illinois. This is breaking news. We have 3 injuries because of a tree that fell onto a house. They are saying there's potential injuries. On this report, they are marking that there were 3 injuries from this storm that is now tracking towards Carlisle. So if you are in this tornado warning, this is a very dangerous storm that has just produced, it sounds like 3 injuries from this thunderstorm here. This is an area of convergence that's coming together right over I-64, and it's going to be tracking towards Breese and Beckmeyer over the next few minutes. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning. We get an update on West Plains. West Plains, we've been watching it. The storm off to your north is the more concerning one. And that West Plains storm might have a big tornado. I mean, we don't know for sure, but the rotation is very strong right now just south of Mountain View, and there is a possibility that we have a rain-wrapped large tornado north of Alton. There's baseball-sized hail with the supercell too, so it is producing a significant hail threat, but it's also producing the risk right now of a tornado. It's going to go right towards Doniphan and Poplar Bluff down the line. Hey, Jacob with the sewer chat. Tree services are going to be making a lot of money. Yeah, a lot of trees are going to be going down. A lot of trees will be going down. Wow. This is a wild photo. We're getting so many crazy Modest Cloud photos. This is from Jeffy over in Jefferson County. That is wild. Appreciate you guys sending that photo in, Jeff. Over in Effingham, we do have a strong area of rotation right now moving into the city. It's going to arrive in about 7 or 8 minutes now. So if you're in Effingham, you need to be taking shelter now. Rotation's going to be entering into the city here in just a few minutes. It is in a radar hole, so we don't have the best view on radar of that rotation, but it could be pretty strong. And we definitely could see a spin-up tornado in this little line of thunderstorms as it moves in. So definitely get ready for that. There is, I believe, a wall cloud on this storm near Potosi. Storm Media is driving by it. They have a lot of trees. We have confirmed trees here near Potosi. I believe that's a wall cloud right there.
The worst route to drive is somewhere in the Boston Mountains in the middle of nowhere.
Huge cumulonimbus clouds, too. You guys see that right beyond the trees? If there's any tree clearing, there's a lot of trees. I'm going to wait till they have a clearing. They'll be bottom, I'll keep them bottom right of your screen. There might be something there. This is on that storm near Potosi. It does have a tornado possible tag. It's going towards Farmington and St. Genevieve here soon. Yeah, right there. Looks like a wall cloud.
Gross, gross. We got some supercell structure here. There is some mid-level rotation on this storm, actually, guys. It is.
This is near Potosi.
I wonder if that Emrys storm too is getting all messy in there.
They robbed the super chat
as well.
Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, Eric Fox is in slot 3. He's reporting a tornado on the ground.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, Eric Fox has a tornado on the ground here. He's located over New Baden. This storm did produce injuries. So if you're in this tornado warning, you gotta be taking shelter. He has a tornado in progress in Illinois. This is near Trenton. Not sure if I can see it. He's reporting it on the ground, though. He's going to be bottom right side of your screen. This storm is, I would not be surprised right now if it is producing a tornado. I do believe him. That rotation's pretty strong right now. This is the same storm that just produced damage. It left a tree on a home and injured 3 people over in Belleville. And it's going to try to be producing a tornado as it goes towards Breezy, Breckmeyer, and as well as Carlisle. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. But Storm Chaser Eric Fox again is reporting that there is a tornado in progress right now here in Illinois. Can't clearly see it. It'd be going right into Trenton. The velocities have gotten really strong. I 100% believe there is a tornado here. So that rotation right now, I know you can't really see a whole lot, but that rotation right now is going directly into Breezy, Beckmeyer, and Carlisle. You can see the velocities. You got really, that's a tornado, guys. Oh yeah, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was about to say there's a CC drop on that storm, 100% a tornado.
Yeah, all right, thank you for the update. We got a significant tornado right now in progress. That is a huge debris signature that has dropped over the last few minutes. This is a probably a strong tornado right now that is happening right now near Trenton. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning right now, and you have to get a pillow over top of you, put blankets on your head and neck. This is a very dangerous tornado right now that is tracking right now from Trenton all the way up towards Viston, and then it'll go towards Breezy. All right, so you need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside. That is definitely a strong tornado, guys, that is in progress right now near Trenton. It is now after sunset, and you can see the conditions are rapidly deteriorating here. You can't even really see anything anymore. There is a tornado. So, again, Eric, right on the money here. Significant tornado in progress right now east of St. Louis. It's heading directly towards Breezy. You need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That is a pretty big debris signature, though, right now. It's not even really hitting a whole lot right now. It's over the Grove School Road and approaching the Illinois Route 160. So this is not hitting much. And for it having this large of a debris signature, that is not a good thing. We will have another radar scan in a second. I would assume we're going to get an upgrade to a confirmed tornado warning. Yeah, that tornado is about to hit the town of Trenton. Trenton, Illinois is about to take a direct hit from a significant tornado here. This is not good. Trenton, Illinois is taking a direct hit from this tornado right now. It's coming up on the Dairy King Press Coffee and Tea Shops. There's a Baptist church on the south side that's about to be hit by this. There's a lot of homes here that are about to be hit by this significant tornado. The Sugar Creek Ambulance Services is near this. There's a Mexican restaurant called the Mexico on Main.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They've upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. We have likely a strong tornado in progress right now entering the town of Trenton. As we speak, there's probably damage being dealt right now to Trenton. We need to be taking shelter if we live in Trenton and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this tornado meets the requirements for a PES tornado warning. Our VROD is high enough.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this does meet the requirements for a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. We have a significant, wow, yeah, that's bad. We have a significant tornado right now in progress right now in Trenton. The velocities are very intense here. So again, you need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is a very dangerous tornado right now, and it is moving right through Trenton. It's going to go right towards Aviston, and then Beckmeyer's in the path of this. You need to take shelter. That's really bad. The correlation coefficient might be a lot larger in a second because it's not hitting a whole lot right now. But once it goes through the town of Trenton, it's probably producing some really nasty damage right now. And it's going to cross over US Highway 50 here shortly too. There are a lot of buildings here. I mean, we got dozens and dozens of homes. There is the Dollar General that's on the southeast side of the city. That's probably getting hit by this. Just south of US Highway 50. There aren't very many like large businesses here outside of the Dollar General, but there are some local restaurants, and on top of that, there are literally probably about 400 homes here, I think. There's a lot of homes here that are taking a direct hit from a significant tornado. This once again does meet the criteria for a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So this is a very dangerous situation that we're looking at right now. Eric Fox, bottom right side of your screen, is on it. And the latest scan is not nearly as large of a debris signature, so hopefully this is missing the town. It's going to be just southeast of the town right now. It's not far from that Dairy King building. We'll see what the velocities look like. And it looks like there's still a tornado. It might be narrowly missing the town of Trenton right now. It is so close. But it might narrowly be missing the town of Trenton. It's going right towards Aviston and Breezy.
A new tornado warning.
We are getting all sorts of tornado warnings now. We got a new tornado warning for Farmington. There was a wall cloud on this storm near Park Hills. That's going towards Farmington, just to the south of Potosi. You need to take shelter now if you're in that tornado warning. There's another tornado warning near Amenas. This is another supercell that is rotating just east of Somerville. That's going to be heading towards Piedmont, as well as Greenville. That rotation's pretty strong as well. So we have several supercells right now that are going up in southeastern Missouri. This is not what you want to see, but we are looking at now a nocturnal tornado threat that is developing right now across Illinois, Missouri, and even back into Indiana and other states as well. So we are quickly entering into a more significant nocturnal tornado threat that is developing. Also, Effingham, we have an area of rotation that's moving directly into Effingham right now. That rotation's approaching Interstate 57. This could be producing the risk of a significant tornado as well. It is in a large radar hole, so we can't clearly see it, but that rotation's going directly towards Toledo and as well as Greenup right now. So we need to be taking shelter from that tornado warning. This is a live view of all the warnings we have right now. They stretch from Dallas-Fort Worth into Wisconsin. We even have a tornado warning up here in Wisconsin right now. It is a very large area. Quick update for those near Dallas-Fort Worth. Our hailstorm near Rockwell has gotten a lot more significant. It is now producing golf ball-sized hail. That is moving into Rockwell, Texas. There's an area of rotation near Heath. That is moving towards Union Valley and Quinlan. There's also a hailstorm near Commerce that is also producing 2-inch sized hail now. That's getting a lot more significant. That's going to go towards Mount Vernon here soon. So a lot of hailstorms going up right now across Texas. We also have our first severe warning of the day in Arkansas. That one's going to be near Mountain Home and Salem, and that will be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There are a lot of storms going up right now all across southeastern Missouri. And it looks like that tornado near Trenton has lifted. The velocities have gotten a little bit broader. I'm going to see what it looks like here. We still got a large hook echo, though, and a strong inflow. And this definitely could drop another tornado. I'm actually concerned that we're going to see a tornado drop south of this. So near Albers, there's a new hook echo developing there. And so we could get a new tornado that drops going towards Beckmeyer and Carlisle here shortly. So we're watching for a secondary tornado to try to drop here in a few moments as that moves to the east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Going towards Sandoval. We have another tornado warning in Missouri for Ellington, just south of Centerville. This will be for Reynolds County, Missouri. You need to take shelter now if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We are now sitting at 6 tornado warnings. They're just popping up everywhere right now. They Ned for the super chat. The barometric pressure and wind is freaking my dogs out. Also, look at these dew points. Wind gusting over 45 miles per hour in Muncie, Indiana. It is really moist out there. The dew points are well into the 60s. It's going to be humid. If you guys live over in Indiana, we got to get ready for a very significant line of thunderstorms. We got a lot of people tuning in from Indiana right now, and I really want to urge everybody that lives over here in far western Indiana to get ready for a significant threat of damaging winds. Significant damaging winds are going to be coming in here soon. We got to get ready for this. It is a large line of thunderstorms. So west of Indianapolis, we got to get ready for that. Damaging winds, embedded tornadoes in this line are also going to be possible. We go back to our confirmed tornado warning in Illinois. Waiting for a new radar scan. Once again, if you live near Beckmeyer or Carlisle, there will likely be a new tornado forming south of where that initial tornado just occluded. And that is going to be heading directly towards Carlisle. So Carlisle, we got to be taking shelter. I have a new radar scan in a second. Huge shout out to Emily with the $50 super chat. Thanks so much for the coverage, Max, and the team. I got Max alerts in St. Louis. Got to my safe place several times, plus your coverage is informative and entertaining. Do you think St. Louis is clear now? I do think St. Louis is chilling. What the flippity floppity? This is over in Dallas, Fort Worth. That is all right, guys. This is why we talk about why you don't park under overpasses. This is not normal traffic that we're looking at here. This is from somebody parking under an overpass. These are people parking under overpasses right now. Over here, I think this is near Heath and Rockwall. This is on I-30. There are people parking under overpasses, and this has created a massive traffic jam. This is wild. This is actually crazy. This is another live shot of it. This has nothing to do with normal day-to-day traffic here. This all has to do with people parking under overpasses from a hailstorm. This traffic is backed up for like 5 or 10 miles right now. It's bad. There are people under an overpass up there that are parked under it. That's actually crazy. Also, we probably have a new tornado on the ground or about to be on the ground near Germantown. This is in Germantown, over Germantown, Illinois. There's going to be a new tornado on the ground here at any moment. Going right towards the Royal Lake Resort. It's going right towards the Royal Lake Resort, and Carlisle is also the path of this. Looks like we do have a tornado that is dropping, a brand new tornado that's dropping, going right towards Beckmeyer. Definitely got to take shelter if you're in this warning. Man, that traffic is absolutely crazy. We need a large shame spam in the chat. This is, again, I want to remind you guys, we don't have a category for hurricane. I want to remind you guys, this is the exact reason why you do not park under overpasses. It literally needs, I don't know what needs to happen for this to stop happening, but it's absolutely ridiculous. There's 5 selfish people, probably more than that, that parked under this overpass and have led to a major traffic jam now near Dallas. People are trying to get home. People are trying to not get killed by this severe storm that's producing giant hail and wind. And there's a few select selfish people, probably about maybe 0.1% of people that are parked under that overpass, and the other 99.9% of people are stuck in this traffic jam and are not moving whatsoever. This is not your typical accident or traffic. No, it's literally just people parked under overpass and nobody's moving. Like, there's nobody moving forward here. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Bunch of selfish people. Here's a new radar scan on our confirmed tornado warning in Illinois. Rotation still very strong right now near Carlisle. And that might be a tornado near Germantown. Waiting for a radar to update here. This could be a tornado warning or tornado on the ground here near Germantown. Waiting to see. Yeah, that's probably a tornado right there. So we probably have another tornado in progress right now here near Germantown. If you guys live here, you gotta be taking shelter right now. Oh my goodness. Guys, look at this. This is literally what we're talking about. This is absolutely this is actually like this is actually insane. This is a photo view of all these people that are parked under the overpass right now. And there's more up there, I'm pretty sure. The traffic is terrible. It's near Dow Rock. This is actually crazy. The traffic is just crazy there. Over in Illinois, we likely have a new tornado in progress right now, just southwest of Beckmeyer going towards Carlisle. This is a storm that's been recycling. West of Sandoval. We still have a tornado warning for Effingham. Our rotation on this storm is now mostly to the north of town. It is pretty strong. It is rain wrapped going towards Toledo and Greenup. Casey and Martinsville will also be in the path of this here soon, so you got to get ready for that. We just got a new severe warning over in Indiana. That's going to be for those in Lafayette, Delphi, and Frankfort. We're mainly looking at a risk right now of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour south of Monticello. So get ready for that. The wind threat's quickly increasing out here. We have several tornado warnings right now in effect across southeastern Missouri. There's one near Farmington. There's also two in far southern Missouri, mainly out towards West Plains. That one near West Plains has been the most concerning this entire time. It has had a strong rain-wrapped area of rotation for a while, and it is still trying to produce right now a tornado. So if you live in this warning, you got to be taking shelter right now. Velocities are not tight, but they are still strong. The one near Ellington is also a strong area of rotation. That's going to go towards Des Arc and as well as the Piedmont area. Greenville is also in the path of that. We got a lot of storm chasers out to the east of this, so we're going to keep an eye on their feeds. Going back to Carlisle. Oh my, we got another significant tornado. Yeah, all right, guys, we got another significant tornado on the ground again in Illinois. That's bad. That is a large debris signature northeast of Germantown. Just southwest of Beckmeyer. You need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning. And Carlisle, get ready to take shelter. This is now the second significant tornado that has dropped from this supercell. And it is going directly towards Carlisle right now. The last tornado we had did meet PDS criteria. I don't know if they're going to issue one for this one, but that is a big debris signature. It's hitting homes right now along Highland Road.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have issued a new confirmed tornado warning for Carlisle, Sandoval, Salem, Iuka, and Kinmundy. That is off to the west of Flora, north of Centralia. You need to be taking shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows. This is a very dangerous supercell right now that is producing, oh my God, that is a huge debris signature. Oh my goodness. We have a significant tornado in progress in Illinois. This has blown up on the latest scan. We have a very dangerous tornado now on the ground right now in Illinois. You need to take shelter and put as many walls between you immediately. That is a debris signature also on reflectivity. This is a giant tornado near Beckmeyer that is producing a significant amount of damage right now. I mean, this is producing very, very significant damage. Right over the town of Beckmeyer. This is currently near this is probably hitting the Beckmeyer Elementary School right now. It's on the south side of the town right now. It'd be hitting the Beckmeyer Elementary School near BCDC Park, just south of Frank's Sundown and Corner's Kitchen. There's about 3,000 people that live in Carlisle, which is going to be next in line for this. If you know one of those 3,000 people that live there, you need to give them a call right now. You need to make sure they're getting to their safe place. This is a very dangerous tornado that has dropped here. That's producing significant damage. The debris signature right now is approximately 2.5 miles wide. That does not mean the tornado is 2.5 miles wide, but debris is being picked up and lofted all over the place right now. I mean, this is a very dangerous tornado that's happening currently near Breese and Carlisle. This thing has taken a serious turn, and it is not a good turn that we want to see. My goodness. This is very close to the Beckmeyer Elementary School. That's probably getting hit by this tornado right now. There's a lot of homes here. The BCDC Park. You got a recycling shop. You got possibly the Frank Sundown and Corner Kitchen and the Casey's that are being hit by this. That debris signature is giant. It's going right towards Carlisle now. Carlisle, Illinois. It's a much more populated town. You guys are about to take a direct hit from a significant tornado. This is likely large and strong going into Carlisle. This is about to enter into the west side of Carlisle. What's going to do first is hit the Casey's on the west side of Carlisle near US Highway 50. It's going to hit the West Side Lounge. And then after that, the Clinton County Fair could actually get hit by this. I don't know if that fair is ongoing right now, but the Clinton County Fair is in the direct path of this. If that's an event center area. The Shell gas station, the Carlisle Casey Hall, the Old 50 Cafe are all in the path of this right now.
Tornado warning has been issued.
This is an extremely dangerous tornado right now going to Carlisle. We have a new tornado warning for Effingham that's going towards Toledo, Casey, and Martinsville. Marshall's also in the path of this. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is, I don't know how much I can urge that at this point, but obviously the storm near Carlisle is very dangerous. This one could be too. You need to take them all seriously. And that debris signature, again, is just huge. We also just got a tornado watch for Arkansas. This debris signature is about 3 miles wide by about 1 mile wide. It is again, large tornado, rain wrapped, going right into Carlisle. We got to pray this thing lifts before it hits Carlisle. Otherwise, 3,000 people could get serious damage from this tornado. This is going to go right into a very populated town of 3,000 people that live here. 3,000. Waiting for a new radar scan here. There you go.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded this to a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning. There is a reason why. This is a large tornado that is directly hitting the town of Carlisle, Illinois. This is a likely strong to intense tornado that is hitting Carlisle. You need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. This is a very dangerous tornado that is going right through the town of Carlisle. There is a lot of debris in the atmosphere. It is going through the town of 3,000 people right now in Carlisle. This is an extremely dangerous tornado. It's not far from the Governor's Run golf course. It's going to be hitting that fairgrounds area, Clinton County Fairgrounds right now. It's close to the Furfetti Pet Salon. It's approaching the Sunset Motel, the CVS Pharmacy. You got the St. Mary's School, the DQ Grill and Chill area. All these places are in the path of this right now. This is a very significant nighttime tornado that's hitting this area right now. And unfortunately, it's producing a lot of damage. That tornado is still on the ground. It is near old US Highway 50, near the Sunset Motel. This is once again a particularly dangerous situation. For those over here near going towards Sandoval and Salem, Kinmundy, Patoka, you guys all need to be taking shelter right now. You should not be waiting. If you're in Salem or Kinmundy near I-57, you got a few minutes, but you need to get your belongings and whatever's important and get to your safe place and get away from windows. This is a very dangerous tornado. It is producing major damage right now over in Carlisle. It just produced big damage near Breese, and it is going to continue to produce damage as it continues to move towards Sandoval. What's crazy about this storm is that it is all in this line of thunderstorms. So this is a powerful line of thunderstorms producing significant damaging winds, but it's also producing a risk of a significant tornado right now. And this could go anywhere in the line. We're also monitoring the storm near Effingham, for example, and Marshall. That's doing the same exact thing. That one could also try to produce a tornado. That could be significant. That one's going towards a lot of other populated areas in eastern Illinois right now. But I'm awfully concerned right now about the town of Carlisle. They are taking a direct hit from a major tornado here. And this is a very significant tornado. If you have friends or family here, please make sure that they're taking shelter and they're aware of the situation. This is really bad. West of Sandoval. Sandoval and Salem, you got to get to your safe place now. You should be running there as soon as possible. The latest scan still shows the debris right over Carlisle. There's a good chance this could be debris fallout. We're going to see what it looks like here in a second. What this storm has done over the last several minutes, I want to just cycle this for a second. This did produce a tornado right here near Trenton. This happened at 7:57, so about 25 minutes ago. And it produced probably a strong tornado. It produced a second strong tornado. We called it here. It was going to produce another tornado. It produced a second strong, possibly intense tornado in Carlisle. This could try to do it again as it moves towards Sandoval too. We could see another area surge here over near Centralia and do the same thing. So if you live in Sandoval and Salem, even if this tornado is to lift, it's probably going to produce another tornado. That latest scan is showing a large debris area still over Carlisle. I'm pretty concerned, though, that Carlisle took some sort of hit from this tornado. It might still be on the ground, too, right now. We don't know for sure. But there's a large chunk of debris that is in the atmosphere right now, probably from homes and buildings that is in Carlisle. It's right over US Highway 50. It's basically going right down it right now. I urge, if you have any friends or family in this pink polygon, please make sure they're taking shelter. This does include Clinton, Fayette, and Marion counties right now in Illinois. The most significant tornado threat is right now over Carlisle. That's where the tornado is actively producing damage. It's going to be approaching the South Shore State Park in Huey in a few minutes. You can see the evolution of that debris signature. It's gone right through the town of Carlisle. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. You called it, Max. We call a lot of things. There's a new radar scan waiting for it. Let me go real quickly to Texas. Something was going on down here. We now watch Texas, by the way. There's a possible tornado threat developing east of Heath. That's going towards Emory, Texas. So we're monitoring this activity too near Dallas-Fort Worth. Back over to Illinois. This is our, again, PDS tornado warning. It is east of St. Louis near Salem. This is producing a large tornado. There is still debris, but I think that's probably debris fallout right now that is right along US Highway 50 going towards Sandoval. But there's probably going to be a new tornado threat that develops down to the south. It just happened a moment ago. And if we get any more convergence signatures, we could see another tornado develop down to the south going towards Salem and Sandoval. I don't see anything imminent, but it could happen. So you need to continue to heed this warning if you live in Sandoval and Salem. I-57 is also going to be in the path of this. We're also watching a pretty strong area of rotation near Greenup and Casey going towards Martinsville. Marshall's in the path of this as well. This is just north of Rose Hill. We got to watch that too near Greenup. Little update for those over here in western Indiana. We got a significant line of thunderstorms going on right now, mainly producing a significant damaging wind threat of around 60 to 70 miles per hour, just west of Indianapolis. We are watching at least a potential for a tornado going towards Indianapolis right now. Rotations located near Waynestown, or Waynetown going towards Crawfordsville. So definitely keep an eye out on this as this continues to move to the east. Did we get a new SPC outlook, by the way? Did that ever come out? I don't know if anything changed with it. Same thing? Okay. So the tornado threat and everything for tonight did not change. They issued the new SPC outlook about half an hour ago. No changes to it as of right now. Hey, Jennifer, for the $20 super chat. Central Wisconsin, isolated wind and hail threat tonight. Maybe an isolated tornado. New severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Vernon, south of Nashville. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. That also has a tornado possible tag on it. Here's that latest radar scan here. The strongest area of rotation right now is over US Highway 50.
A new tornado.
And we now have a new tornado warning in
issued.
Indiana. That's going to be that storm northwest of Indianapolis. This is located near Waynetown, Cherry Grove, Linden, New Richmond, just south of Dayton. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is going to go right towards I-65 here soon. New Richmond, Cherry Grove, Linden, Colfax, Darlington, Clarks Hill. You need to be taking shelter. This has also the potential of producing a strong tornado. This has been quickly coming together here over the last several minutes. Wow, look at this. This is live. Oh, we have power flashes here. There might be a tornado. This is in Lafayette. This is inside of the, this is near the tornado warning. We just had a power flash. You hear the wind on the camera. This is live. There was a power flash here just a second ago. Those are those bright blue flashes. Very strong winds here in Lafayette, Indiana. Camera's getting hit hard by the wind. That's what it looks like out in Lafayette. The same storm right now. I'm going to keep that bottom left side of your screen. The same storm is producing significant damaging winds right now and is also producing the risk of a tornado. So just north of Waynetown, going towards Thorntown and Frankfort. Looks like RFD. That's going to, yeah, that's probably RFD. All right, we got a new radar scan on our PDS tornado warning here near Sandoval. That's where our rotation's located. It's over US Highway 50. That's going to be tracking directly towards Sandoval. That rotation has gotten broader. We are still monitoring, though, this storm to try to recycle and produce a more significant tornado threat as it continues to move east. This was a PDS tornado warning. It has been downgraded. It's back to being a normal confirmed tornado warning for those in Kinmundy, Sandoval, and Salem. You need to continue to take shelter, though. This has already produced 2 significant tornadoes, and it might try to produce a third one here soon. It is getting really, really windy out there again in Lafayette. Lafayette's getting hit really hard. Oh, did power just go out? Power just went out. And power's back. That's a power flash. And it went out again. This is near that tornado warning right now in Indiana. The power's going in and out here. Power is now fully out in Lafayette, at least for now. Those are what we call power flashes, by the way. It knocks out power. Sometimes it goes in and out. So that is that power is now out. I don't know if it's coming back. That's south of Lafayette. We do have an area of rotation right now south of Lafayette that's going towards Thorntown. And the power is now just fully out. That's chalked. I think the power is just chalked there in Lafayette, unfortunately. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we also have a new tornado warning over in Missouri. That is going to be down to the south of West Plains. This is going to be heading towards Thayer, just south of Brandsville. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That's going to go right towards the south side of Alton here over the next several minutes. The wind is still really strong there. The power did come back. Oh, it just went out again. Yeah, Lafayette's getting hit hard. Power just went right back out. I don't know if it's going to come back again. We'll see. Power keeps going in and out. We have 3 tornado warnings right now in southeastern Missouri. We got one right now northwest of Poplar Bluff. That one's located just to the south of Centerville. That is radar indicated rotation. That storm hasn't looked as impressive. These storms are starting to cluster together quite a bit just to the east of West Plains. The tornado warning right now is southeast of West Plains, south of Brandsville. That one's rotating right now, going directly towards Thayer. It will eventually go towards the community near Alton, so we're watching that closely. So take shelter again if you're in that tornado warning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Bloomsdale. This one actually could produce something. It's broadly rotating, going directly up towards St. Genevieve and Chester. That tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, but we'll be monitoring at least a possible tornado threat there. We also just got another severe warning. We got 19 severe warnings and at least 7 tornado warnings right now across the board. So again, I want to reiterate for those for those that are in these areas, we got to really be staying weather aware right now. We got a lot of warnings going up. This is the time that you need to have a lot of ways to receive weather alerts. Have a tornado action plan ready to go. Again, we have extensive live coverage here on YouTube. It's going to continue all night long. So that new tornado warning here is for Fulton and Sharp counties. Fulton and Sharp counties, we got to be taking shelter right now. Putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. If you live in near Cherokee Village, just north of Cherokee Village, going towards the Ravenna Springs area. So Ravenna Springs, you're going to be in the path of this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about the tornado environment. So clearly, we just got a new tornado warning. That is for Fulton, Arkansas. Let me flip over the radar here, and I'll show you that. That's going to be down here, guys, just in the part of northern Arkansas. It's going to be the other side of that tornado warning. One of the things I was coming to talk about is those storms that are in Arkansas right now. They are going to start to pose a higher tornado threat. This is a look at our satellite, our STP, as well as our reflectivity. We do have a very favorable tornado environment across all of our PDS tornado watch. There is a reason that there's a PDS tornado watch in that area. That is because there's a very, very favorable environment for tornadoes. This is also a high-end tornado watch. Don't let the PDS tornado watch steal the light. There's going to be multiple strong tornadoes up here as well. Just a few minutes ago, we only had a couple of tornado warnings, and now we're up to almost 10. I think this is probably only going to get worse from now, and we're going to continue to see this get very, very active. A few of these storms do look like they may be posing a TDS right now. I have my eye on one south of St. Louis. Radar is going to take a second to load here, but that storm is going to potentially produce a tornado as it heads towards Illinois.
All right. Possibly a tornado debris signature in Missouri. I don't know about that. There's a little CC drop right now just south and west here of St. Louis, but I don't think that's a TDS. That is just southwest of Rocky Ridge Branch. We're keeping an eye on that. We currently have 7 tornado warnings right now. We have one right now for Salem. That one was confirmed. It's back to radar indicated. This is a pretty strong but large area of rotation that is currently moving towards Kinmundy and Oskaloosa and Louisville. This already has a history of producing tornadoes, so if you live in this tornado warning, we need to continue to stay weather aware right now. All right, that was a tornado debris signature. All right, well, we did have a tornado there in Missouri a second ago. All right, this is kind of surprising. The tornado warning was just canceled, but we did have a brief tornado just happen near Mill. So there might be a little bit of tornado damage over there near Mill. If you guys have any friends or family out there near Mill in Missouri, hopefully they're okay, because we just had a tornado there a second ago. It has lifted for the time being, but this storm just produced a brief tornado, and it has still a tornado possible tag on it, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We currently have 3 tornado warnings, or 4 currently across southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. Our risk of severe weather is increasing right now across the board. We are monitoring this increasing tornado risk with a lot of discrete supercells that are currently tracking to the east. So you got to be staying weather aware again if you're in that area. Going back to our tornado warning in Indiana, this one has been rotating quite a bit here over the last several minutes, south of Lafayette. It's going to be coming up on Interstate 65 here soon. There is a really big hail core right now near New Richmond, and that's going to go towards Clarks Hill and eventually towards I-65. The rotation is still on the stronger side of things. It's not tight, but it is a strong area of velocities, which means if we get a tornado in Indiana, it will likely be on the stronger side of things. So that's approaching Colfax and as well as Thorntown right now. It's still pretty windy out there. It looks like the power has come back for the time being here in Lafayette. The power has been in and out, but it is back. So W, we got internet and power over here. Going back to our 3-cam view, that storm will be moving towards Frankfurt and eventually going towards Kokomo. So if you guys live in those areas, get ready for that. Damaging winds is the big concern right now across the board. But we have several tornado warnings. We do have a tornado warning still that does not include Effingham anymore, but it does include Greenup, includes Casey and Martinsville near I-70. That rotation is going to be tracking towards Prairie Creek here soon. This is a live view of all of our storms right now. Got a large line of thunderstorms producing plenty of tornadoes, and it's only going to get more significant as we go into the evening hours and also into the overnight hours. Huge shout out to Code for the $20 super chat. Keep up the great coverage for all of us. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you also, Melissa, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Eddie with the $45 super chat. It mentioned Marion, Illinois. Anything there? Marion, Illinois, definitely under the gun for damaging winds and possibly tornadoes. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Cherokee Village, just northwest of Ravenden Springs. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Hey, Tyler, for the $20 super chat. Created a change petition. Pass state laws to keep overpasses clear during severe weather emergencies. Shame. It's the shame movement, guys. We got to get it out of here. Hey, Max, the super chat. What about Paris, Texas? Paris, Texas is mostly looking at large hail. We got a lot of thunderstorms that have gone up around Dallas-Fort Worth here over the last half hour. The one that's actually west of Emory is possibly tornadic. It does have a large hail core, but it is also trying to rotate right now. It is taking that right turn. There's not a whole lot of wind shear in Texas per se, but that storm does have a little bit of rotation developing on it, directly south of Union City. It's going to go right towards Quinlan and eventually Emory here over the next few minutes. So we got to be watching this too really closely as it moves to the east. Yeah, right now, the big concern is this large line of thunderstorms. And in about an hour or two, there could easily be a lot more tornado warnings than we even have right now. I do want to remind you guys that we are going into a nocturnal severe weather threat. Obviously, the daytime threat did not pan out, but the nighttime threat could be very significant. The tornado risk that we have outlined, it has barely been touched. Like literally, we barely even touched it. We barely scraped it. Like most of these storms, they're just entering into the 15, 10, 5% tornado risk right now. And also the wind threat. I mean, it's just getting started. If we look at the timeline for severe weather tonight, just kind of quickly time it out for you guys. This is what the next several hours look like. I mean, the storms are going to be widespread all the way past midnight tonight and into the overnight hours. It'll go probably till 2 or 3 in the morning. Like, we're going to be live here, I think, until probably 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm not even kidding when I say that. So I think it's going to be really, really significant. We're going to have a line of thunderstorms and tornadoes probably at least until 3, including Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, and back into Ohio. It is going to be a long period of severe weather. Hey, Billy for the super chat. Indianapolis, mainly a damaging wind threat. Thank you, Vibey, for the super chat. How's it going, Zach? From Little Rock. Still have a lot of storm chasers out there, too. There's a lot of tornado warnings. We got 7 right now, 3 of which are in southern Missouri. We got 1 right along the Arkansas-Missouri border. That is north of Salem, just south of West Plains. We're keeping an eye on all these supercells. Crawford, Indiana tornado. There, it's possible. It is possible. It would be off to your north, though, if you had one. That area of rotation is just south of Lafayette. It's going towards Frankfurt and Thorntown. Riley is telling me, since we're going to be live here until 2 or 3 or maybe in 4 in the morning, Riley's telling me that we should... So for those that don't know, YouTube has this rule where, like, you can't have a stream longer than 12 hours. Or we're over 8 now. And so in 4 hours from now, it's going to be about 12:40. There could be tornado warnings. There could be even PDS tornado warnings. We don't really know. I think what we're going to do is reset the stream and just restart a new one and direct you there. We're going to be live like 24/7 still, but I think we're going to reset the stream now. You'll be redirected to that new live stream. That way we don't have an issue down the line of there being tornado warnings later, because we don't have anything on the ground right now. This might be the only time we have a no tornadoes on the ground sort of thing from here. So we're going to do that. You're going to be redirected automatically to our new stream. That's what Riley's telling me to do. And we're going to start a brand new stream. Again, we're still live. We're not going anywhere. Just stay on the channel. If you, for some reason, lose us along the way, come back to the Max Velocity channel. We're going to be live here. We're just going to redirect you to a new stream because this is probably the best opportunity we have until, things get crazy again. All right. So we're going to redirect you here in 2 seconds. I got to fix the thumbnail on it, just to make sure we don't have any issues down the line. All right.